Out of nowhere, a hologram flickers to life right in front of him, and a girl's voice greets him in the air, introducing herself as Adriana Balopos W. I'm wishing that the woman broadcaster would hand the guy with the same burning will as her the power to give magic to anyone, and link it all together using magical tools. The woman thrusts a magical sphere into the guy's hands and tells him the power is all his. He decides what to do with it. The automatic doll stared at her owner and blurted out why she was built. Then her voice died, and she crumpled to the floor right after, meaning she couldn't help him ever again. Jin? Yeah, they needed that guy. By then, his life already felt done, and he was just fixing a panel in the stairwell when snap a screwdriver slipped out of his hands. He bolted after it, but he tripped mid-reach and went flying down the stairs. He's hurtling headfirst toward the ground, and there's no way out. Now then, bam! A girl with sparkling eyes spots him and finally says, "I found you!" A blinding brilliance floods the room, and when the guy snaps awake, he's stuck in some random place, staring around like, how did I even end up here? Jin bolts upright in bed and freezes when he realizes he's naked. Then the girl turns to him and, calling his name, asks whether the master is awake. He's totally thrown, staring at her in shock, and tells her to wait for a long second. Jin yanked a sheet around his body, then spun back with one sharp question. Who was she, really? She pointed at herself with her palm and declared she was an automaton, then casually said the room the guy was standing in was her mom's research lab. And Jin didn't even buy it at first. The girl told him her mom would spell everything out better than she could. Then she shot him a look and demanded he follow her. They step into the room, and right in the center, there's a glowing magic sphere ringed by magic sticks. And he can't believe his eyes. She greets the air like it's waiting for her. And just like that, he inherits the power of a magic master. Jin decides to cut to the chase, since he's fine, and once he clocks that his predecessor has been missing for ages, he realizes it's his turn now. He needs to realize this whole time a girl saved him, so he better be grateful. Jin realizes after that, teleport that, this girl actually cured him. But now he's freaking out because his clothes are totally gone, and he's stuck in the strangest spot ever, only wrapped in a towel. Now he's a full-on magic master, so he decides to test his power on a towel. He chants the spell out loud, but doubt gnaws at him. What if he's doing it all wrong? That towel's been torn down to pure threads, strong enough to weave into anything, and then it hit him. So this is how his magic truly worked. Time slips by, and suddenly, he's already dressed in a suit. Then it hits him. He doesn't need a needle or a sewing machine at all. Jen snaps to it. He better lock on to the new power that just surfaced. Now he can't ignore the doll either, because her skin and clothes are wrecked beyond use, and he's going to have to rebuild them from the ground up. Muscles got shredded and bones got wrecked. Now they're basically useless, and the guy can't wrap his head around the fact it somehow endured for around 1,000 years. Jin's convinced this automaton doll was built by an older master, and it's been working for ages, so he can't stop asking what crazy materials were used to make the thing. He digs into his predecessor's memories and realizes, yeah, there's got to be a ton of perfect details just waiting nearby. Jin decides to scout the place, strides through a massive column-filled room, and instantly clocks it as a preliminary research area. He even stumbled into a storeroom packed with extra rooms, and in one of them he finally spotted the perfect fit for the doll's automaton clear. Lantern-like details glowed in the far distance, lighting up exactly where it needed to be. He kept pushing deeper into the room, packed top to bottom with all kinds of bizarre devices, until Genus was left staring, shocked that the previous master had built the whole thing. He ripped through every device in that room, and each new object shocked him all over again. Suddenly, Nita spotted a strange thread, and his eyes lit up. He claimed it could help build muscles for the doll, made from something tough but still super light. Yet the guy had zero idea what that thread could become. He yanked a strand to trace where it came from, and before he could blink, an underground spider slithered out from behind the boxes. Turns out thread making was the whole job he'd been hiding. Jen went totally speechless when he spotted the creature. Then boom. The spider snapped into a chase and Netterer sprinted away, not looking back. Jin suddenly stumbles and eats the floor face first. Just as the spider creeps in on him, he shut his eyes, stretched his arms forward, and braced for the moment. Everything ended. Suddenly, the spider scrambled up and latched onto the guy's leg. Paws clinging tight like it meant business. Jin was just relieved he hadn't died a second time. Then he scooped it up and marched deeper into the room, where a huge pile of minerals shimmered with pure radiance. He grabbed enough materials and dove right back in, rebuilding the doll almost from the ground up, mixing all kinds of supplies and spells to patch it back together. Nido isn't convinced he even needs to tweak the control mechanism. He snags it, stares at it like it's some kind of program. But the moment he realizes he has to write the doll's moves in his head, it hits him hard. He types the control ball programs in Japanese, knowing rewriting every single one would be brutal. But now that everything's finally set, he's ready to fire up the doll. He barks the launch command, and the magic ball finally unleashes its power, taking control of the doll right as the guy realizes it's actually starting to work. The control mechanism guzzles a ton of magic power. Yet somehow this balloon can even run on the wrong language. Now you can use hiragana, katakana, and even kanji. The guy's convinced he should try it all, because the word count, the reading speed, and even the volume can flip completely on you. Jin suddenly realizes he's processing everything at lightning speed now. His skills are firing on all cylinders. He suddenly realizes he can build something way better than the one before him. So he lunges straight for the doll's control panel. He's going to supercharge magic and crank up his metabolism, then boost the generator's power, while Jin pushes bone absorption and stamina even higher. Muscle should be woven from magic threads, boosting the doll's strength and toughness. But the guy also has to wrap it in skin while it keeps soaking up magic non-stop. The big job's finally done, and he's wiped out still. He can't help thinking, I've been through this so many times. Nido finally clicks once he taps into the power they handed him. He can summon anything he dreams of and turn that magic into pure reality. Now he's got total freedom, anything he wants, any item he wants, anytime he wants. And he refuses to let himself forget it. Now the doll's fully set, it's sitting on the table, humming with almost ready, waiting to kick into action. The only thing left was clothes. So this guy asked how to make fabric for him. He got stuck on the spider that spins threads. Then the twist hit. It wasn't a spider at all. It was a silkworm. Nido snatches the loose ends together and suddenly remembers that the vault held something like a sewing machine. So he decides, right then and there, to try using it. He bursts into the vault and spots a bizarre device sitting there straight up like a sewing machine. While he's at work, this guy decides he should hand out magical powers, and in his head, he keeps turning to Adriana Balaboji, convinced he already knows exactly what she'd want from him. He dives into weaving clothes from thread, and the second he starts, he realizes he has absolutely no clue what kind of world he's even in. Now his name is Jin, and he's the one who came before the head. He's convinced he crushes every subject harder than his predecessor ever did. He somehow turned scraps of thread into real clothes, and then he grabbed the doll, dressed her in her gown, slipped on her shoes, and crowned her with a headband. Now he's finally ready to prove his theory, and he rips into launching the door. He cranked a tiny magic sphere into motion and blasted it straight into the doll. Then she didn't twitch at all, so he clamped his hand over her mouth, panicked to see whether she was truly working or not. The dolls don't twitch at all, no matter that the magic flow is steady, the metabolism's humming, and the generator's running yet. This guy can't figure out why his work isn't helping a single bit. Rage in his stomach roared. He'd spent all his time holed up in the workshop, so he finally bolted out to grab something to eat. Then it hits him. He's still stuck in the pantry, in the same rooms he already ran through. And even that spider's got nothing to eat. Now it hits him, hunger claws harder and harder, and he figures that if food is even nearby, it's probably barely edible. Then, out of nowhere, he spots a teleportation gate, and it clicks that these gates must link to tons of cities. Jin grins and decides to use them. He steps into the middle of the circle, channels magic into it, and the teleporter snaps to life. Suddenly, his clothes ripped open at the seams, and weird light spilled out like something was about to burst free, and the moment he noticed, the whole situation hit him as dangerously strange. The mechanism was overloaded. Even with the overload crashing down on him, he still teleported to some totally unknown spot and landed hard when a massive magic ball slammed him in the middle of the trees, where a girl who was out collecting things in a basket finally noticed what happened. She never took her eyes off the magic ball. Then she spotted him crumpling, right there at her feet. He jolts awake on the bed, totally clueless where he is, and before he can even process it, a girl who spotted him the moment he landed after teleporting shows up in front of him. She gripped the towel, and the moment she saw the guy come to, she bolted out of the room screaming in shock, while he just stared, utterly baffled at what the heck had happened. He swiveled toward the window and peered outside trees stretched beyond it, along with a few buildings, and the moment he took it in, he knew for sure he wasn't in his research room anymore. A woman strode up to the guy, clocking that he looked worn out. Then she blurted out the truth. He'd been sprawled unconscious at the forest's edge, and she'd dragged him here on purpose. This woman leaned in and introduced herself. "I'm Masha." And the girl who spotted that guy in the forest is now standing there, clutching a woman's hand. Her granddaughter, Hannah. The woman tells her that Hannah was the one who found the guy. Then he steps up and says his name, Janito, and he's grinning like he can't believe he's finally met her. He scoots closer to her, flashes that smile like she saved him, and whispers his thanks while Hannah turns bright red and ducks behind her grandmother. Masha then snaps, asking everyone to ignore her granddaughter's little antics. She fires off. The question, how did he end up sprawled in the woods? Jen wants to answer, but his stomach growls and cuts her off. Jean tried to defend herself and explain that the idea couldn't possibly have crossed her mind, but Masha erupted in roaring laughter and snapped that the guy was just hungry, saying she already knew. She quotes that old proverb, "Empty belly goes silent before words even fly," and then tells a guy to wait a moment so she can cook him something. Jean thanks her from the heart. On the table sat a bare plate and an empty mug, because the guy had scarfed everything down. Then he looked at Masa and thanked him for taking care of him. Turns out the guy laid it all out to her. Then she snapped that she's never even heard of a teleportation gate, insisting it must be some creepy dark relic because in their village, that kind of thing just doesn't exist. She also suspects it's a relic from ancient days, so Jin grills her about those old treasures, and she tells him they're magical artifacts forged before the Great Demon War. He blurted out a stunned question about the Demon War, and the woman shot him a reproachful look, warning him not to act like the guy had no idea this event was even happening. Jen had no choice but to lie, then flash that unreadable grin, and said he only knew a little so politely. He begged the woman to explain. Mosa saw right through it and knew she couldn't dodge anymore, so she'd have to spill the whole truth. Long ago, around 300 years back, humans were plunged into a brutal war with some alien species, and the fighting was so savage that 2/3 of the population wiped out. Then the demons unleashed a total cataclysm, wiping out half of everyone cursed with magic across the entire planet. The woman says their civilization collapsed 1,000 years ago because of it, and that's when so many technologies vanished for good. Then Jin finally clicks. She's talking about what happened after Bella Bozeg ended her life. A ton of time has passed since then. No wonder nobody remembers. She realizes he can't come back without the teleportation gate, so she pushes him to hunt it down right now and tells him he'll stay with her until he finds it. The guy stares at her, stunned, and Jen blurts that he owes Masa nothing. No way could he ever repay her kindness and the food she gave him. She shoots back and insists she saved him because seeing Hannah worried proves she had to step in. Masha told him that ever since her parents died, a constant gloom clung to her like a shadow, and the moment he heard her story, he decided to become her friend, if her grandmother didn't mind. Masa said it was a brilliant offer, and she made it clear she'd be beyond grateful to the guy if he could stick around and keep Hannah company. The woman waved the girl over and told Hannah to show the guy around, then grabbed a bottle of water on the way. Hannah nodded and followed right along. The guy scoots closer to the girl and asks her to show him the village, and she nods. So after a bit, they hit the road together. Right in the middle of the journey, the guy suddenly clocked a single building ahead. He clocks that the economy here is in full collapse, realizes he's nowhere near the research room, and Jin figures the war has crushed this place's technical development to the bone. In his head, he can't stop thinking about one guy, and he's even smiling because Hannah's baby has finally come back. Then he spots the guy regaining consciousness and leans in like, "So how do you feel now?" Jin stared in shock and demanded how that guy could possibly be one of the villagers. Then the man nodded and introduced himself as a Rokoshiku. Jin cut in with his name and said he was thrilled to meet Rock. And then the girl beside me, Barbara, stepped forward, pointed to her grandfather, and made it clear he's the village head. They call him Kim Biku, and the village headman can't stop wondering what this guy's next move is. Jean finally speaks up. He's decided to stay put at Hannah's place for now. The headman snapped into a frown, then nodded on one condition. The villagers had to accept him as long as he didn't stir up trouble, because this guy absolutely loves it here. The place is quiet, peaceful, and exactly his vibe. Hannah storms up to him and asks if he's okay, and he's left stunned as Jen nods like she already knows what's coming. Because sure, he has a choice, but in the end he's got to handle it all by himself. The girl and the guy slammed back onto the road, and Jin leaned in to ask Hannah where the villagers usually pull their water. She snapped her finger toward a spot off to the side and guided him straight to the well. He finally clocks what they're doing, using buckets to scoop up water. Then the girl jabs her finger at the rope, and he shoots back that he'll jump in and help haul it. They're trudging back to the house, and Jean can't help wondering if she's always stuck doing chores like this. She's shocked, because for them, this back-breaking grind is just every single day. Staring into the bucket's water, Jin's mind suddenly sparked with the power to grant magical blessings and link magical tools, so he just decided to act. He grills Masa. "Is there a blacksmith in this village?" The man swears he works copper and iron, and when the woman peers at him, she thinks hard, then points him to the forge from this very house. "There's still plenty left," she says. The woman grabbed the guy and pulled him into a huge room, then told him the truth. This house used to be a blacksmith shop, run by the man who lived here before he passed away. She had no clue what that guy was planning, but she shrugged and told him to use whatever he needed. Then Jin thanked her and dove straight into work. He pressed his fingers to the metal and tried to figure out what it was, only to find it looked like a copper alloy to match his. Those metals looked way too familiar to him, so he figured the job would be over in a flash. Suddenly, he snapped his arms wide, shouting for iron to be transformed, and a glowing magical halo burst into existence around him, leaving the girl staring in shock at the unbelievable sight. Anna's eyes blaze as she leans in and demands to know what he just did. Then she blurted out the wild guess that maybe he's a wizard. And the guy can't deny it because she's way closer to the truth than she realizes. That simple material turned out to be brutally heavy, so they knew they'd need a cart. Then the guy snapped together the pieces, loaded them in, and the girl lit up with pure joy. Jean told Hannah she could climb into the cart and start pushing the handle. The girl obeyed his every word and took off because now they've got to install a well. And right after that, they set off. Suddenly, Barbara starts talking to Masa, and she can't shake the worry. Should she really leave the girl with this guy? The woman reassures her, swearing everything will be fine because Masa doesn't look like a bad person. Barbara nods reluctantly, and just like that, she spots Hannah and Jean standing off in the distance. Hema beams at her grandmother and Barbara snaps, totally baffled, asking what on earth that guy poured into the well. Rage sparked in the girl's chest because she couldn't figure out why the guy had covered the well, and Jen only snapped back, "Just wait a little, let him finish the job." He grins and says, "It's just a water pump, nothing complicated," insisting it'll make life way easier for the villagers to finally get water. And Barbara just stares at him, stunned and disbelieving. Hannah sprinted to the device, and when the guy barked the command, She pumped that handle up and down hard, then the pipe started gurgling. And after a few tense moments, water finally blasted out. Hannah's eyes went wide as the water came crashing down. Barbara stared in disbelief, and Mosa couldn't stop asking how on earth this was possible, because the guy just shrugged and called it an ordinary object, then explained that when you lift and lower the handle, the cylinder sucks the water right in. Wait, tell us why he needed that copper. Because right then, Hannah snaps and calls out to Gina. She's grinning now. Finally, she'll get water faster. All thanks to that guy. Jen flashed her a warm smile and told her to put it to work for her health. A few weeks slip by, and then it hits him. These boards won't fix themselves, and he's got to do something about them. But of course, Oshiku has him totally distracted. The man brags that his card is amazing, and Jin laughs, saying he's insanely grateful his guns ended up coming in handy. Oshiku told the guy that the headman practically beamed once Jin fixed his stall, and now the headman was even wondering if Jin would stick around in the village for a while. The villagers cheered because their houses were finally fixed up. Fetching water became way easier, and hauling materials and products turned smooth. Then the guy suddenly realized something. He fires off those thoughts straight to Adriana Balaboshi in his mind. He figures the magic bastard is on a mission to make everyone smile. Then he pauses, stares into the far distance, and spots billowing clouds of smoke rising from the mountains. Jin spots smoke curling up the mountain. Then Hannah snaps her attention to it too, grilling him. Why are you always staring at the mountain of death? Jin can't stop wondering why this mountain has that name until the girl tells him the truth. Birds that come near here drop out cold, right where they land. Hannah's convinced it's the miasma seeping out of the mountain. But Jin thinks it's not magic at all. He suspects volcanic gas. The guy figures it out fast. If volcanic gas is spilling off that mountain, a hot spring has to be hiding nearby, and Hannah yanks him back home. After a while, Jin finally got the hang of life here. Sure, things still got messy sometimes, but he pushed through anyway. Hannah hauled in a bucket of water for Jin to wash up, insisting it was the most relaxing thing in the world. Jin grabs a towel to wipe off, but it doesn't feel like relief at all. Adaptation is draining him, and it takes way too long to pay off. The guy forged a water pump from bronze ore, and Jin's already panicking. He figures he'll have to fire up the kettle and the stove just to heat the water and finally take a bath. Jin recalls a hot spring hidden somewhere in the mountains, but he's fuming without special tools. He can't track down the source, and it feels like only magic could fix that. He slaps the ground with his hand, then unleashes his geology measurement skill, and boom, a huge magic circle erupts around him. He'd still love to track down the exact hot spring spot, but right now, everything shifts. Mining minerals has become the real mission. Suddenly, the guy clocked where they were, and he swore that if he wanted to come dig it up, he'd first need the village headman's permission. The guy stormed up to the village headman, and the man told him straight up, not a single resident had ever found hot water from any of the wells. Barbara backs Jean's idea, insisting that hot springs are amazing for your health, and pushing that they should at least have one to enjoy. The headman shrugs off the guy's ideas, as long as they're meant to help the villagers. And when the man thanks him for the water pump, he just smiles and says, it wasn't a big deal at all. The headman leans in and tells the guy about to leave, a bunch of merchants are rolling into your village soon. And the man nods as he explains that every 2 months, they come with salt, sugar, fresh food, local goods, and even clothes. Jean snaps his head to Barbara and blurts that he's never once seen the locals use a single coin. Then Barbara grins and tells him the villagers trade goods between themselves. And just like that, the truth hits Jean. He's ended up in a tiny village. The headman tells you to come find him if the guy needs anything, because he's counting on Jin pushing for the village's sake. Then the guy thanks the headman and hurries off down the road. He hauls a cart stacked with wood and grumbles to himself that the village's empty pockets make everyday life miserable. But right now, there's nothing he can do. Deep down, though, he really wants to help more than anything. Suddenly, Hannah tugs his sleeve, and he snaps out of his thoughts as her friends crowd in around him. Jin quizzes the guys on how they managed to hide and cram into that cart, but Hannah shuts him down. She turns to the guy and demands what he plans to do. And Jin grins and says he's about to build a hot spring. Then the guys in unison bombarded him with non-stop questions about what a hot spring even is and why Jin should build one. And when it got too wild, he told them to calm down. They rolled up to the construction site, and Jin cut straight to it. He said the first thing he'd build was a bathing area, powered by earth magic. Jin fires off the skill, and the ground dents open like traps, showing where the water is hiding, so the kids swear it's about to turn into a hot spring. But the guy smirks and tells them, "Nah, this is only the start." He used the skill to pour water straight into the holes, and the kids cheered over every splash. Then he went to check his work and thrust his hand in, only to burn so badly the steam started roaring off him. Suddenly, Jin spots the kids already bolting for the spring. Tearing off their clothes mid-rush, somehow he manages to stop them and tells them the water in the spring is insanely hot. Jin skips the rushed swim and pulls the guys aside. "Let's work," offering them a job to help him build a roof and fence, and even the kids, already clutching tablets, nod along with big smiles as the guy grins and promises, "You can count on us." Suddenly, Jin's mind snaps back to the orphanage, the very place he was abandoned and raised. He can't help but wonder if everything's okay over there now. Then Hannah swoops in and yanks him out of his head. With a reproachful look, she demands help installing the fence. Jin shoots an apology back, rolls up his sleeves, and gets to work. The kids stare in awe, grinning with pride, because they've built a gorgeous hot spring bathhouse just like they dreamed. At first, Jin only meant to oversee the build, while Hannah slipped down to the smallest pool and snapped that it was way too tiny to swim in all the way. Then she told the girl, straight up, this wasn't for swimming. It was just for rinsing her feet. He grins and says, "Sweet, now I can let the kids become the first guests, just for helping build the spring." He can't even finish before the spray blasts into his face, and meanwhile the kids are already swimming and messing around in the spring like he's got no clue why this guy isn't racing to join them. Jinx's breath finally steadied, because for the first time in ages, he could actually drop his guard and relax. Hannah yanked Jin's attention and called out then. The girl shoved a tiny round stone into his open palm, insisting it could be a gemstone and urging him to ask Jin about it. Jin leans in and studies the stone up close then. One of the boys blurts out that he's seen gems like this on the riverbank and all over the place. Jin doesn't argue either. He admits it could be just an ordinary stone. The guy digs in with sharp analysis. Then boom, they uncover it. A magic stone pulled straight from a volcano. Jin realizes this thing could be huge for what comes next. And a few days slip by. Merchants rolled into the village, and one bright-eyed young guy grinned at every customer, inviting them to check out a brand new product on the spot. Gina couldn't believe how many people crowded in to stare at the merchant's goods, and now she's itching to rush over and see them for herself. Barbara is calling out to Jean. She says the headman has John summoned to the well. John shows up, and right there, Roland the merchant and the headman are already waiting like they've been expecting him. Roland fires back with his name and says he's thrilled to meet him, then immediately apologizes for dragging him over because he's got one question for the guy, and Jin just listens, hanging on every word. Roland tells them this village looks totally different from the last time he came just 2 months ago, because now every house and fence is standing strong, and the carts make the whole village hustle way easier. Roland's most prized discovery wasn't a weapon or a trophy. It was the water pump, an invention he swore could change everything, and he couldn't stop gushing about how shocked he was. Roland just got cut off. Then the guy snapped, "Enough talk, let's get down to it." Roland earnestly prayed the guy would understand, and then he pressed the point. He truly believed that this water pump was priceless. The merchant faces the village headman and asks who wrote this invention, and Jin nods, confirming every word. Roland strides in, brimming with confidence, demanding Jin sell him the device. Then Jin shuts him down with a calm look, and even the men are left stunned, not expecting that answer. The merchant snapped his hand around the guys and pushed hard to get him to buy, pitching him every trick in the book, promising there'd be no trouble paying, and swearing that once the deal was done, the guy could have anything he wanted. The headman whips around and demands to know why the guy is refusing, insisting that selling the pump can't hurt anyone. So Jin, hearing the village headman say it, tells him to come along and leads him straight to Jin's forge. He tells everyone he burned through every last bit of material he had, building the water pump, hauling trolleys, and fixing the whole village back up. Then the merchant steps in to offer more, but Jin slams the offer down and refuses. Even though he used to do this just for his convenience, now he's not feeling it at all, and he's got something else queued up in his plans. If Jin gives the okay, the goods will be totally different from the first batch. Then the merchant cuts in and demands he just transfer the skills. Then he suddenly remembers Adriana Belibosti's words. She's the one who gave him a magical power so strong it can conquer anyone. Jin snapped back with a grin. I've got magic power, and I can show you a way to make all these useful things. And Roland stared at the merchant, utterly confused. Eric strides into the forge, throws out a quick apology for being late, and beams at everyone there like he's finally getting to meet the crew. Eric took one look at the car, and he confidently declares that Jin is a terrifyingly powerful wizard. Then the other guy snaps back like, "Wait, what? How do you know?" Eric tells Jin not to fret, then swears he's got zero jealousy because, sure, he can use magic too, but he still can't conjure that same crazy, complex object. Roland tells Eric's story he trained at Cecilio Magic Academy. So yeah, he's leagues ahead of that merchant, and Jin suddenly gets it all. Jin pushes forward and tells him there's a bronze right there on the table. Then the guy snaps that the first step is simple: forge a cylinder out of metal. Jin explains it like this. When someone yanks the lever, air slams the piston with pressure and drags water into the cylinder. Every single pump piece is forged from that bronze ore. Eric stares like he can't blink. Jin, after shaping the material, grins and says the hard part is finished, and Eric just can't believe what this guy pulled off. Jin breaks it down. This outer shell is what links it to the cylinder, while Eric just stares in total shock. Stunned out of his mind, he demands Jin explain why he'd have the right to pull off something like this. Jin suddenly got it. Now he finally knows what it really feels like to be truly extraordinary. Jin scrambles to cheer Eric up, saying that since the merchant can finally trade in the village, he'll get to practice non-stop. And then Jin tells Eric to take him to the hot spring so he can soak, breathe, and rest. Eric agreed. Jin finally decides to share a piece of these abilities, because only he can help these people pull off masterpieces. Jin swears to himself he'll do his best. Then Roland and Eric yank his focus as they interrogate the stunned guy, asking if he really built the hot spring, and demanding, right there, how they can do it too. Eric whips around to Jin and demands he check the pump he just built, and Jin's eyes light up as he praises every bit of it, calling it basically perfect. So Eric lets out a huge breath, all the tension gone, and nods in agreement. Eric's eyes snapped to what Jin was doing, and he couldn't look away. Right there on the table sat some baffling machine surrounded by scattered parts and materials. Turns out, Gin's been building a gas stove so he can fire it up and start the flames. Jin and Eric push deeper into the woods, and Eric swears the gas stove is pure magic. Jin's holding strong, and that relief finally hits him hard. He got that magic stone out of the river, and that's what finally gave him hope, because before that, the guy felt like the village had nothing left to offer. Jin grins at Eric and says the thermal output method and magic control still need work. He'll show them later, while Eric admits, honestly, he just wanted to build a pump, because to him, all of this feels way too complicated. Eric's grin says he's crushing it, but he knows he still has a mountain to climb. Then he clocks Jin and goes, "Hold up, you're from another country? If that's true, that means taxes are coming." Jin replayed it in his head. Eric warned that the tax collector would show up in the fall, and Jin pushed him to pay the taxes in cash. Eric snaps, that's not true. He's heard Kane's village isn't the only one around, yet the money turnover is still awful, and Jin buys every word. Eric tells them this. Every single year, the tax collector rolls into Toka, a village tucked inside the next region over, and the trip on horseback takes a solid 3 days. Jin snaps to attention. Now he's got to figure out how to build a car. Then, boom, Eric's father calls, and it's time to go. Eric gives Jin a quick wave and promises they'll meet again someday. Jin watched the cart vanish and worried about the tax collector, who just decided to disappear into the woods for a walk. Jin spotted Hannah, and they greeted each other with a warm good morning. Then Hannah revealed the real reason she'd come to the forest. She was hunting tea leaves, and she even collects tree sap to pour it into cups so it can blend. Jin realizes tree resin is an insane treasure for producing the rubber they need for the trolley, and he even thanks the girl for gathering that juice so faithfully, because he'd never even considered this stuff before. Everything finally clicked at the perfect moment, and now he can mix tires with rubber at last. Jin knows the product has to be made, and it has to be made soon. Jin is about to snap together the pieces. He can't do it without insane skill, and those weird, specific details nobody else even notices. Jin's convinced the rubber is the problem. He swears it needs to be soaked in sulfur to make it stretch and snap back with real elasticity. Because natural rubber is too stubborn to work with, Jin has to mix in sulfur. And now he's learned the real opportunity. There's a demand near the hot springs. So he melts the materials and gets to work. Now he's about to test the materials he chose for their elasticity. He even picked one option only to realize there isn't enough paint, but Jin doesn't panic. If this product holds up and works, he's ready to push forward and make more just like it. Now he's stuck staring at the leftover rubber, trying to figure out his next move. Then he decides to do something downright unusual. Next morning, Hannah and her friends yanked the guy awake and told him to go check one thing. Hannah scooped her friends into the cart, grabbed the handle, and fired back when Jen asked what she was up to. Then she took 10 big steps and rolled the cart like a mission. She laughs like it's the best thing ever, tells Jin he's insanely strong, and the guy grins, praising her back and saying it's working perfectly. The girl started sucking, furious because she'd finally realized she'd wasted her time. Jin grinned and said it was a better version of the trolley, while Hannah seethed because the guy had convinced her she was actually strong. He shoves a rubber ball into her hands as a full-on apology. Then Jin leaps up to prove he can jump higher than anyone expects, and Hannah can't hide her shock at that rubber ball. The girl crushes the ball in her palms and gasps when she feels it. Tree resin. Jin leans in and tells her the cart's wheels are made from the same resin too. He tells everyone, "Don't worry, I've got a steady grip so we can splash around in the water." Jin keeps a sharp eye on the guys as they splash around with a ball in the water. Barbara strides up to the guy, thanking Jin for watching over them and for every second he spent with them. Then Jin asks straight up if the girl has gotten back the magic stone. Her answer hits like a gut punch, so she reluctantly agrees, even as Barbara's heart sinks at the thought that the entrance to the source is going to cost money. Barbara blurts out, "What is this thing that makes Hannah swim like a fish?" Jin grins and says, "It's called a float, I made it." And Barbara's like, "I've never even heard of something like that." Nobody realized when autumn slipped in, leaves started raining down from the trees, and Jin and Hannah chatted about it all the way home. After those words, Jin snaps back to memories of Japan. Because this world has seasons too, and it turns the past on like a switch. Suddenly, Jin snapped out of it just in time. He merely collided with a horse, and from the animal's side, it sounded like it was apologizing. The genie insisted a horse in this world could talk, but the voice shut that down and demanded they look at the horse from the other side. Turns out, a girl was tangled in a harness. She called out for help, but Jin couldn't tell whether she actually needed saving or not. The girl stood on the ground and thanked him for the help, then said she was headed for Kane's village, until, after accidentally speeding up on the horse, she lost her balance. The guy, once he heard "the village," peppered her with a question and apologized right away for being so rude. Lithia Fowlight leaned in and told them the village of Cana was her next stop for tax collection. Then she introduced herself, and Jen and Hannah followed suit, saying they lived there too. Lithium begged for directions to the village, and the guy nodded, so they raced there together. And once they arrived, Lithium couldn't thank them enough for all the help they gave her. The girl tells them this is the very first task the king has handed her, because she's just barely become a noble in this kingdom, and she doesn't look like any of the others. Lithia broke it down plain and simple. She's just a regular commoner who got the title of knight only recently, and it happened because her father earned it with his combat victories. So now she can rise into a knight if she does well with the taxes. He finally gets it. She's chasing one goal, becoming a knight, because she truly believes she's meant to help people. From the way the girl's staring, it's obvious she'll chase her goal no matter what. Lithium even blurts out an apology, because the guys have to put up with this. Then Jin points her to the headman's house and tells her the headman isn't home right now. Lithium leans in and asks if the guys in the village really have water pumps like that, and the girl shoots back that this whole thing was just released in the palace recently. She swore Mr. Roland was the first. Then Hannah blurted, fuming, that Jean was the real first one who did it, and Lethia snapped at her to stop teasing, because it just couldn't be. Rage flared in Hannah's eyes as she snapped that Jin was a true master, and the girl nodded with a gentle smile, saying she'd talk to the village chief later until Hannah shut her down with a sharp, displeased glare. The girl presses him, "Why didn't you say anything about your creation?" And the guy just pauses, then assumes Eric must have done the same thing in other villages, because as long as Jin lets people live a more comfortable life, he's fine. The girl snapped her gaze at him in shock, because messing with officials is the one mistake a guy should never make. He's only focused on materials that can actually help in everyday life, and Hannah swears that's the real heartbeat of a guy. Lydia corners the headman and demands to know if their village is choking on taxes this year. Then the man smiles and tells her they're doing just fine. The man demands to know when the tax collector will finally head to Toka village, then drops the bomb. Lithium leaves tomorrow. The headman can't shake the feeling this was a rush, because that girl is probably worn out. The man recalls the tax collectors who came before him, but the girl cuts in fast and tells him not to put her next to her predecessors. Lithium presses for answers, pointing at the crazy price of that water pump, and the man blurts that it was all handled for them. Then the girl jumps in. Sure, Jin was the one who pulled it off. The headman flat out says Roland's items weren't random at all. They were given by Jin, and Jin even drilled him on how to use them. Lithia froze when Hannah told the truth right then so hard even the headman couldn't wrap his head around it, because the man swore that the guy's been pulling off a ton of things lately. Lithium snapped awake and demanded to see the items, and the headman ordered Barbara to show them so. Lithium spotted a rubber ball, wheels on a cart, and a gas stove. Then she and Barbara finally kicked back and soaked in a hot spring. Barbara swears these springs feel insanely relaxing, and Lithium can't help thinking Jin was behind their invention too. After watching the guys work, Lithia snapped to the truth. This was more than enough to earn the title of knight. Barbara could barely believe it, stunned that the girl even wants that title. But Lithia isn't exactly fired up yet, because she still doesn't know what she's supposed to do next. Barbara points out that Lithia must have been wrestling with this problem because she chose to stay late. After the bath, the girls headed straight for the gym, and Barbara leaned in and told the guy, "We've got a little problem." Lithia rushed up to the guy to apologize, convinced Hannah was just messing with her. The guy insists it's fine. Then Lithium fires back by listing every one of his creations, one by one, proving they're all built to make everyday life run smoother. Lithia tells him she's got one dream to become a knight, but she's still unsure if that's the way she'll help people. Jin practically laughs at the idea that he's great, saying his magic is insane, but he didn't invent it. He stole it from someone else. He admits he can't pull this off by himself, then insists it's not magic, it's a service, and he's determined to keep this business running. It's all because that's what Jin can do. He's convinced Lithium can pull off anything, and all she has to do is start. She wonders if she can pull it off too, and the guy nods like, yeah, then admits he's been hunting for an answer for ages. Lithium backs it up, and she thanks him for the help. Lithia grins and tells you she's a text collector, And she's got a favor to ask, because she's already on her way and she's gonna need some luggage carts. Jin nods and agrees. He never saw it coming this soon. He stormed into the warehouse, counted the carts, and watched exactly 12 roll back out. Then Jin mulled it over, snapped into action, and decided to tweak the trolley devices with a few sharp changes. Jin totally forgot at work that he was repairing a doll in the lab, and now he's freaking out. Did she start working yet? Or is everything still frozen? Either way, he's heading home to check on that doll the moment he's off. Right then, the doll and the laboratory jolted to life. The doll was making her way forward when bam-a-boom, a monstrous giant stepped out in front of her and she snapped, furious that he was messing with her. She unleashes the thunderclap skill and slams the monster with pure, electrifying power. The girl tore through and wiped out every monster in the sector. Now the teleport gate can be installed without a single scare. Then the doll snaps into action, teleporting back to the lab. She got thrown into yet another unknown spot. Not the lab at all like the doll wanted. The drop zone widened, and like he'd better be able to deal with that interference magic. She knows the teleportation gate bursting loose is a nightmare, so she stares at the device and realizes she can't afford to quit now. I'm so sorry that the doll couldn't crack a solution sooner. She honestly thought everything would be okay, as long as she kept her father in sight. Once she finished rebooting, her father was totally gone. The doll is convinced that once the mission's done, it'll start rotting right away. She remembers. Her mother already walked out. Then it hits her. This new body isn't a miracle. It's her father's handiwork. And the doll can't help but think, I should thank him for this. She prowls the lab, slips into the warehouse library, and yet her father is nowhere to be found. Then she assumes he's gone. Because the doll has no long-range radar, it can't feel his aura, so she's convinced the father slipped out of the laboratory. The girl slips into the room, locks onto the teleportation gate, and immediately sees it's already running, so she just knows her father just came through it. The doll's obsessed with where teleportation actually drops her, but no matter how hard she looks, she can't pinpoint the exact destination. That doll has to get moving. She grabs the gate installation guide and prepares to start. If trouble hits, she's got to snatch bandages and medicine fast, and once it's over, the doll will fire up magic stones to get everything done. The doll's hiding a massive backpack to the brim, so she figures it's more than enough. And now she's geared up, ready to set out and hunt down her father. That doll didn't just stumble through danger, she pushed through a brutal journey, surviving one monster after another. She marched forward with one mission burning in her chest. She's jumped through space a dozen times, but her father still stays lost. Still, that little android kept hunting in the dark void for years, 8 moons and 27 suns, slamming through one world after another, and the doll simply won't stop. Her mission is still unfinished, so she slams a new destination into the teleportation gate, then drops into an area she's never seen before. Turns out, these weren't just mountains, they were blanketed in snow. And setting up a gate here? Impossible. So now she has to hunt down a totally different place. The girl couldn't even move. She was waist-deep in snow when a monster burst into view ahead of her, and it looked like a man covered in way too many hands. His terrifying presence struck pure fear into everyone's bones. Then he opened his mouth and lunged a hand toward the snowy peak. It was Hecaton Hair, the armed giant, and the doll swore he'd come sniffing around her magical teleportation aura, or else the monster had her marked as prey. Either way, his palm crashed down so close, it might as well have been aimed at her, and with a body that huge, the girl barely reached below his knee. Suddenly, the monster hurled his whole strength into a brutal swing, only to catch the girl hiding behind her shield. The doll blurts out that it's truly brutal for her, and that she needs to dump her old stuff and fight for real. Right then, she spots the giant hoist a huge stone and hurl it straight at her. The doll slammed her fist forward right when the stone kissed her palm. It exploded into pieces. The moment it shattered, she knew she had no other choice. Now she unleashes her skill and cranks her mind's speed into overdrive, turning every beat of information into pure power. The doll is about to start the whole process. She'll scavenge basic materials to forge a magical weapon, Then she'll kick off a reinforcement mechanism to make it strong. Now you've got to crank up the external magic fiber radiation and unleash a no-holds-barred offensive technique. A magical sphere burst into existence right in front of the doll, slamming into it with a brutal burst of power turning out to be a raging mana explosion. She launched a blazing stream of magic from the magic ball straight at the giant, and as he erupted in a blinding surge of light, the doll instantly decided the attack was finished. Doll's jaw drops as she realizes her father's upgrades are straight up unreal, and right then off in the distance, she senses a magical aura crackling in the air. Even though her strength was basically gone, she still felt this aura was her father's. Gripping her things, she flashed a smile and hurried straight after him. The girl shoots him a quick look and tells him to hold on, she's coming right back, because she won't let him get hurt. Right now, work churns on in the village. Then Rock strides up to the guy and tells him to take a break, and Jin reassures me not to worry about him. The man told him to hold on a little longer. Once they get the new material, they'll be able to keep walking straight until sunset. Jin praised the guy for shaving off travel time, but he quickly warned that it still doesn't make things easy. He can only knock out the work in 2 or 3 days. He felt mortified because he knew he could do anything to make the residents' work easier, and the man chuckled, telling him to stop wearing that face. Rock tells him, "You're up next. This is a real job, because once these things crack, he's the only one who can fix them." Rock tells the guy to hold back and save his strength, because it might matter any second. Plus, only a real fighter can handle the tax collector's demands. Then, out of nowhere, the guys lock eyes on something in the distance that they can't make sense of. Turns out, that's exactly what had my nerves on edge the whole way. Strange iron monsters blocked their path, and one of them smashed a cart loaded with goods. Jen froze in shock, wondering who the heck they were. Right then, a golem slammed into view right in front of them. Lafayette barked, "Step back," then pointed out plain as day that first they needed an action plan. She didn't have a second to bargain. One of the residents charged the enemy with fury because he'd destroyed his crops. They were panicking for him because he lunged at an enemy way beyond his reach, and they could already see trouble brewing. He started throwing magic into the fight because he couldn't bear to watch a villager die right in front of his eyes. So he used his attraction skill, luring that man straight to the others. Lithium orders a retreat again as danger spikes, and the girl spots that everything's been smashed, so she steps in to stop the monsters from taking any more damage. He smirks and says her moves won't work on him either, yet she ignores him completely and keeps doing things her way. She hurls her whole body into the swing and smashes the monster's leg right as her blade shatters in two. And the craziest part? That guy never saw the golem's coating being this tough coming. The girl tried to grab control of the moment, but time ran out. Then the monster smashed her aside with one brutal blow. Everyone panicked, yelling for her to flee. She's the fourth, and when it's clear she won't run, she squares her shoulders, saying she still has pride, even if she's just a novice knight. She still can't explain who she'll become, even if she can't guard people's property, because she swears knights are made to defend. Tears spilling down her face, she raises the shattered sword at the enemy and vows, "If I can do anything right now, I'm doing it." No doubts. She charges the enemy once more, and I don't even register her coming until it's already happening. Sure, the girl still managed to smash the monster down, but it takes 0 damage and starts rising again. Jin snaps to it. He can't keep those monsters pinned much longer. The guy is left staring, thinking, how do I even help? Then it hits him like a lightning bolt. He's got water. He tinkers with the bottle to make the jet finally controllable. Then the girl crashes onto the ground. Pain pins her in place just as she realizes the monster's giant hand is aiming straight at her. Once he understood time was running out, he snapped into action then. Right after the magical transformation finished, he unleashed his attack. It was so brutal it sliced right through the golem's coating. The monster tore apart down the middle with a sharp splatter and crashed onto the floor in 2. You totally broke down and even smacked the girl a little. And Lithia just stared, stunned and clueless about what the heck was happening. Jin's eyes snap around. More golems have swarmed in around them, and he wastes no time taking them out. He can't stop worrying about Lithia, so he blurts out, "Are you okay?" And when the girl nods, she shoots back, "So, what happened?" Jin tells them he managed to conjure it somehow. Sure, he doesn't read spells all that well, but he still pulled it off in time, and that's what matters. The guy realizes he bumped another cart loaded with goods. Then Rock snaps that something's off, and the girl blurts out an apology. She says if she'd been stronger, she could have shut this whole nightmare down. Rock can't believe they even made it out at all, because thankfully nobody got hurt. The guy who first charged that monster says the job is seriously creepy, just one hit and his arm still screams like it went through hell. So Lithium immediately says he wants to take a look. Jin couldn't believe it. The tax collector actually recognized healing magic, and when the girl cast her spell, the cut on the man's arm started knitting itself back together. After what felt like forever, he finally bent his arm like the wounds had never existed at all, and he can't stop staring in disbelief. Then every merchant in the room started singing her praises, cheering that she was a top-notch knight. Rock is honestly grateful to the girl for saving the day, and she tells him not to hold back. If anyone gets hurt, he needs to rush to her and report it, because that's her job. After the fight, the guy slammed on the brakes and froze, so Rock stepped in and demanded what he planned to do with the shattered carts now. The cards smashed to pieces, Rock swears they've still got wheat left. Jen realizes she can try to turn the golem to her advantage, especially since the girl just said someone needs to control him on the way here. Jen yanks an item right out of the golem, convinced he can take them down. Though even if that plan fails, he'll still use it for his own schemes. Lithia snaps that they've got no time to waste, so that guy better move. Like, now. Meanwhile, the guards are patrolling. Then one of them suddenly spots a deadly silhouette lurking in the distance. Turns out the golem was hauling carts of wheat, but the guards didn't know that, so they hissed and shoved their spears toward the unknown. Convinced the village was about to get hit, Lithium suddenly lunged in front of them and demanded they drop their weapons. And later, the girl told the guard that this golem was their servant. Rage drained from the man's face, and he finally waved the merchants into the village. Then he ordered the golem to dump every last grain of wheat into that one exact spot. Jen keeps the device steady, then barks that all the goods go in one exact spot. And Rock's jaw drops, because this thing is 3 times the size of a normal person. Rock fires a challenge. "Can you really handle that golem?" And the guy smirks, saying he'll rewrite the program and make it all work out. He just can't catch every word Gene throws at him. But he stays icy calm, then he leans in and demands the guy say the golem's name one more time. Lithia stares into her own reflection, and the sword fragment catches every flicker of her face. Gene keeps Lithia talking and even tells her they've got time to rest for a bit. And when Lithia flashes a smile, she reassures the guy not to worry. She still has duties to handle, but they're sure the village's protection can be handed over to Gon. Jin cracks a confident smile and swears everything will be fine. Just believe him. The girl forces a sad grin, stares at the sword fragment, and admits she forgot to reforge it. So now it's shattered. Jin tells her the same thing always happens to people. If they don't push themselves, they'll slowly rot away, and one day they'll get exactly what they've earned. And the girl just nods with a bright smile. She shoves the piece into the guy's hands and tells him to stare at it, and she immediately kicks herself for not fixing it sooner. When they end up at the blacksmith's, the whole thing slips her mind completely, and the real truth hits. She's been wanting to keep using this sword way longer. With a grim stare, he tells her straight up that this business pays his bills, and then he promises he can fix her sword. She isn't totally sure, but she thrusts her sword at the guy anyway, and he starts blasting the ball with one spell after another until it snaps back into its original shape. The sword gleamed like it had just been forged, and he grinned as he handed it back to its rightful owner. Then Lithia brushed it with one finger and froze, saying that this branch of magic feels weird. Lithia finally remembers she never thanked Jin for everything he'd done, so she asks what he wants, only for Jin to shake his head and say he doesn't need a thing. The girl steps up and tells him, "I'll introduce you to the king. Prove your mastery of magic and crafting. Jin can't stand it. He wants to dig into the research first, then rush back home. The girl gasped, honestly admitting she had zero idea how she was supposed to file this column. And the guy stared in shock too, because he never thought she'd even have to report it. Until Lithium stepped in and said, "Relax. It's literally part of her job." When Jin heard that, he practically demanded the girl keep her report clean, no mention of him at all, because right now, nobody gets to know he even exists. She isn't sure she can pull off his request, but she shrugs and says they'll find out about him sooner or later anyway. Then the guy just inhales and promises he'll handle it when the moment hits. Lithium finally got what he was asking for. She nods and promises she'll help, thinking showing her gratitude like that should be enough. Then she adds, "If you ever end up at the Citadel, you can stay with me." Jin grins and nods he's ready to sort this mess out and head back to the village. And Lithium wastes no time, offering to practice her very first swing with that brand new sword on the guy. After the taxes from Toko village finally got sent off, everyone in town took off back toward Kina village, because once the golem's attack hit, their numbers swelled with new companions, and still, facing the golem head-on chased every last fear away. He figures it might be the race, but now he can't spot a single attacker, plus the other golem is totally useless, giving him nothing of value. Jin realizes he has to cook up a solution to this problem, because right now, he's got a mountain of other work demanding his attention. Jin trudges back into the village, and before he can even catch his breath, the kids come sprinting over, waving like crazy. Then Hannah barrels in and hugs him tight, beaming because he's finally back. Jin realizes it's a miracle he slipped into the village without any trouble, and now his head is racing with non-stop thoughts. Hannah asks Jean if he's all right because she can tell something's eating at him, and Jean admits he couldn't gather enough materials to fix the golem. He says he had to scavenge the parts from another golem just to get it back into decent shape. Hannah snatched the magic sphere and gushed that it was breathtaking. And then Jin snapped in with the truth: this thing is required for a doll or a golem. Hannah asks if they can use that stone for home inventions, and the guy shuts her down, saying it'd be a crime to waste something that amazing on something this simple. Hannah can't quite pin it down, but it feels like she's seen this exact kind of thing on Death Mountain before. He's convinced every invention from her predecessor is rare and top tier, and he pulls the girl aside, saying he wants to hunt down the materials and asking her to come with him. Hannah agrees. The guy can't stop wondering if the golem will actually ride with them, and Hannah scrambles up onto the servant, stretching out her hand because she's ready to hit the road. He remembers the way she practically froze in fear of Gon the moment he rolled back in with him from that trip. He tells her to slow down a bit since he's the only one who spotted those rocks first, and Jin steps in, saying, "This stone here looks just like granite." Then he uses his surface exploration skill to check it out. He feels it. Something's buried right here. So he barks an order, telling the golem to dig. One snap of the servant's motion, and the rock is unearthed, and the girl just stares in awe, admiring it like it's priceless. Jin's dead sure there's magnetic ore buried here, all tangled up with white mica, and he even stumbled on chocoperite, plus a genuine magic crystal from the earth itself. Hannah presses the guy, asking whether he finally found what he was searching for, and he nods, saying he's uncovered all kinds of different things. Jin snapped his orders to the golem and demanded everything he'd need, because he knew they had to get repaired first and then pushed even further. If every window in the village glints with white mica, the weird power finally clicks, like it's letting light into the whole place. Then, boom, another golem shows up, and Jin slaps a name on it: Jean. Once the job was done, he sprinted back to the Mountain of Death to grab the stuff again, and now he's got to build more carts for the village too. He was still obsessing over how to make it better today. He has to hit the ground running and gather the materials all over again. Out of nowhere, Rock barges in and derails him, yelling that chasing dangerous places is pure carelessness. So Rogue jumped in and tagged along, and Jin explained he was heading to that valley to snatch up materials. Rock clocks how slammed the guy is and asks, dead serious, whether he even gets enough sleep at all. Jin nods along, then the man snaps to it and realizes his lies are way too obvious. Rock tells him to stay on guard, because danger can slam in at any moment. And while Rock gets why he's in that mess, he begs him not to shoulder all of it alone. Jin knows that man's worried about him, but Jin can't calm down until he figures out how to fix this mess. Honestly, time's about to run out, then he'll come roaring back to his village, and he fully expects that guy to keep helping everyone. After all, if I unleash an attack, he doesn't believe it'll play out the same way twice. Jin realizes that if he hadn't turned that water attack into a weapon back then, he would have watched countless lives get wiped out. If that happened, Jin couldn't even picture how his own heart would react, because the man grinned and said that if anything had happened to her, he'd be crushed all the same. Rock says, right then, it's only Jin and Lithium who can take the fight, because this guy knows that if he were standing in their shoes, he'd have no chance of winning. The man swears he's got Maria and Cammy, then tells the other guy that there are reasons to keep breathing, and nobody wants to end their own life. Rock clocks it instantly somehow. Jin always pulls a solution out of thin air, just to keep his own confidence sky high, because the truth is, he's doing things regular people can't even dream of. And yeah, he seems to understand everything. The man demands to know why one of Gon's arms won't move then. Out of nowhere, the Gondam storms up to Jin and blurts that one of his arms is broken, and the fingers start snapping apart before dropping to the ground. The guy says the golem never stopped because it was always buried in brutal work, and Jin can't shake the question. Where's he supposed to find materials this tough now? The man swears he's seen Adam and Tidor somewhere before. The man leans in and swears this is the toughest material on Earth, so if you ever manage to get it, you don't have to pray you won't be able to use it. And even in the capital, it's still so rare that finding it isn't a given. Where's that rare treasure hidden in the mountains of death, close to them by some twist of fate? Rox lights up, says snagging it is a huge win, and pushes them to haul that prize straight back to the village first. Redderton line. You brill for the Ralental than you can dell, but believe deep down that he could break through even metal and prove the world like never before. Jin barely moved before he crumpled to the ground, and Roxas is done. He's completely exhausted, so it's time to finally rest. Rock makes the guy feel like he's back home, so he won't drown under all that responsibility, while Jin has to stop ignoring her health, and she's currently knocked out asleep in her room. Then, out of nowhere, Hannah storms in, leaps onto his bed, and yells hello with pure joy while he cracks open the window to flood the room with sunlight. And when he turns around, Grandma and Hannah are already parked at the table, chatting like old friends. All this time, he cranked out naps and stuffed himself with good food. Now it's go time, and he's clocking back into his job. And, yeah, he's got to fix the transport problem too. The cart won't cut it, so he needs something way sturdier. Now he can forge the frame from blue copper, and Jin is hell-bent on building the entire skeleton out of adamantite. He makes this call because if the inner frame snaps, it's a disaster, so he ties it all together with a quachuk, then bolts on a managed generator, an ether converter, and a controlled heart. His predecessor's knowledge is straight up unreal. She can even map the exact motion patterns of four-legged creatures, and she does it all without a single device. Jin finally realizes he needs to use it more if he wants to actually help people. So Hannah wastes no time and decides to visit Jin. The girl clocked a brand new twist in the situation. He built her a toy horse now. It should be running like a dream, perfectly every single time. The girl swung herself onto the horse. The guy cut in and stopped her mid-move, and Hannah shot him a look so pitiful it practically pleaded. He told her straight up he'd handle her tests first, because he wanted to finish that part before anything else. Hannah wrapped her arms around the horse and thanked the guy, then promised Jin she'd use the toy with care. Right when the guy crouched down and asked what name the girl would give her toy, Hannah declares, "I'm naming my horse Minto." And Jin realizes the program just confirmed Hannah is the new owner of it. The girl leans in and asks, "Is it really just a doll?" The guy smirks and says, "Nah, this thing looks like a golem, and it moves on its own." Jin points out that the handle on the right is the accelerator. If the girl squeezes it, she can move. And if Hannah wants to swing to the side, you've got to steer by controlling the handles in the right direction. If Hannah wants to stop, she'll have to drop that handle. Yeah, it'll feel strange at first, but she'll adjust fast. An hour later, Hannah was already furiously sketching her new toy with Mike and Maine, while Jin couldn't believe how fast she moved. He thinks she should go slower, and she whips her hand behind her with a grin. Watch this. I'm about to show everyone my new toy. Jin lets out a relieved breath, grinning at what he's built. Then he lays it out. Exactly how many toys he'll make so every child gets one. Rook headed out hunting with his friend, then fired off a question. So you're hunting deer again? His buddy grinned and said, Yep, the gene helps me. Suddenly Hannah pops up in front of the men on her shiny new ride rock, freezes and blurts out why she's here. Then leans in like, Wait, what device are you using? Hannah grins and says it's her golem horse named Minto. The girl says the horse looks like a bunch of golems. And Rock instantly groans because he knows Jin's probably cooked up something weird again. He remembers they've got deer meat stashed, and suddenly he's craving that feast like it's already happening. The man presses him for what he's doing right now, and the girl grins and says he's out there making brand new horses. The guy chose to let the lesson run in peace, so he told the rest to stay put and wait for him right there. After all, once he and his friends came back from hunting, they'd all cook together. Back at his forge, Jin was hammering together a brand new invention, and then he struck again, inventing yet another horse. Night had fully swallowed the sky, and the moment his hunger hit hard, he felt his condition crawling back like it never left. He burst out of the forge, hit by a mouth-watering aroma, and there it was. Every villager packed the courtyard, ready to devour the hunted meat, while the men shouted his name and cheered him on. Grandma slid up behind him and announced that everyone had gathered to thank him for all his inventions. Then drunken Barbara stumbled forward, flung herself onto his shoulders, and demanded his take on the whole party. The village head declares, anyone who always gives it their best deserves our support. Grandma slides him a steaming plate and tells him to dig in, because everyone's begging their inventor to finally get some rest. Every villager recognizes him like he's family part of their extended crew. The man's on the hunt again this time. One of them orders a full bypass, steering past the herd and keeping them from ever reaching the village, while the men still can't wrap their heads around how any of it happened. Rock grabs Yan and tells him, stop worrying. He orders everyone to listen up, because they're not hunting anymore. Then they skid into a sharp turn on the brand new horses Jin invented. The guy clocks how effortlessly the man commands the horses, and he figures he could get comfortable with them fast. Rock says he made the controls look dead simple. Rock says that lately, while hunting for a deer route, he spotted herd after herd of deer stampeding away from the mountains. Jin figures this didn't happen for nothing. Rock says the forests are suddenly empty of food, or something out there is hunting them, like wild bears or wolves. Jin even pitches the idea of hitting their villages too, because once those bears and wolves roll into town, it's game over for them. Jan tells them animals barely ever make it to the village, though he once heard it happen just one time. The men order Jan to stay behind and guard the place, and he opens his mouth to protest, but his friends shut him down with a sharp reproach. He came home and grilled his grandmother about mountain wolves, and when she confirmed it might be real, her face said it all. Because if those wolves truly exist, they're bringing big trouble with them, and she swore she even saw them once in a video. They slammed face to face with the pack, and she remembers how terrified she was back then because she was still just a kid. Her father had warned her that the pack was full of wolves. The guy knows this almost never happens. So no, it's not impossible, just insanely rare, and Grandma explains it like clockwork. Because they stay so careful, wild animals only stumble into the village once in a blue moon. The night's already down, and the guy's sprawled in his bed. He knows he has to scramble for more preparations. But tonight he's done, pushing everything off until tomorrow. He drops into sleep, and then boom, those sharp noises rip through the night, jolting every villager awake. Hannah burst into tears on the spot and demanded answers from her grandmother. And the woman tried to soothe her. Then a guy walked in and immediately asked, "Are you two okay?" Hannah clocked the guy and instantly threw herself into his arms. And Jin just stood there, baffled because the whole house was trembling like a coming earthquake. Every resident poured outside and then a massive glow erupted from the side of the mountain, shocking everyone to the bone. They were absolutely certain the mountain was glowing, and Jin couldn't stop wondering what kind of disaster or magic had happened here. Hannah chokes back tears and asks the guy what they do next, and she can tell he's terrified too. She stares at Jin, panicked, and he snaps back that she must retreat and stay inside the village. The guy himself summoned the golems and charged for the mountain. Right as Rock stood beside Hannah, feeling in his gut that nothing good was waiting up there, not knowing what Jin would do, but certain the villagers would have his back, Barbara marched right up to him and yanked at his clothes, then demanded, "So where are you headed in those pajamas?" Jin had to rip into fresh clothes, so he hunted down the villagers for help, then decided to throw together a shelter just in case trouble came. Every single resident nodded in agreement and begged them to be trusted. Hannah was right there too, pulled into the same case. Jin flashed a grin and told all the kids, "Bedtime now." But Hannah wasn't having it. Jin already decided it. Half the village men would ride out with him, while the rest stayed behind to bulk up and train. And then Jin turned to me and ordered a late snack. Just like that, everyone snapped into action and started moving. Jin tells Rock, "Keep going like this and we'll be done with the foundation by dawn." Then the man clocks it and realizes the other guy has to take a break. Rock says he's desperate for some rest because their work shift is almost over. At a moment like this, the golem suddenly becomes his lifesaver because it never, ever stops working. Jin yells at everyone to watch the golem's hands. They're starting to cave in. Then the daily routine kicks in. Everyone has to rest. Jin spells it out, forget fatigue. The golem is actually bleeding magic power, not getting tired. Rock gets it and realizes they're talking about a child. Jin nods and admits it's easier for a guy to understand it that way. He grabbed a little snack, crawled into bed, and swore he'd sleep till noon then. In his dream, glowing eyes burned like a bright outline against a pitch-black world. He shot out of bed screaming, terrified out of his mind, trying to piece together what just happened. Hannah came by and asked how Jin was doing. The guy just shrugged and said everything was fine. Jin demands to know how long he slept, and the girl says it's almost evening. Then Hannah whips toward Jin and begs me not to leave. Jin snaps that the shelter isn't built yet, and he still has work to do. Then the girl drops her gaze, saying that's not what they're even talking about. Hannah tells him that last night, when that ray lit up everything, she stared into his eyes and realized that light could steal Jin away for good. Tears burst in her eyes and she stops mid-sentence. Unable to go on, so the guy steadies her, tells her it's all okay, and swears to Hannah he won't leave her. Not anywhere. He tells her the village feels like his real home, so if he wants to go home, he's got to go through this place first. Then he gently rubs the girl's head and breaks into a laugh. Hannah challenges the guy to swear it's true. He nods and agrees, and then the girl demands a promise right then and there. Rock and Jin rush downstairs. The work is going full throttle. Jin's eyes widen as she realizes it all actually looks incredible. And when everyone shows up, there'll still be plenty of room left. He realizes there's nothing to fear until the golems suddenly rise up and shout that danger is right there. John stormed up to Rock and blurted out that mountain wolves had shown up in the village. Rock snapped, "So they're heading this way." And John shot back, "I wouldn't have screamed like that if they weren't." Jin figures the whole pack is wiped out, so they rushed to the spot only to see this horrifying scene waiting for them. Jin clapped a hand over her mouth in pure horror, and John immediately launched into the explanation. 2 horns, glowing eyes and all. Rock figures out this friend is talking about the mercenaries who ditched the Hisatan job until the next second hits, and mountain wolves burst from the bushes, and Rock instantly realizes they're the only survivors left. With only a handful left on the table, Jenna grabbed them and shoved the contracts straight into the golem's hands. The golems wiped out the wolves in seconds, But one beast slipped through and slammed into the humans. Then Jin tried to unleash a water attack, and the wolf got kicked aside with a force so insane it nearly tore the battlefield apart. Everyone's freaking out, trying to guess who it could possibly be. Then the creature matches Jan's description to the bone. Right then, the mystery creature's eyes go dim, and the doll snaps back to its old look because it's finally found its father. She lights up the moment she sees him, pure happiness flooding her face. The doll lunged into Jin's arms so violently that they slammed into a rock with a tiny blast, and she immediately blurts out a frantic apology for hitting too hard. Jin grabs the doll's attention and thanks it for pulling him out of the wolf. Then he spots just how far it went to track him down. Jin lets out a breath of relief because the reboot actually works, and the girl rushes in, apologizing for being late. Rock barges in and demands to know why that girl is calling Jin Daddy. Right when those guys realized Jin had already become a father, the whole room froze in this painfully awkward silence. The men scrambled to make sense of it, because none of them had ever heard Jin was married. But the guy cut in fast. This isn't the issue at all. They finally shrugged it off, knowing they barely had any strength left to fight the mountain wolves. A brutal beast from the northern mountain. Jin tells the girl that the North Mountain is hiding something with crazy powerful magic, because last day the whole mountain was literally glowing. The doll understood every word and proudly said she used that explosion to take down a monster like the ones the Hecaton hire, and the men were stunned because she destroyed it all by herself, right from the start of their conversation. Jan just can't get what everyone's saying, while the man pushes the idea that it's time to head to the elder's house and grill them about the mountain wolves and Jin's daughter. And the guy nods along. They all piled into the elder's house, and then it hit them. This doll wasn't just a toy at all. Jin had built it as an automaton. The headman knows the mountain wolves are wiped out, and Lagotenheiner is gone too. Thanks to that girl, while Jan swears she's even out there hunting deer. Barbara leans down and gently strokes the girl's ears, telling her she must have struggled to find her father. Then she asks for the girl's name, and the girl just says he doesn't have one. The men exploded with frustration, and Barbara tore into the guy for not even being able to name his own little daughter. The doll started pouring out her story how, when she was shattered, her father fixed her with pure love, and now she'll answer to any name they give her. Jean tried to bolt for freedom, but Rock and Barbara slammed into his path right away. They pushed the guy to give the girl a proper name, and he even nodded like he'd do it. But naming stuff clearly isn't his talent. Then the doll snapped her head toward him and blurted that she'd been trying to tell him something earlier. She yanks open her backpack and reveals a device built to set up the simplest teleport gate, then shouts at him to use it right now and get back to the lab. Jin grins because they finally have the device in hand, and the girl nods, saying, "Great, now we can head right back to the lab." Jin first picks where to slam these gates into place, because if things spiral into chaos, the villagers can bust through and escape, so he decides to install it in a sturdy, built shelter. Guys, I'm basically done, nothing left to clear. There's a shelter tucked way in the far corner, and Jin didn't even get a word out before the doll had already shoved everything away. The guys have already slammed the teleportation gate into place, and Jin realizes only he and the doll, the gong, and him alone can step through. The doll blurts that they can't go home right now, and Jin answers with a tight promise. He swears he can't leave this place. Jin tells the doll straight up if anything happens, and he needs tools, he'll have to hunt them down himself. And the scariest part? There's barely anything to eat there, so the guys don't stay long. Jin barrels back to his grandmother's place, with Hannah in tow, and the girl sprints straight into his arms. Then Hannah spots her, and the doll, now fully introduced, reveals she's Jean's daughter. The doll snapped out that she'd come to drag her father back, and Hannah's brows knit tight. She told Dom, "Gin's not going anywhere, not after he promised me." The doll told Jin he'd have to head home and grab the tools he needs, but she couldn't help thinking it'd be way better if he just went back home, instead of sticking around this village doing all this messy, pointless junk. The girls erupted in an argument, each one insisting she deserved the best spot for Jin. And Hana didn't even expect the doll to say sorry. She was sure that girl was trying to steal Jin, all for herself. The doll swore she was telling the truth, but Jin couldn't talk her down no matter what, so he begged Hana to listen, and she just sat on her toy and drove off, then turned around and labeled Jin a liar. The doll couldn't stand Hana. She thought she was rude. Then Gin drops a bombshell, saying it's because of Hana that he's still alive in this village, and the doll's convinced she's the one who saved her father. He also spills that Hana barely talks to anyone. She keeps her heart locked on her grandmother, and he says he just wants to be grateful to her, while the doll cuts in to ask if he's doing all of this purely for gratitude. Jean swore it started like that, but everything changed. Hana and every single villager welcomed him with open arms, and just like that, he was no longer an outsider. He was family. Jin whips his head toward the doll and says that when someone from his family is gone for good, the heart aches with fear and sadness. Then he leans in, begging the doll to truly understand. The doll can still feel the moment she lost her mother, and Jing steps in to say he's lived the same heartbreak he lost his parents too, and when his friends got adopted, he got left behind, drowning in loneliness. He remembers how he grew up wild, sneaky, and constantly up to something behind closed doors, and the instant the teachers gave him his name, it burned into his heart forever. Jin's about to unveil the dollar's name. He swears the Ray sound is woven into it, just like his own, and both are pulled from the 5 Confucian virtues, and that's how the doll ends up being named Rocco. The girl clocks it both names are pulled from the same source. Then the guy breaks it down. His daughter's name means respect for other people and great manners, and he wants her intentions to stay spotless. Jean decides he's got to meet Hannah's grandmother, then stares deep into the forest, like he's trying to measure the distance Hannah rode those things, only for Grandma to explain she comes back almost right away, and Jean grimly admits Minto isn't flawless, so it can't handle long stretches. Hannah's friends and the whole village jumped into the search meanwhile. The guy's rage was boiling because he couldn't find Hannah, and then, boom, Gina stepped in, distracted Reiko, and snapped that something in her needed fixing. Jin snaps that he doesn't have time for this right now, and Reiko suddenly remembers the search function that's supposed to be fixed. Reiko snaps that her search function is broken because if she'd known where her father was, she never would have burned so much time. Jin grinned at the thought now they could finally use the search function to track the horse down, because he desperately needed magic crystals. The doll even showed up with some, ready to trade them for whatever they could get. He couldn't stop smiling about it and practically shouted that Rico was the best. He's about to start right now. He has to swap something inside the doll, so we'll shut everything down for a bit because this guy practically lives in surgery. Arbor clocks that the guy is hanging back, then he shoots over an apology and says he's almost finished. He presses a grave request on the girl. Don't ask him a single question. Barbara swallows hard, apologizes, and stares at him with real worry. Barbara spun toward her grandmother and blurted that Jean was freaking her out. So Masha snapped that she should stay out of the guy's way, and right then the thought of her husband hit her like a flashback, nails pounding into a board as his eyes burned with an idea. Grandma swears he's doing every single thing he can to track what he's searching for, and he's even finished repairing the function. Now the new spell gets sealed into the doll, and it's primed to strike the moment it's unleashed. She bursts into action, hunting for magical power right in the area around her. After a bit, the girl blurts, "I found it," and the doll instantly pings back with power that matches her father's magic, signals back from the child too, and even spots that a bear is lurking nearby. Barbara leans in and asks, "So you found what's in there, huh?" Jin tells Reiko, "Go on, move ahead." The doll bolted ahead at breakneck speed then. Just moments later, she caught up to a girl and her horse, both sitting right in the bear's path, fully primed for the attack. Hannah's eyes brimmed with tears, and pure fear swallowed her whole. At this very moment, Reiko explodes forward and slams the bear's head with everything she's got. The beast crumpled under the pressure, and the girl finally walked away safe. Hannah demands to know why that girl showed up, and Reiko spills that she came to reveal what Hana's father is really like. But even after Hana slammed him as a liar, she went and caused him trouble anyway. Hana glares at Reiko, seething, and blurts that Jin is incredibly strong, with parents too, and Hana walks away convinced the girl has everything she doesn't. Reiko finally cracks the truth her father isn't leaving at all, and tells Hana he's only heading back to grab his stuff, then vanishing back to the village. And when Hana demands why he won't just come home, Reiko hits her with the real reason. It's all about keeping your promise. Jin's gotta have a real reason to stop Hana can't forget her family. And Gina's in there too. By the time Reiko finally snapped back to herself, she realized her father had already vanished. She'd barely gotten any time with him. Unlike Hana. Still smiling, she leans in and tells Hana, "All right, on our way to the village. Tell me everything about your dad." The girls swept back into the village, and right away, Hana, listening to every harsh curse her grandmother spat out, hurried to beg for forgiveness. Masa bowed and apologized to the guys and the villagers, and I jumped in, thanking them for the search. Everyone's jaw drops when Reiko snatches the girl to safety. Then Reiko smirks and says, "That's your name, and I'm Daddy's automaton." Jin finally spilled who Reiko is. Every golem treats her like their own sister, so after a brutal day, Jin crashed into the hot springs for a deep soak, and for once, everything felt back to normal. Reiko and Hana seemed to click then, bam. Lithium rockets into the bathroom, yelling that there's zero time to rest now. She leans in and tells him the truth. Someone pinned the last golem attack on him, and he's the one they blamed. Now the soldiers are marching out, and Count Walter is stepping in ready to guard the peace of this country. The girl crumpled to her knees and wailed that she was so sorry. One of Toka's soldiers had spread rumors, and she couldn't brush off what the golem did. Jin soothed the girl and snapped, "Lithium isn't guilty for any of this," then admitted he'd totally forgotten to fix Gon's look. Jean's friend warned her that Count Walter, the feudal lord, was nothing but trouble coming to their town, and the girl snapped back that it's not how an account is handled, to just sit there and swallow other people's talk. An army is stomping through the forest. He said they still got a little time before the Count's warriors close in, so Jin better vanish or duck into hiding for now. Jin swore he wouldn't do it, and if he bolted, everyone would get even more suspicious, turning his life into a non-stop military game of hide-and-seek. Jin told everyone he's staying in the village, swore he'll fulfill the promise he asked to keep, and admitted there's a whole storm of things he can't wait to create. Wifia nodded like she finally got him, then urged they go talk Count Walter. Yet right after that, he whispered a backup plan: hide the golems just in case. Jin's friends insisted everything was fine. They know he's no criminal, and now it was their turn to guard him. So there was absolutely nothing to fear. Reiko clenched her fist and swore that if the warriors ever dared touch her daddy, she'd wipe out the entire country. All her friends snapped in disbelief, and Lifia immediately shook her head, saying it wasn't good for a girl to lay eyes on something like that. A steel-clad army of armed knights stormed toward Toka's village borders, and the commander on horseback barked orders to tighten up, while villagers rushed out into the open right in front of the troops. The elder stepped in and demanded, since this was Count Walter, what on earth was he doing here today? The count froze, then asked the man straight up if he was Elder Hiphack. The count stared at Jin and told him he'd heard the mastermind behind the golem's attack on the kingdom was hiding here and that everyone knew the name. Jin Nido. The elder broke into a smile and told them, "Yes, Jin Nido lives in our village," but then shook his head hard, because the Jin he knew was a gentle young man, not the one they were hunting. The count stared at the elder and said he finally got it, then demanded they bring Jin here, only for the elder to repeat again that Jin wasn't the one they needed. That enraged Count Walter so much he snapped, grabbed his sword and pressed the blade to the elder's neck. Seething, the villagers froze in terror, screaming like crazy, until Lithia burst out and shouted at Count Walter to stop, because the old man was finally telling the truth. Jin Nido had already stopped the golems and remade them. But the count snapped with rage, screaming that Farhate's daughter couldn't have done anything about it. Only a crook could pull this off. Doesn't matter if Jin's a saint or a monster, the king and the laws don't bend at all. Then the count screamed that the king himself had ordered him to seize Jin. So of course his command wasn't up for debate, and with that, he swung his sword. Lithia snapped that a nobleman shouldn't even say stuff like that. Then she fired back. Is it right to point your sword at civilians? The girl yanked her blade up and nearly lunged straight at the count. Jane warned her friend that if Lithium went along with this, everything would spiral out of control, and he knew full well the count wasn't the type you could talk into anything. Jin stepped up and shouted, "It's me, Jin!" Then begged the count to put that sword away. The count lit up with delight, praising Jin's gallant move and claiming everything was already settled. Then he snapped his fingers and ordered the soldiers to seize him, and the guards threw Jin into cuffs. Their friends shouted for the crowd to hear this. Jin isn't a criminal. He saved them from the village. And ever since he helped, their home started thriving. So it feels downright cruel to drag him away. The girl bolted ahead and screamed, "Let my brother go, then we're out of here." But the residents dig in their heels. They refuse to move and they'll never let Jin get dragged away. Count Walter's fury flared as he stared down the girl from his horse then. In the next heartbeat, he hurled his spear straight at her. The count barely dodged as the spear flashed past and the horse twisted out of the strike. Rage surged through Jin's chest as he gripped a shard of his spear and roared that the count had crossed a line he never should then. The guy yanked the handcuffs off. Jin snapped that if Lethia and the villagers hadn't been hurt, he would have walked out with the soldiers. No fight, no resistance. And then the guy shouted it straight at Rocco. A cold automaton slammed into place before the count, snapped a spear in the woman's hands, and roared that she'd tear him down. Reiko slammed into the soldiers next, and they crumpled to the ground, unconscious while the count stared in pure shock as the machine kept mowing down his men. The girl tore through the count's soldiers until they dropped to the ground, stunned and blabbering. Reiko whirled on the count and declared, "Now I'm all you've got." And the count exploded back with the exact words she'd been saying. He blared at the soldiers, yelling, "Is anyone here? Anyone who can fight?" But every last one of them lay crumpled on the ground, still and unmoving. The count snapped at Lithia, demanding why she was standing aside. Since she was on night training, she was expected to drop everything and jump straight into her duties. Lithia told the count he was right about her duties, because even while she studied she was still a knight, weak as she felt, but not any less noble. Then she yanked her sword free and shouted she wouldn't obey, since the count was literally aiming his blade at anyone who dared disagree with him. The count erupted in fury the moment the girl said he wasn't the nobleman she planned to follow. Then he roared that she dared to defy her lord. Jin stared at the count and told him to back off, saying he wouldn't tolerate being treated like a criminal. The count snapped at Jin not to argue, and he vowed not to let him slip away that easily. Suddenly, Jin snapped into action and unleashed his digging technique. The moment the count's horse landed, the ground buckled beneath it, cracking open into a brutal pit that swallowed the count and dropped him straight down. Reiko told Jin, "Just like we expected," and Jin nodded and said, "I'm used to digging ore. Are you all okay?" While the count kept losing his mind and screaming, Reiko insisted the soldiers were fine, and Lithia let out a breath of pure relief. The count barked at Lithia again, warning her he'd run straight to the capital and spill everything to her family. Now the whole village had to brace and prepare. Lithia told him, "I know everything, so I'll stand with the count." Then added that Kana's village and the Raglan Confederation would show up for the testimony too, and this time they'd prove Jin's innocence for real. Jin thanked the girl, but Lethia snapped that it wasn't kindness, it was frustration, because she couldn't make up her mind fast enough, and that's why everything spiraled this far. And Jen told the girl, "Don't worry, it's fine." But everyone knew the real apology had to come from him, because Lithio got hit in the heart by his words. And when Jen said he was fully depending on her to fix this mix-up, the tears finally spilled. Hannah barreled up to Jean and latched onto him in a tight hug, insisting she couldn't stand the thought of him leaving. Then Jin apologized, admitting he felt like a complete stranger in this country. Hannah blurted that she'd go with him. But Jin shot back, asking if she was truly ready to leave Martha behind. Jin leaned in and told Hannah, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Then he scanned his friends and promised, "I've learned a ton here, and I'll handle whatever comes." The second the day finally arrives when he's allowed back to this country, they lock eyes again, and the world goes quiet. When Reiko asked if it'd be smarter for them to send him gone first, Jin triggered the magical movement mechanism and agreed, saying they'd be the last ones out. The moment Jin told Reiko to smash the entrance, the magic device flared to life, and the machine blurted out, asking what it needed to hide the secret room's location. Jin swore Hannah's intuition was sharp enough, and with Minto guiding her, the girl could absolutely track down this room. Rocco nodded like, "Yeah, that's even more likely." Jin said Roland would probably come begging to sell him this room. And then she couldn't help worrying about Eric and Barbara. Were they doing okay? Jin told Erica she probably couldn't fix that mechanical horse or handle the others, and warned that the furnace might cause even more trouble. Jin demanded to know if he really had to smash the entrance. Rage surged through the guy's head like a storm, and he screamed at Reiko to wipe him out. The automaton snatched the spear and slammed the stone wall so hard it burst into the room. After what felt like forever, the squad finally stormed into the Klein Kingdom's capital, then got whisked straight into a royal reception inside the royal hall. Rage seared through the king as he stormed up to the count, bellowing that he'd been a fool letting the people live under criminal treatment. Count Walter and Lily dropped to their knees before the king, shaking with terror. And when the count tried to speak up, the king snapped that all he wanted was for them to come to him, then went ballistic at the count for turning it into a full-blown misunderstanding. The king said he was relieved every soldier was unhurt, because if even one had been injured, that man would have been branded a real criminal. Now he can't even beg Jin to serve the kingdom anymore. The count and Lithia stare in shock, as the king declares he doesn't mind putting Jin's talents to use and warns them not to act surprised when they see exactly what he can do. Lydia told the court that Lord Fairhade and Janito had become friends, and that truth snapped the count's temper in half. Then the king leaned forward and demanded to know if she could bring Jin to him. Latius snapped that Jin never told her or the villagers of Kina where he was going, and she had zero clue where he was right now. The king told her that the next time she ran into Jin, she should deliver the message. The king wants him serving the kingdom, and he'll hand him the title, Royal Master of Magic Crafting. Lithia immediately asked, "So does that mean Jin becomes an aristocrat?" She yelled for the king to trust her. She promised to deliver every word exactly as he said it. Then the king grinned and told her, straight up, that's exactly what he was counting on. The king said he was ready to let what happened in Kina village slide, even after the elders treated the count like that. And sure, they couldn't bring him the info this time, but next time she spots a talented person, she'd better send him a full report. Left alone with the king and the count, the man snapped in fury, demanding to know why Walter had made that blunder and insisting he didn't even get the royal order. The count snapped that the golems suddenly crashing onto them were wrecking their country, and they better get them under control. That admitted he'd acted without a shred of proof, a call he'd made purely out of arrogance. Even so, he's not convinced Jin's cleared of every suspicion because the count swears the girl beside him isn't just a girl. She's stronger than any golem, like Jin Nito, and whoever she truly is, she obeys both of them like she's no human at all. The king snapped that Jin was either a criminal or a complete fool. Truth didn't matter. Then he smirked and told the count to stop staring, because compared to the big gains Jin's bringing, those little things like the pump and the oven would upgrade everyday life for everyone in the kingdom. The king basically said, "All I need is Jin's power, give it to him under an aristocrat title, and this victory is ours." But the real question burned in the air. Would Jin ever agree? Lithia stormed back to the village and dropped the news. Then her friends demanded that everyone's suspicions about Jin be wiped clean, and Lithia nodded, pushing the next question. Where had Jin vanished to? Lithia burst into the workshop yelling at the top of her lungs to make sure Hannah was okay. Lithia watched the girl freeze in shock, then blurt out that everything was fine, that she'd just fallen asleep here while searching for something. Lithia realized the girl was fine because Hannah was busy worrying about Gina. But the twist hit her. Hannah wasn't the one anxious. Lithia was. Hannah insisted Jean would return someday. Those half-built inventions and piles of unused materials were all right here, and she just couldn't patch a single thing on her own. Hannah hugged the horse toy and blurted out that her brother still hadn't finished a mountain of things. And he leaned in, promised he'd find her again no matter what. Jin stormed back into his lab, but his smile died instantly because the other guy kept praising his return, while Jin realized there was literally nothing to work with. Jin and Rako leaned over the balcony view of the island, and she insisted the lab had been sitting there for thousands of years. Jin just stared, totally clueless that this lab was on the island at all. Jin demanded there wasn't a single soul on the island at all, and Reiko shrugged back that he was the only one here. Then Jin said they should head for Kana village, but Reiko snapped that they couldn't return yet, so Jin told her to stop reading his mind. Reiko marched up to the robot and snapped, "Why waste focus on people when you've got a whole army of golems?" Jin's eyes lit up as he remembered the busted golems in the lab. Then he waved Reiko over to go check them out. The comrades stormed the warehouse, and Jin snapped that this place was choking on even more dust than last time. Rako then said nobody had stepped foot in that lab for 5 whole months ever since she went hunting for Jin. The comrades reached the shattered golem, and Jin snapped that a research lab this massive shouldn't feel so empty there, had to be more people around before. Riko shot back that only her mom ever used this place. Jin leaned in to inspect Begalum, shot the master a question. Did she do it herself? And was she truly okay living here? Reiko shrugged and said she had no clue, but Mom lived on her own just fine. Jin craned his neck at the massive ceiling and couldn't stop wondering what Andriana Barbara Gigi was thinking when she built this place for one person, then declared he had every right to leave, and Reiko nodded right along. Jin got sent to work on the plan and felt the secrecy finally crack open, because they decided to move forward and actually put into action the unfinished breakthroughs left behind by the previous master. Jin scanned the supplies and realized the food and provisions from Kina were dwindling fast, so the plan to push into nearby territories suddenly felt urgent, because he could finally make the village self-sufficient. Jin crouched over the golems, staring them down and realizing, if his plan was going to run on real magic, he had to get these things fixed first. Jin still remembered Reiko circling those brand new golems, eyeing every detail, then slapping names on them one by one. He insisted they weren't idols. They were maids. But once the fight was over, he just swallowed it and told them to do whatever they wanted. Reiko marched up to the workbench and demanded to know what Jin was building. And Jin admitted he was crafting a golem to scout the island from the sky, so the girl gasped and pushed. Wait, how? Jin talked about forging a golem, saying that from up high you can spot every geographical detail, and if they wanted to roam the island, they'd need a map, so he crafted it with light silver for both the outer shell and the inner mechanisms. Jin told them he'd coded the autopilot and figured out how to jam images into the magic crystal. File. The comrades crested the hill and Reiko roared as he hurled the aircraft into the sky, while Jin couldn't stop wondering if the whole thing ran on Reiko's power. The device roared into the sky over the island, already plotting a future for Earth, and his comrades watched him go while Jin grinned, saying he'd built airplanes before, but he was still relieved it finally took off, and Reiko practically burst with joy, thrilled that the thing was flying. The plane touched down, and Reiko bolted right up to him. Jin told everyone that a model airplane is supposed to soar only after you launch it, but he wanted it to lift off and fly on its own, powered by Reiko. When Jin yelled that the device could only glide now, Reiko shot in, grabbed the plane, and lifted it like it weighed nothing. The propeller for it. Suddenly, one of the maids came sprinting in, and Reiko demanded to know what happened. Then the golem blurted that she'd been sent about the food for the master. Golem PR shoved Jin into the room, and the guy immediately demanded to know what they'd uncovered, then asked if it was even edible. Gollum said they spotted stuff that looked like fruits and nuts, brought the guy in to see the harvest, and pushed the question again. So, is it edible? Jin snatched up the fruits and declared they were oranges, peaches, and apples. Always safe yet. Reiko stared at them like they were suspicious, so Jin pressed, "Oranges and peaches, right?" And Reiko admitted she'd never seen anything like it before. Jin stared at the fruit, fear snapping through him, realizing he almost forgot he was trapped in another world. Because even if they look the same, it doesn't mean they're the same fruit. The maid snapped that they were golems, so they didn't need that food at all. While Reiko grinned and said even if they chowed down, they'd never know if the fruit was poisonous, because it wouldn't do a thing to them. Jin snapped a fruit in half, shrugged that it was 50-50, told himself to go for it, and then took a bite. Reiko panicked for the master and shrieked, but Jin grinned and said it was delicious and orange. Then Reiko demanded if everything was okay, and Jin swore it tasted absolutely amazing. The guy burst into laughter and said the real question was how he'd feel for the next few hours, so Reiko snapped at the master to stop toying with his body. The maid burst in with a book, swore she'd torn through the archive and uncovered a plant reference, and Jin immediately went, "Why isn't something like this already here?" Then, boom, they finally cracked the food problem. After a while, the plan kept rolling, and Jin couldn't stop thinking about how they stripped the lab walls clean with willow branches until the whole room finally started looking spotless. Jim dove into the workshop, and while he worked, he cranked up a full-on golem production line until the laboratory finally started to look like it belonged to someone running a real operation. Jin stomped down the corridor, wondering why the golems kept multiplying day after day, and it hit him hard that the last master was thinking about the same thing. Since she was trapped on this island all by herself, Jin scanned the place and felt the building was pure nightmare gloomy halls, twisted rooms, and not a single clear path. So you'd need a map just to move, and she certainly wasn't doing any of it alone, especially with her research and experiments driving her forward. The comrade stepped onto the balcony, and Jin snapped that he'd come to this island so nobody could exploit him as a master of magic, crafting. Then he insisted it was a brilliant move to dive into research in that lab, no matter what anyone else thought. Jin stared at the island and suddenly asked himself if he even wanted to hang with other people, learn here with them, and build even more amazing things together. Reiko fired back, asking why the master thought that way. Then Jin smiled and said, "It's unbelievably beautiful here, T. The mountains and a sky packed with stars, and you can see so much from right here." Jin said, "If I'd built this place, I'd have put it somewhere way more convenient," meaning it wasn't made for today. It was made for someone who'll walk in here someday, and he really hopes that someday person thinks the same way he does. Jin believed the one who arrived would be spotless in mind, crave beauty around them, and share the same burning ideals. Reiko leaned in and demanded to know what it was like from the master. Jin stared at it and blurted that it looked exactly like the island of Hore, home to the immortals. Then Reiko shrugged, saying it was fine, as long as the immortals were. The girl declared that for her, her mom and dad are basically godlike, while everyone else calls the magic makers those masters wise men. The girl snapped that Korai Island was right here and not just for anyone, because it had been calling to her for her dad. The girl spun around, sprinted into the lab, and yelled that she'd tell everyone her island finally had a name. Jin lunged to stop the girl, but then it hit him. He and the master were just ordinary people. Then it hit me. He wasn't just lying to everyone. He was lying to himself. After a while, Jin snapped with pure rage, shouting that he was sick of it already because he only ever got fruits for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Reiko's fear hit hard as he blurted to the master, "Please don't say I'm sick of something." Then Jin admitted he was worn out of eating fruit every single day. Too sweet, too crunchy, and Reiko finally snapped it into place. That guy wasn't complaining, he was hunting for a special dish. Jin flashed back to Martha's cooking and blurted that he'd love to dig into her roast, especially that roast venison, then added, "And I want rice right now." Reiko leaned in and told the guy he could try something New nurse spider, and Jen shot back. Even if it's edible, I'm not touching it. Then demanded to know if those spiders even eat air. A maid burst in and read straight from the handbook. Earth spiders suck up ether, so yeah, it's basically feeding on air. And then she jabbed at the gallum like, I can plow the land for you, before adding, but I've got no seeds, and I can't make it work. Jin told everyone they lived near the ocean, so they'd score fresh fish and salt, but he still had his eyes on more, which meant he had to go out and buy everything they needed. The maid insisted they should head to the blend. The directory bragged about the real heart of trade, and Jin then snapped to Aqua that this whole clue is 1,000 years old. Reiko told me she'd been in Blue Land before she even started hunting for Jin. And sure, she doubts it's the same place from 1,000 years ago. But hey, it's still amazing. With tons of stalls lining the streets, Jin said they'd head there right away, then yelled at Reiko to get ready while the guy turned to the other golems and ordered them to keep exploring the island. The companions marched up to the magic teleporter, and Jin grinned and said, "This is our first real trip, doesn't count Kina and everything around it." Reiko lit up with a grin and said, "If I'm with Dad, then every trip feels like pure joy." Jin pressed his hand to the magic sphere, punched in the teleport coordinates, and the moment O shouted the order, the teleport gate snapped to life, and the whole room blazed with light. Later, down on the Blueland shopping street, a mystery man snapped his head to a screaming girl and asked, "Rough day?" She blew up at him to shut his mouth, slammed her things on the table, and declared, "They look amazing. Today, she's going to sell everything for sure time to cash in." The girl burst out screaming as the inventions from the finest magic master in their Blue Land were laid right on her table. As the comrades marched past, the girl suddenly yelled, "Wait! Why don't you buy something? Take a look at my inventions and get them for my little sister." The girl dangled the jewelry and swore it was a bracelet that turns into a magic lamp when it gets dark clicks on, with a glow, and honestly, it was the cutest new twist ever. Jen snatched the jewelry and demanded, "Is there not enough light in this?" And when Reiko backed him up, the girl snapped back, furious, screaming that it was brutal to pull off anything with something this tiny, and that they should have known that. Jin spun the jewelry in his hands, called it tasteless, and then right by accident something snapped with a loud crunch, leaving the girl staring at him in stunned shock. The girl shrieked, snapped at the guy, and demanded to know what he'd just said. Jin panicked, tried to apologize, then blurted out that he didn't mean it. But the girl cut him off and yelled back, pressing him for what he was really trying to say. Rako told me, "Don't get so worked up. If you look closer, it's actually cute, and it's surprisingly well made for an amateur." Rage burned in her, and she snapped that she wasn't some amateur she was studying under the famed Professor Gludia Hampton. Reiko blurted out a question, and Jin snapped his hand over her mouth, warning her not to say the very first thing that popped into her head. She screamed that she'd never forgive them for calling her an amateur, yanked her wand into her grip, then swung hard at her comrades and demanded they apologize right now. The girl pressed her wand to her companions, but Reiko lunged in, snatched it, and crunched it in her grip, leaving the wand collapsing under her fingers. The girl went wide-eyed and demanded how she managed that paralyzing rod. Reiko stared the girl down, growled what she planned to do with her wand and who she was aiming for, and the girl shrieked in pure terror. The girl collapsed on the ground, choking on tears, and begged her parents to forgive her, because they pinned their hopes on her to become a master of magic crafting. She'd been worn down working to pay for her education, and then she fell ill and died. When the girl said the two foreign guys were mocking her, the whole crowd surged around their table. The crowd buzzed with rumors that a piece of the product was broken, some mystery guy had pulled the stunt, and the girl was sobbing like her world just shattered. Out of the crowd, a merchant stormed forward and barked at Jin, warning that if they wanted trouble, they should take it somewhere else. And as the shouting died down, Reiko hurried to apologize to him. Jin strode up to the girl, dropped to an apology, and offered to stand back so they could hammer out compensation for the damaged goods including that paralyzing rod. The girl nodded, and they slipped into the alley. Jin scrambled to apologize again, and she shot back that she was sorry too for raising that dangerous thing at them. The girl said that one was insanely valuable, but Jin swore he'd make it right then, admitted he had no money, and offered to fix the wand instead. The girl snapped that you can't just grab something broken and fix it. She even had to buy it since she couldn't make it herself. Then, out of nowhere, Jin yanked a rod wrapped in a ribbon. Jin said the wand was carved from wood, so he couldn't shove it back into its old shape, but he cranked up its electrical conductivity, cut down the mana cost, and tweaked the magic formula to make it hit harder. The comrades began to walk away, and Jin blurted out, "I'm sorry again," but the girl snapped, "Wait!" She demanded to know if he was a master of magic crafting. And Jin nodded, making the girl finally get why he'd been calling her food so tasteless. The girl yelled that they could rake in extra money together, but Reiko snapped that they didn't need it. Then Jin got dragged away from the girls because the saleswoman was screaming for his help, and the guy shot back that he'd come for seeds and food. The girl blared, "I'll take you to my store, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Because she needed the money no matter what. So, as a master of magic crafting, she swallowed every humiliating hit and kept going. She dropped onto the ground and told everyone it was for her parents, then erupted into a furious confession that it was also for her pride, her life, her luxury, and her fame. Reiko snarled that it was disgusting, and all she could see was the love of profit. Meanwhile, Jin nodded and told her he'd share a few tips, 8 of them, if she took him to the store. She introduced herself as Bina and snapped, "Deal." And then Jin and Reiko traded names too. Bina marched her friends into the building, and Jin leaned in, asking if this was truly her store. She grinned and swore everything inside was top-notch, even though she didn't have much money to her name. Jin stared at the shelves of tools, as Reiko bragged that this place was way better than Kina. "At least you'd find real equipment here." So Jin snapped at me not to repeat that. Bina demanded to know what they were talking about, but Jin cut her off and fired back, asking how she planned to make extra money. So she snapped that it was all easy, and they just needed to go do something great. The girl told Jin, "If you give me a few tips, I'll level up my finished work and I'll start pulling in more money too, deal?" Jin snatched the product off the table and told her he'd already seen her work, and everything was still unfinished, since the lamps barely threw any light. She was too obsessed with how it looked, and the technical parts were a mess. The guy flipped the product on and bragged that she'd forged a damage-proof barrier. But the magic stone's power still wasn't strong enough to fully hold, so Jean grabbed a hammer and smashed the barrier to test it. Bina admitted she could have used a bigger magical stone, but even if it worked, nobody would have paid for it after that brutal price tag. Jin pulled out a magic tablet and snapped that this wasn't the real problem. No, the real issue was the way she wrote the magic formula, because that mistake drained away half her power, making her products technically weak. Bina started scribbling every guy's advice, but Jin cut in and said there was an even bigger problem hiding underneath it all: the real purpose of using it. And what made the product special? Jin explained that a lamp can light up both indoors and out, shining right at what you're aiming for, and that depending on the character, you'll need different light strength, which means the mana it costs can change too. Bina jotted down the tips, and Jin hit the nail on the head. Figure out who your product is for, what it's meant to solve, and which key properties you absolutely need to pack into it. Bina blurted that none of it made sense, and her comrades went pale with shock. Then she yelled that Professor Hampton never taught her any of this. Reiko snapped, "Who is that again?" While Jin forced himself to breathe slow and steady, trying to calm down. Jin barked for a full, step-by-step rundown of every magic formula trait and how to level them up, while Bino scribbled like crazy in his notebook. But the girl started snapping because there was simply too much to remember. Jin told her it was only a tiny piece, then pushed her to start applying it and reread the notes more often. But Bina stopped him cold, saying the night was dragging on and she had to step out to feed her brother and sister. Bina asked Jin to sit down and join their humble meal, even though she swore she couldn't whip up anything grand. So Jin nodded, remembering that massive mountain of fruits, and agreed on the spot. After a while, the comrades finally showed up at the house, and Bina burst in yelling, "I'm back!" Two kids ran up to her, started petting Rand and Nana's hair, and demanded, "Who's with you?" Bina grinned and said, "It's Jin and Reiko friends who will be working with me." The kids plopped down beside him on the floor and started getting comfortable, but Jin studied them and froze red spots crawled across their skin and their gums were bleeding. Jin figured it had to be scurvy. Then Venus snapped, "I know what's wrong with you." And everything exploded into chaos. He admitted he wasn't an expert, but it reeked of a disease he knew all too well. Bina nodded and agreed it was real, then begged to take them to a healer, only to realize she had zero money, so she went to whip up something nourishing for them. But the girl promised she'd earn money, and the healer would fix them. Then she dashed off to cook dinner. Jin told her to grab more, and the machine practically purred, thrilled that after everything that went down, Jin really liked fruits. Then Jin glanced at the kids and said, "Don't worry, I'm not the only one who's going to eat these." Reiko burst out of the room yelling that she'd grab more fruit, and Bina spun around asking where she'd gone, while Jin insisted dinner would be ready any minute. Jin said he'd asked her to do it, but rage boiled in her and she snapped back that it was already dark. No matter how strong Reiko was, it was too dangerous for a girl to walk alone. Jin shrugged it off and said, "It's fine, Reiko's a robot." Dinner time hit, and Jin practically beamed. Venus teased him for hyping the vegetable soup too much. But Jin swore he hadn't tasted a hot meal in forever. Jin stared at the veggies and demanded why they didn't just eat them raw, but Venus snapped back that it was impossible. The quality was so awful they only survived by boiling everything first. Jin thought he'd finally nailed the scurvy rule: how veggie soup can't deliver enough vitamin C, and fruits are the real lifesaver. Then Reiko burst into the doorway, and his relief hit instantly because she was back. She plopped a giant mountain of fruit onto the dining table, and even though Reiko insisted she hadn't brought too much, Jin couldn't shake the feeling they definitely weren't going to finish it. Bina and the kids froze in shock, and the girl blurted, "What is that?" Jin calmly said it was fruit, but the girl screamed, stunned, "No way! It's a peach!" The kids snatched the fruit, and Bina blared, "If you've got no money, then sell peaches, because this is royal fruit, an elite delicacy that even the nobles can't wolf down in huge amounts." Jin stared at the fruit, in shock so valuable it almost made his jaw drop, and said they should all chow down on it together, because even if they sold it, they'd still never scrape together enough money for a doctor. Reiko chopped the fruit into bright slices, and the kids dove in gasping that it tasted light, sweet, and totally delicious. Bina screamed with joy that she'd spotted more apples and oranges, then urged her friends to taste them too. Ian nodded and grabbed a piece, and the kids erupted in happy cheers when it turned out delicious. But Bina immediately snapped that Jin wasn't getting away with taking it all. After a while, Bina snapped into action, drilled Jin's tips into her training, and tried cooking up a brand new product with the shaping technique only for the magical material to finally form, and then collapse for good. The girl blurted that it was exhausting. Then the guy snapped at her to breathe, lock in on accuracy, and stop freaking out, because if she wasn't spot on, she wouldn't sell a single thing. Jin asked what she wanted to make, and Bina admitted she didn't know what everyone needs or wants, though ask her what she wants, and she'd snap back an answer fast yet. The guy warned that it's a terrible move to create what you think you need. Bina lit up and tossed out wild examples like a purse that would dump her endless money or a staff that could heal anything. Then Jin snapped her back to focus on what she can actually do, and Bina blurted that she was only joking. The girl snatched the apples and told him, "First things first, you got to invent a tool that can do something with these. After 3 days, that food is doomed to spoil and turn inedible." Jen said it's smart to save it now. Dina started piecing it together. If they dried the fruit or packed it in salt, it would actually stay preserved, and smoking the rest felt like the perfect backup plan. But she wasn't convinced about drying peaches, because she feared the taste would get totally messed up. So Jin leaned in and told her that if they lived in a snowy country, they could just bury the peaches in the snow. The bro paused, realizing how smart it was that he'd offered a way to cool the food. She snapped ice into her palm and warned, "Keep slamming ice magic again and again and the cost will be brutal, plus in a warm region the ice melts fast, so that little stone won't stand a chance." Jin told them they don't need to freeze the food at all if the ice is sealed off. It won't melt, because that cold air stays trapped from below, and everything will run just fine. Bina grabbed a notebook and said, "Fill it with water. Freeze it in stages. And you'll have wood that works, but inside the magic circuit you've got to use copper, or the magic formula won't take effect." And then boom, the refrigerator showed up out of nowhere. Bina burst out laughing, giddy that things weren't totally perfect, and Jin leaned in and said, "Think it through. Bina's got this, and she'll be able to make a refrigerator." The girl said she'd have to borrow Jin's magic stone, so she snatched it up, and the guy reassured her everything was cool, that she could return it the moment she sold the product. Then boom, Reiko burst into the room. She apologized for cutting into the celebration, then fired off one burning question. How much would they sell that new instrument for? Venus shot back that she'd make the price as low as possible. But then the girl snapped into horror, and Jin demanded, "What happened?" She blurted that she couldn't sell the tool because the stone she borrowed from Jin was costing her a fortune. Rocco insisted she'd checked the prices the day before, and said even the tiniest stone would sell for 1,000 tour. Jin did the math on Roland's info tour was basically 10 yen. So 1,000 tour equaled 10,000 yen. And then he remembered Rolanda saying a single loaf of bread costs 10 tour. Jin stared at the massive stone, and panic hit. There was no way they'd sell the tool now. Venus snapped, furious, shouting that she'd already built the instrument. The kids stared at the fridge in shock, and Jin told Bina, "For now, you've got this. Someone can find a buyer later." Then cut off the plan cold and said they'd have to come up with something else. Lunchtime hit, and Jin snapped, "We need something that regular people can use, cheap, fast to make, and easy to pull off." He was mid-bite when he suddenly froze, blurted to Bean, "Did you eat the corn?" And she burst out laughing, saying she was tough because she grabbed the absolute cheapest one on the market today. He stared at the plate, clocked the corn's weird shape, then asked if they had any more. When Bina snapped back, "I'm all tough. That guy promised he'd borrow her pot," and she shot back, "What are you gonna do?" Then Jin grabbed a bag of corn, marched straight to the stove, and started inspecting it like his life depended on it. Bina blurted out his plan and started fretting over his pot, until Jin suddenly asked Rocco for an electric stone. Jin blared that he'd whip up all the pots she wanted, later 4, even 5. And the girl just nervously admitted that 2 would already be plenty for her. Everyone crowded around the pot, and Bina blurted out what they were cooking. Then Jin tossed in the corn, pressed his hand to the pot, and pulled off the start technique. Suddenly, explosions erupted straight out of the pot, and the girl froze in terror. Then she snatched up the kids and yelled, "What happened? What's happening?" Cornballs started pouring out non-stop, flooding the entire table, and everyone stared at the wild result in stunned surprise. Jin roared that it was a total success, even though the scream made it look anything but. Then the pro guy shoved a plate of balls into the girl's hands and dared her to try eating them. Jin munched popcorn like it was a taste of home, and when the kids finally sat at the table and started popping those crunchy balls in their mouths, Bina snapped at them, not to only for the kids to grin and insist, "It's delicious." Jin swore it was made from corn and totally harmless. Then Bina grabbed a ball on the spot and decided to test it herself. The girl lit up, blurted out that this was totally something they could sell, because it was cheap, quick to make, and would be effortless to churn out. Jen called them back to the market and said, "We can't use any corn. This has to be hard enough so the kernels actually pop and burst. And, yep, you've got to grab salt, butter, and those powder leaves. Because for packing that popcorn, that's literally all you need." The guys said they still had to think up other ideas, and Bina jumped in like, What about a way to create a fire for heating and cooking? Like a tool that can make flames? Jin nodded right away and said it was a great idea. Bina said that's exactly what these firestones are for, and they're going to need a huge pile of startup cash. Then dug out a tiny bag from his pocket, poured the stones into Bina's hands, and told her, I don't have many, but this should help. Bina froze for a second, but Jin snapped that everything was okay. So the girl grabbed the guy's hand, swore she'd pay every last bit of the debt back, and told him Jin could count on her. Then she bolted into the workshop with the stones and yelled that she could already build a prototype for the tool. Reiko pressed him for answers about the magic stones. Jin told him they were leftovers from Kana's village, jammed into his shoulders to keep everything safe, and said he's got a pretty good idea of what Bina is about to pull off. Reiko asked, Are you sure it's really safe to give them all away? Because if every tool sold out, then those stones would be wiped clean too. Jin said, hadn't totally figured out what you were up to. But the stones? Those were straight from the village of Kana as a souvenir. He stared out the window and told himself the villagers would swear that was exactly like him. On the shopping street, a counter bristled with bottles, and Jin joked that a lighter sounded like a great name. Then Bina pressed her palms together, swore a real battle was on the way, and demanded they sell the lighters. Packed crowds shuffle through the shopping streets, hunting for something worth buying. Then a sudden roar erupts, and everyone whips around to stare at the gin and bean counter. Customers are thrown off by the muffled pop-crack sounds spilling from the counter, and they start whispering, trying to figure out what in the world it was. Then they crowd in, and the kind shopkeeper offers them a taste of the popcorn. The girl plopped a tray of popcorn down and swore it was light, loud, crunchy, and still smelled like fresh corn, and she promised the kids would absolutely devour every bite. Bina shoved Reiko into serving popcorn, demanding he swear it was delicious, and the customers immediately perked up, sniffing the air and blurting, Wait, does it really taste that good? The first customer strode up to the counter, dropped 5 tours on the spot, and demanded 1 portion. So Bina slid the treat over, and the guy took a taste right from their packaging. Everyone stared at the first customer with bated breath. Then his face lit up. He started devouring popcorn with pure joy, and he yelled for 2 more servings like it was an emergency. The other customers had already ordered, and now a huge crowd swarmed the counter, yelling that this new treat was insanely tasty and perfectly crunchy. And then one customer spotted what was sitting there and asked Jin what that lighter was doing. Jin handed over a lighter and swore that if you hit the button, a tiny flame bursts out, just enough to spark a bonfire. The buyer practically cheered, grabbed one on the spot, and handed over 50 tor. Then the other buyers started firing back with, Wait, sell us lighters too. After a while, Venus plopped into a chair, groaning that she was exhausted. Those lighters and the popcorn vanished so fast they were gone in a blink. It was the first time in her whole life she'd ever sold this much, and Jin shot back that it would totally keep selling. Fina's eyes lit up as she remembered every customer. She was thrilled the product sold, but even more thrilled by the joy on their faces. Then she turned to Jin and said, Now I finally get what you were trying to tell me. And then she beamed at the guy and thanked him. Jin told her he was genuinely happy for her, but she'd better thank him the moment she can cure Nana and Rend, because that still is one hell of a tough job. Bina lit up and cheered that they could finally storm out and grab tons of tasty food. But Reiko warned it wasn't smart to blow all the money so fast still. Jin insisted he just wanted rice. Jin was elbow deep in his workshop lab work when Ryoko burst in, staring at him like, So why are you making futons? Jin said he made it for Nana and Rald, and Reiko fired back asking if it was spun from giant caterpillar threads. G and I swore it was, and I even had a bonus stash of big spiders, so he cranked out 10 more futons. Maids strode down the corridor hauling futons, and Jin chimed in that they'd be perfect for guests if they ever showed up. Jin told everyone that if he could, he'd build a house, because this lab is packed with secrets he's desperate to keep locked away. Jay and I told them about a hidden underground mine of resources untouchable by the market, and even the teacher's inventions are being questioned. Jin snapped back that if he brought someone to the lab, he'd have to split the people into two groups, those who were allowed to know, and those who weren't. Reiko snapped back that she got his order and would build the house soon. Then Jin leaned in, told her he was counting on her, and demanded she double-check the futons and wake him up earlier, because he'd be heading to Bina's tomorrow. He stormed into the room and declared, "Now I want to hit the hot springs in Kina, or just kick back in a nice, relaxing bath." Reiko stared at the door and vowed that her father could count on her. Jing rolled into Bina, and the girl burst out instantly. She'd found a water heater and shoved the kettle in the guy's hands. The girl said she kept thinking how amazing warm water would feel for washing. Then she just went for it and came up with the idea. Jin inspected it and praised it, and he even called Bina a real craftsman. So the girl blurted, shocked, "I'm the crafting master." Reiko hauled in the futons, and Bina stared like, "Are these really them?" Jin nodded and said he had extra stuff. He made it happen for Nana and Rauld. So Bina reached out, felt the warmth, and couldn't help smiling like, "I want one for myself." Jin told her he'd made a reserve so she could grab one for herself, and Bina sighed in relief, because she could finally believe Jin could actually do something like this, not just weird stuff. He fixated on spiders and decided the futon stuffing probably isn't that weird, because folks here already chow down on monsters. And if you count giant caterpillars as normal for silkworms, then yeah, everything's fine. Jin swore, "Yeah, I'm Jin Nito, just a normal everyday craftsman." And Bina shot back, "Normal? You and normal are opposites, since you've got extra supplies at home, and don't forget the peaches and apples." Bina said, "When you look at Reiko, you won't find a single crafting master. Sure, making an android in Jin is a basic move, but that's the part where they're nothing like the rest." Bina grinned and told Jin, "Relax, I crossed the line, not you." Then added, "You've got secrets you can't even say out loud, and I'm not about to pry them out of you." Reiko said someone like Bean could be tactful, and the girl snapped back, asking why he was even claiming that. Then Jin thanked her and promised he could share the secret. Bina gasped in pure shock and screamed that the teleportation gate is a legendary artifact. So how in the world is Jin an orphan, living on a separate island? Then she snapped that it all finally explains why he knows how to craft. Jin claimed those fruits grew on his island, and Venus nodded like she finally got why he couldn't spell everything out. Because if that teleportation gate ever fell into the wrong hands, it would be pure disaster, and she promised she'd keep his secret safe. She may not look serious, but she's the type who won't say a single word. Jin even called her stubborn to her face, like he could see it in her right down to her stubborn stare. Bina demanded what it meant, and the guy just grinned, saying it was a compliment. After a bit, the goods finally rolled into the shopping area and were slammed onto the counter. Bina screamed, "It's trading time!" While Reiko hawked popcorn to the customers, the girl kicked off the water heater display. Jean quickly restocked the counter, and Bina shoved back the crowd in front of the table. When the trading day finally wrapped up, Bina grinned and said it was chaos out there, and Jin immediately agreed, relieved to hear the crowds were back. Right in front of the counter, a crew of dagger-wielding robbers suddenly showed up, and one guy shot back, "Are you just a glorified merchant shop?" while the others snarled, "Time to hand over something." Bina's eyes widened and her fear spiked as she blurted out what she was supposed to give them. Jin stared at the bandits, already realizing how cliché the whole thing felt. Reiko shoved the package into the bandit's hands and claimed it was just a food sample. Then the bandit shot back, asking what the heck it really was. Reiko said, "Yeah, they said they wanted some, so we could grab it for ourselves." But the band snapped, yelling that they were being mocked, then swung a fist at the robot, all fueled by rage. Bina's fear for the robot tore through her, and then Reiko slammed the bandit's fist into her palm, and in the next heartbeat she hurled the giant out of the way. While the other robbers gawked at their friend's escape, they suddenly barked that they were going after the little girl now, and swung their swords into position. Then the bandit lifted his blade to strike, But Reiko shot in and snapped that asking for money while returning the evil you did proves you've got the worst taste. The robot clamped onto the sword's blade, rolled it up, and muttered that they thought they'd score popcorn and magic tools. Yet somehow they ended up choosing a nasty deed instead. The bandit's sword got wrecked, and before he could even blink, the other bandits surged in to attack only for the robot to lash out and start the chaos. Reiko slammed in with brutal hits that rattled the bandit's jaw. Then she shot upward and came down with a thunderous kick. Bandits were sprawled in a messy heap on the street, and Reiko grinned, thanking them for the tasting like it was some sweet deal. Jin called out to the robot, but Reiko insisted she didn't kill them. Meanwhile, the gang sat on the floor, hog-tied with ropes, and Jin snapped. "Since we've got them bound, what do we do next?" Bina insisted it was safer to hand them over to the guards at the fortress. Then, out of nowhere, a man burst through the crowd and declared he'd lead them, and they wouldn't have to do it, because he stumbled on the most beautiful sight of all while he swore it wasn't some cheap farce. The man slapped his hands together, begged for forgiveness, and admitted he couldn't help them, then grinned about how perfectly everything turned out. Right beside him, an assistant chimed in that Count Kazuma was still as sharp and witty as ever. The Count swore he was dying to hear all the gossip about popcorn, so he marched in to try it, and the assistant told him, "Ask for a shot. I'll just buy the food for the Count." Then the Counts grinned and said he'd heard popcorn tastes way better when it's fresh off the cooker. Reiko shoved the package into the man's hands and bolted back in a flash. And when the Count thanked her and paid up, he finally opened it, tasting it with a grin that basically said, "Yeah, this is why everyone goes crazy for it." The Count shoved the package into the assistant's hands and ordered him to try it too. He flat out refused, so the Count just grabbed a few more and told me to help him wrap them up. The Count strode up to the comrades and demanded their names, and the men introduced themselves. Then the Count barked at his assistant to handle the bandits and marched off, shouting his farewell to his comrades. Bina finally caught her breath, and Jin told her they stood their ground against the Count then. Wouldn't you know it? The guy even showed up himself to buy popcorn, like a decent nobleman worth trusting. Bina pressed Jin about it, and he nodded, reassuring her. Meanwhile, behind the wall, some stranger was quietly eavesdropping on every word his comrades said. The comrades dragged themselves home, and Venus groaned that she was wiped out. Jin shrugged and said running into bandits and a nobleman felt almost normal. The girl admitted she hadn't a clue about the nobleman. But honestly, bandits were everywhere. The public order on Blue Earth got so out of control that Venus snapped, "Look at all these people. Crime is through the roof." Bina said the nobles chasing a safe life hide inside the fortress. And to get in, you need a pass, plus proof of who you are. Ordinary mortals? None of that matters. Jin shot that idea down hard, because if the Count shows up to their place, it's only because he's already eyeing her product, which means lighters, popcorn, and water heaters are about to explode in popularity. Jin promised that this would spread Bean's name through the noble halls, and once it hit, everyone would instantly recognize just how deadly skilled she is as a master craftsman. The girl lit up with joy, but Jin snapped. Careful fame always pulls danger right in with it. Jin replayed everything that happened in Kind of Village and said that some people always know you and rush in to help, but others only care about what they can gain. Jin said it feels great when people finally discover her power, but you've got to stay sharp. One wrong move and you'll land in trouble, and then it's game over for you. Jin asked if Bina was even listening, but she just beamed, lost in her dreams, and Bina told him flat out that, in her eyes, he should be careful too, because his kindness runs so deep it can get him hurt. Reiko said she totally agreed. People like Father Metal were butting into other folks' business way too easily, and it was so obvious the guy ended up embarrassed. Kids lay sprawled on futons in that room, and when Jin told them to stop teaching beans, the girl snapped at him to keep going. So I laughed because the guy had zero choice, and I couldn't wait to see what would happen if she kept recruiting other people too. The trading day at the counter finally wrapped up, and that shout of "You did great today" hit right on cue just like she always does. Jen leaned in and told Reiko he probably praised her way too much. And the robot snapped back that the girl was way too sure of herself. Suddenly, a suited guy slid up to the counter, and Bina's nerves spiked at his presence. Thoroughly confused, blurted out who she was. The guy bowed low and declared, "I'm Cloud Mr. Count Garen's butler." One of the servants was grabbing popcorn for the young master. But now the Count's demanding more, and Cloud snapped, "Isn't it a hassle? Why don't you show us how to cook it?" Bina's rage exploded as she yelled, "How are we supposed to cook this? It costs way too much." The butler bowed again and promised they'd pay, then asked the grill one more time. Jin stared at him with worry. He gave a quick nod, and she told the butler they could train them. Cloud lit up with joy and promised, "I'll take you to our castle right now." Bina straight up asked Jen if selling her popcorn recipe was really worth it, and the guy snapped back that they'd open it up sooner or later anyway, so it was smarter to sell now than to wait until they finally figured it out themselves. The girl nodded along and said the nobles promised they'd pay well, and maybe this was the opening to squeeze for more, while Jen watched her stare turn creepy as greed swallowed her. Venus insisted she was just joking, swearing her motto was, "Everything for the people." Then she told the guy to keep an eye on Nana and Raud while she was away. Jin told her she could lean on him, and just like that, the girl stepped out, confident and ready. Vida slipped into a noble carriage, and the driver shot from the girl's house straight to the Count's palace. Her comrade said their goodbyes to the girl, and Jin warned her, "Hope you don't mess anything up, because you got to watch the younger ones while they trade." Reiko and Jin hauled the kids to the store to snag fresh inventions for the counter and shelves, because so far, Reiko's already cooked dinner for everyone. Reiko and Jin were posted up at the counter when that guy snapped that Bina was already late. Jin's worries spiked, and he prayed nothing awful happened. So Reiko pressed him, "Why do you think that?" Jin stared at the counter, blinking at the idea that lighters and popcorn even belonged here. But he didn't buy it for a second. Nobles didn't care about stuff like that. It felt like the kind of thing ordinary people grabbed when they were low on food and money. The guy suggested they might be testing her skills and tech, and Reiko nodded like, "Yeah, that's the perfect explanation." Count Kazuma slid up to the counter and said that if he were in that spot, he'd waste no time. He'd dig into who that girl really was. He said they weren't where they usually were, so I came straight here, but it looks like Lady Bina isn't here at all. Jin told him she'd headed straight for Count Garen's estate, and the Count only stared into the distance before admitting she was probably already too late. He asked Jin if he could step in and pitch his business proposal, and Jin's eyes widened, because he never expected a business chat to start. The comrade slipped into another room, and the assistant blurted out that it felt painfully awkward. Then the Count cracked up like it was the funniest thing ever, and Jin snapped, "Don't talk like that in front of Bina." Reiko shoved fruit over. Then the assistant's eyes popped when he spotted the apple, and he immediately blurted that he had to check for poison before grabbing a piece. The assistant took a bite of the fruit, and the Count blurted, "I'm sorry, my man's a bit paranoid," while Jin nodded, saying he totally understood, because he'd been there too. The Count warned that sometimes the assistant pushes way too far, and Jen nodded like, "Yeah, I get it." Then made it clear they should be thankful it didn't go worse. The comrade stared at the assistant, because he'd gobbled every last apple, and the Count snapped, asking if he'd messed up the payment and made it overdue. The man snapped in shock, blurted that the apple tasted like that, and the Count leaned in asking, "So it's that good?" Then he grabbed a bite off the plate and admitted he'd never even tried a chilled apple before. The Count hustled to the fridge, and Jin blurted that it was a magical gadget that chills everything inside. So the Earl snapped, "Did Lady Bina invent this?" Jin nodded and said this would keep food fresh for way longer, so if they could stretch their supplies, they could beat hunger. But right now, the whole idea can't be sold because the materials are too expensive. The Count peered into the refrigerator when Jin blurted out that they'd recycle it to slash the price. So Jin asked the Count, "Does that mean it'll be open for everyone to use?" Jin says, There are a million ways to chase happiness. So somewhere, there's a way that can make everyone smile, and instead of hoarding your joy, you spread it everywhere. Because that's our credo. The Count mulled it over, then lit up and called this kind of planning straight up amazing. Then he asked if they'd really let him purchase goods. Right then, the assistant stepped in and asked, "What about the water heater?" And the Count nodded like it was no big deal. "Sure, buying that too." The Count swore the local craft masters are giving everything for the common good, and that promise lit a fire under everyone. The Count said there's no way to sit on his happiness without messing with his own plans. Then he stared at his comrades and told them he'd come to recruit them as his personal craftsmen and makers, only to snap back that he'd changed his mind. Jin couldn't drag them into anything as filthy as forging tools for war, and that's why he blurted out in shock, "Conflict." The Count yanked out a scroll, then leaned in and said that in the last 6 months, one of these people had handed over golems and magical beasts to Algeria to turn against them. The Count slammed the map down and said, "After the investigation is done, they'll confirm it. These supplies are rolling in from the Soloria region. No one can swear to it yet, but it smells like an invasion getting stitched together. So every noble is rushing to gather the finest craftmasters." Jin nearly lost it when the Count declared this whole scheme was meant to forge his strength against beasts and golems and crush the army of Soloria too. But if that power had been used for invasion like it was meant to, everything would have gone perfectly yet. The Count warned that some masters get pulled into an internal struggle instead. Jin blared that this was exactly what Count Garana had promised them. And the Count didn't even try to deny it. He just said their real duty was protecting the kingdom and forging the workforce through training. Jin admitted it might be true, and that meant Count Garen's pulling Bina into his web wasn't random. He had a reason. The Count insisted the target was probably the same as his own. Then Jin snapped, ordering Reiko to go hunt down Bina. The Count told him you can't just waltz into the fortress, you've got to follow the rules and run the procedures first. Sure, he knows Lady Reiko's power could let them cut straight through, but he won't let that happen. Jin tried to speak up, but the Count shut him down. He'd go himself, and the nobility would handle their duties. Then the Earl promised the kids, "I'll bring Lady Bean home as soon as I can, even if it was all for the children." Jin asked the Count if he could trust him, and the Count assured him, "Leave it to me," because he also wanted to get home and munch on chilled apples. The comrades were just chilling at home when, out of nowhere, Reiko snapped at her father to get out fast. He froze in shock, but the robot insisted that multiple people were already coming their way. A bunch of hooded figures in black slid into the squad and charged toward Bean's house, while at the very center stood a towering knight, gripping a massive, heavy sword. Jin yelled that golems were finally closing in, and that he had no idea what they were up to. But he wasn't backing down, either. So Reiko immediately shoved into a fighting stance in front of him. At Count Garen's estate, Bina sank into a steaming hot bath, smiling like she'd just hit the jackpot. And she gushed that, just like nobles always do, they truly live in comfort. She decided she couldn't hold back anymore, pushed herself out of the water, and stepped into the hallway where Bina ran straight into Cloud. The guy asked if she'd had a good time, and Bina said the temperature was spot on. Claude then breathed a sigh of relief, thanked him for helping with the popcorn, and told him he was glad to hear it. Claudius told him the Count's kids loved it, and Bina was thrilled. Then the guy leaned in and said he wanted to chat about a popcorn machine, and if she was okay with it, they'd buy it for $10,000. Bina froze in shock and demanded, "Wait, 10,000 tour?" The girl figured it was their monthly pay, but nope, the car was Jin's creation. Count Karana stomped into the corridor and demanded to know why Kaluta was wasting time hunting down a magic tool. Claude hurriedly apologized, but the Count snapped back that all he needed was to speak to just one craftsman. Suddenly, the Count blurted that Bina looked beautiful, then yanked her by the hand and dragged her down the corridor. Bina went white, screamed at what he was doing, and demanded to be taken back right now. Bina called for the butler, but Claudia spun away and told her the Count could just have his fun if that's how it was going to be. While she was being screened, they waited for her at home, and the Count yanked the girl's face close. Daring her, did she want trouble coming for them? The Count snatched the girl by her robe, roared that he didn't want any noisy women, and then shoved her away. Bina tumbled onto the bed as the Count closed in, insisting she wouldn't be scared, he'd be gentle because the night was barely starting, and they were about to have a blast. Bina screamed for the man to back off, but he just kept laughing and told her that if she were his, she'd get a wonderful life. A scream tore through the room. Then the door burst open and the butler bolted out, yelling for the Count, only for the man to snap. "Knock first!" The Count demanded what was going on. The butler gulped and apologized, saying Count Kuzuma had arrived and ordered him to bring everyone back home. The Count ran into Kusum, and the guests snapped that he'd thrown off their night with all that late commotion, until he fired back that Lady Bean was here. Kuzuma swore he'd checked the stable, but it was empty, so with an urgent crisis breathing down his neck, he raced straight here. The Count started dodging the whole thing, pretending he was just thinking about Bean. But Kazuma snapped back he'd heard from the guards that the girl never left the citadel, so he demanded to know if the Count really wanted to claim he'd left the commoner alone inside. The Count bragged that the girl was loving their amazing bathroom, then totally forgot he'd be out in a bit, so Kazuma shot back. "Is that really what's happening?" And promised, "I'll call her right now." Bina slipped into the citadel's corridor, and Count Kazuma spotted her at once. He grabbed her attention and ordered her to come with him. Her relatives were waiting. The moment she heard it, tears erupted from her eyes, and she clung to Count Kazuma's hand. Rage erupted in the Count's chest as he roared that this kid from some old noble line just slipped into politics, and how dare he act so insolent toward them. Then the Count snapped that Bina would be his before long. As long as her relatives were trapped under his control, nothing could stop her. She was his. The Count grilled Cloud about whether everything was on schedule, and the butler snapped back that it all was, because at that point, it was already too late to stop anything. Everything would be ready the moment they arrived. Bina and Kazuma sat in a carriage when the man suddenly said he'd heard all about her hardships, and he wanted to find her today. Bina froze in shock as the Count pushed his offer to make her his personal craftsman, then hit the brakes after talking with Jean Dino. Bina demanded to know what Jean said, and Kazuma snapped back. "She makes tools for commoners, but instead of chasing one person's smile, she's trying to make everyone happy." The Count said he'd love to buy her a refrigerator, calling it a marvel of invention, but he wouldn't dare take it into his own hands and steal her spotlight. You confessed he'd panicked when he realized she might have slipped onto Count Girano's estate. The Count told her he wanted her to stay on her path, because she had to do something big for everyone. Venus admitted that even with her raw power, she couldn't move a single one of Jin's goods. And the Count insisted that if Jin was told the truth the right way, he'd understand. Kazuma asked if they were really good friends, and Bina grinned telling him he was family. So they had to hurry back. Reiko and Jin were stuck inside the house when the robot demanded to know if they were really headed for magic tools. Jin said it was likely, even though they still weren't sure if they were enemies, and if they could avoid a fight, he'd take that path. But the robot basically told him conflict was impossible. Reiko told him to bolt alone before things turned ugly, but Jin snapped back if the enemy can't be beaten, then running changes nothing, and if they're forced to fight, he'll trust Reiko and throw himself into it. A crew of strangers in dark raincoats crept around the house, locking on to their spots, then vanished onto the rooftops across the neighboring streets as rain hammered the scene. One of the enemies slipped into the house and spotted the kids in the room, and the stranger barked that he'd found them, and they had to come to him. The Trildan slammed a magic artifact, and a blazing light barrier erupted. Reiko suddenly burst in, shouting that they hadn't come to steal but to kidnap. Then the stranger instantly clocked who it was, got slammed by the hit, and blasted right through the wall, shattering it. Reiko just let out a tired sigh like, "Seriously? This house is too fragile." The robot slammed into a brawl with a handful of mercenaries. Then another one burst in and demanded what all the noise was about. While Reiko yelled that this was the perfect chance to rebuild the house, Jin burst in behind the mercenary, pressed a paralyzing staff to his back, then ripped a technique straight under his feet to drop him out from under himself. The mercenary dropped straight into the pit, and Jin stared at him, thinking, "So I'm not the only one who's using this trap." Reiko slammed another hit into the mercenaries. Then one of the enemies blurted that this girl was listed in a report and shouted to bring the golem's case. The knight tore past the mercenaries and charged straight for the robot, slamming it with a brutal spear strike only for Reiko to twist out of the way at the last second. The robot slammed onto the ground, then snapped up instantly and drove a brutal punch into the golem's chest, smashing it down hard. Reiko snatched the golem's sword and hacked it as it lay on the floor, then shattered its helmet into pieces with one brutal swing. The mercenaries froze in shock, and one snapped, "We've got no choice." Then he yanked out a sword and roared that he'd burn this whole place down with her. A mercenary sword blazed with fire magic, and another mercenary praised the flames. Then a fiery vortex snapped open inside the room. Kazuma and Bina burst in just as the inferno whirlwind tore through the air. The Count roared, "We're late," and Bina froze in shock. The kids cowered behind a shield, yelling for their sister while Jin stood right beside them, steel in his stance, ready to protect them the moment the mercenary roared that they'd all burn. Reiko plunged into the fiery vortex, and Jin just couldn't believe his robot would hold up. Like a little hit, couldn't possibly melt it. On the Kazuma and Bena streets, Kazuma and Bena stared as flames tore through the house, and the girl's screams shattered the air like it was the end of the world. Reiko lunged into the flame vortex and screamed that she wasn't a robot, she was a monster. One mercenary tried to back off, saying he'd just grab hostages and lifting his sword back, but Jin snapped in with a magic wand, and the enemy's blade flew away. Bina snatched her staff, and Jin immediately roared that she could shatter anything. The girl swung her staff with a crack and nailed the mercenary right in the hit. The kids barreled up to their sister, screaming that they were so relieved she was okay. Then Gen slid over to his friends and demanded, "Is everything all right?" Bina C finally admitted, "I couldn't sell the popcorn machine. I'm really sorry." Jin told her she had nothing to feel guilty about. And then Rako shattered their wall right as that robot started rebuilding everything. Riko snapped that this wall is thin and about to crumble, but Jin shot back that the girl must build a sturdier house then. Bina screamed that they're the only ones who can take the blame. Reiko said they should raise the wall in bricks, while Jin pushed for a non-combustible version. Then the girl pointed me to the exact place to get that insanely expensive material. The Count burst into laughter and said, "We're still talking about crafting, even in a mess like this." Then Jin fired back, "Yeah, we're magic crafters, and we're the best at making anything we set our minds on." Jin and Bean clapped their fists together, grinning, finally home alone. The comrades stared into that hole in the wall, and they swore the workshop surviving was pure miracle. Jin said, "We can rebuild the house, but we've got to start somewhere." Kazuma pitched the idea, move straight to his estate because the fight might not have ended clean, and the enemies could still be lurking. But on his land there's a guard, a workshop we can set up, and safety under his protection, until everything finally calms down. Kazuma couldn't believe how long Count Girano had been acting dumb, but he just knew the Count would blame it all on some golem attack and magical beasts. While Kazuma still couldn't fathom how easily kidnapping the nobles of his own citizens was happening. Kazuma snapped that the Count had crossed the line, he'd unleash the golem. And if the kidnapping worked, he'd use the children to force Lady Bina to obey his orders. Bina seethed with rage, but Kazuma snapped that what he did was vile, especially coming from a nobleman. And even these people get forced back because the country needs them, which screams just how awful things have gotten. Kazuma says they still don't have a single shred of evidence that a crime happened. Jin pressed for details on how the mercenaries were being interrogated, but Kazuma snapped that his assistant was already on it because they had to stay silent, and a few of them had already tried to kill themselves. Jin erupted and demanded why Kazuna was telling Bina to just stand by, but Kazuna insisted it was their best move until Jin's fury flared, and he screamed that they couldn't wait a second more, vowing he'd march straight to the council right now. Kazuma snapped that the count was acting disgracefully for a noble, and he was sure Lady Reiko would wipe out the count and his men in one go. But if the real rot in the nobles ever spilled into the light, the kingdom would crumble. Jin had to stop and think about what kind of power they truly had in Agrelia and Blue Land. Kazuma told Jin to stop and think how letting him in would hit the citizens and Lady Bina. And that's exactly why Kazuma won't allow it. Jin said that hatred is easy to turn into fuel, but he begged for time because he's sure the count is about to test what the future medicine can really do. Bina swung a baton at Jin, and he blurted that she should not pull a scary face. Then Bina snapped back that if it was about her, she was okay, and she even got the support she needed. Venus told Jin that she's fallen in love with this city and the kingdom. And Jin right there said they need to seriously decide what they're going to build for everyone. She kicked things off by deciding to build something for the city because she needed the cash and she was determined to roll out a washing machine and a water purifier. Jin said, nearly lost his mind. This was unreal, and the Gross snapped back that Blue Land's best magic creator was the one calling the shots. Jin threw an apology at Kazuma for what he did and told him to look after Bina, and Kazuma promised, then snapped back. Jin Dono, what about you? Kazuma said they should set up a workshop as an extension since he'll be the bean as the assistant, and moving would be smart then. Reiko stared at Jin and said he already called his father Bean as the assistant, but the robot lunged in and snatched the guy in its grip. The friends tried to calm the robot, but Reiko hoisted the guy onto her shoulders and promised they'd be back then. They watched over Reiko and Jin until the guy snapped that it was embarrassing. Yet Reiko shrugged and said this way, they'd reach home way faster. Jin grabbed Reiko's attention, demanded he slow down, and then waved Bina off as he said goodbye. Bina demanded to know what they were doing next, but he suddenly realized this might be their final goodbye. And besides, she had nothing to offer him in return. After a while, Kazuma burst into the office, peppering her with questions about how her new workshop was going, then offering to grab anything she needed. The girl replied she wanted a golden hammer, a chain of magic crystals, and some jewelry, and Kazuma quickly realized she was only teasing. Kazuma and Beto strode through the courtyard, and the girl lit up as she told them the count was kind and treated magic crafters like gold. Because before today, she'd only seen 2 people like that, and the count just proved he knew them well too. Kazuma told her, when you blew up, I recognized you back then. I wasn't like your friends. Back when he was just a kid, his dad drilled, stay strong into him, and his mom filled his heart with, be kind. And now he lives for both strong and kind. Kazuma blurted that his mom died and his dad was lost in the war with Solaria. But then the man stared at the kids and declared, from this moment, you're my family. Because I'm not alone anymore. She threw out a quick shout to say she'd cook lunch today, because Kazuma called them family, and she's determined to make a special soup from leaves. Sure, it's got barely any nutrition, but it tastes absolutely delicious. If the count wants to be a real nobleman, he'd better start swallowing the peasants' food. Count Garano roared in fury that he'd lost elite soldiers, and even a golem blaming that girl and Kazuma, and now he's convinced the truth is why they're staying quiet. But this could all go sideways. Cloud told Kusum there was 0 proof, so he couldn't pin their weakness down. Then the count snapped back, screaming that the soldiers were alive, and that the moment they opened their mouths, the truth would finally hit. Kledu declared the Gon's attack on Caloria officially closed, and the count is convinced the nobles already know something's off, especially the ones in the blues, because Caloria has spies right there. The count warned, if I'm left alone, this is how it all goes wrong. While the nobles sweep in and attack the people, another country will stab in from the side too. And he knew the nobles got it far better than the citizens. But that lie won't hold forever. Sooner or later, the others will sniff it out. And before that storm hits, he has to wrap up his business, because if he runs out of time, they'll hang him. The count sank onto the sofa, admitting he's nothing but a puppet in the noble's hands. and asking why he should tolerate all this just for one magic crafter. Then Cloud chimed in saying he'd heard Bina's store was about to open. Bina blasted her voice across the whole store, yelling at everyone to come in right now. Because the magic craft shop was finally open again, the man grilled the girl about her job, and then demanded to know why there wasn't a second pair of rabbit ears, a boy, to match the girl. Bina insisted everything was right, and the man snapped, asking if she truly had no clue what they were doing right now. Venus said she's not worried about people taking vacations, because she knows exactly what they can do right now. Jin's out there somewhere, quietly getting into it. Jin slammed the new invention shut, grinned, and declared he was ready to build personal golems for Reiko to link them together before activation. Reiko grabbed the new golem's hands, snapped the start connection technique into action, and as they flared with raw energy, he bellowed, "See, same height." Jin said it'd be way easier and more convenient for pickups, then leaned in and asked Raka to give them names so they'd be her personal golems. Reiko racked his brain for names, but nothing stuck, and Jin shrugged. "We'll deal with it later." The comrade stepped outside, and the guy burst in excitement. "We planted seeds from Blue Land, and this soil is rich." While the others grabbed tools and kept working the fields, then raised an orchard. Zaman laid the map on them and said they'd already marked every mineral and resource, so they could mash things together smarter, run strong on a tight supply, and still have a real shot to backtrack later. Jin told Bina he wanted to learn from her, then decide later who his choices would truly belong to right now. It was all for himself. Reiko snapped that if Jin saw he looked right, he'd finally get it. Everything they were doing was for their father. Rackle jabbed a finger toward the massive house ahead. June's eyes went wide, shock and joy crashing together. Then she burst out, yelling that this Japanese-style house was the absolute best. June darted through the house, grinning with relief, because the guy couldn't believe they'd pulled it off and made it to Tommy by themselves. Reiko confessed she can't remember her father at all, and she didn't even finish the tatami. Then the robot rebuilt the whole thing from photographs, close enough to mimic the original, even if it wasn't the real deal. And Jin said it was just convenient, because she still had her magical powers, special skills, and all that knowledge. Jin watched Bina and suddenly realized he'd been missing the magic lessons, because those skills are what it takes to become a real magic craftsman, and he'd only gotten that knowledge from the master. Reiko clocked it. Jin wasn't okay at all, and Jin snapped that he hated the spieling because the gap between his knowledge and the Air Master's was just too massive. Jin admitted that after what happened in Kaina, he might have finally gotten it, and then tried to stay silent in Blueland, but he just pulled back into himself again and did it all over. Then Rako snapped that he was a good man. She figures he's doing it on pure common sense, until Jen snaps that he needs a new escape plan, and suddenly he's scrambling to build an engine. But nothing's working and it's all going downhill fast. Jin said it'd be way smarter to have another ride like cars, ships, or even airplanes. Reiko claimed he was in a coma, but Jin fired back that he wanted those long trips to feel comfy. In this world, there's no gasoline and no batteries, so the fuel kicks in like magic, and that twist becomes the biggest nightmare of them all. Jin yanked out a stack of papers, told Reiko he had to verify something, then ordered him to call the Windwright. Then the pages swirled into a spinning whirlwind, and in the chaos, Jin suddenly understood everything. He thought he was just using creation to dig, but the method also demanded effects that would cancel the recoil. Jin even warned it wouldn't be simple, yet it turned out to be brutally hard, and Reiko immediately demanded to know what any of this had to do with the engine. Jin said, "If we pull a rollback, I'm the one who benefits." And the guy grabbed the material and went straight to show Reiko. The material twisted into a pipe, and Jin grinned as he said he'd powered the test with air magic. Usually, the engine grabs power from explosions and burning fuel, or it pulls energy from electricity. But a rocket engine doesn't mess around with outside sources. It burns its own fuel just to turn that energy into raw, unstoppable thrust. With magic, you can bottle that raw power, fire up the engine, and get the job done way more efficiently. Jin slammed the final piece into place and finished his invention. Reiko called it just a pipe, but Jin swore it was a rocket-powered magic engine, and now they were about to test it. So he shoved Reiko to take it outside. Reiko's personal golems burst in, declared they'd handle it themselves, then grabbed the engine and hauled it outside. Jin and the comrades reached the clearing, and Jin demanded they install the engine, then warned, "Big wind's coming, stay sharp." Before he fired the engine up, Reiko clamped onto it just as a brutal blast of air erupted out, tearing through the moment. Jin stared at the invention, then snapped. "It works, the recoil does the job. If we use it right, we'll hold the force and blast our shouts at Reiko, so he keeps it steady." Jin rushed over and asked if she was okay, even offering to call in personal golems. But the robot snapped that she'd handle everything herself. As the air roared higher, Reiko suddenly lost her balance and slammed the engine down, while Jin shrieked, begging the invention to stop. Dirt exploding across the ground. Jin crouched and asked if everything was okay while the robot sat on the ground, a busted engine lying right beside it, and Reiko hurried to apologize for wrecking it. Jin promised he'd forge a brand new one, and Reiko snapped that it all collapsed because of her. Then Jin exploded, yelling that his real mistake was chasing the outcome instead of the moment. Even with magic in the mix, the core of research and crafting items doesn't change. Jin says that's exactly why this isn't Reiko's fault. He ordered the robot to go straight ahead and take a bath, while Reiko soaked in the hot spring. She couldn't shake it. Why would he claim everything was fine when she knew the golem's help only brought trouble? And that mess would land on her father. Just then, a nearby golem rushed in to help and told them their father said, "You're washing too," because magic baths are anything but fun. The assistant told him the father needed to back Reiko, and the golem shot back that Reiko leans on her father, so when they're too weak, they'll lean on her right back. Reiko shot back that she still hadn't named them. And honestly, she doubted she could ever give them two names as good as her father's. The assistant told them, "You two want to help? That's what you were built for." And they vowed to team up and be useful to their father. Reiko burst out laughing and claimed they were the same, both made by their father, while the robot stared up at the sky when the assistant promised the moon would be here soon. And Reiko couldn't stop thinking about the moon and the sun. Reiko leaned in and told the assistants, "One of you is Luna, from the silver moon, and the other is Soleil from the golden sun." The assistants lit up and said they loved the names. Reiko stomped into the workshop, and Jin leaned in and told him he'd turned the research room into an experiment room, because they're building a real rocket someday. Jin said they could test and fine-tune the rocket magic engine right here now. All that's left is hoisting it onto a crane and running the test. And Reiko instantly asked if her father could trust her to fire it up and do it again. So he'd hand it to her, Soleil and Luna. Then the robot slammed into the experimental room. Jin slid into a seat behind the safety glass and waved at the help crew. The rocket engine roared to life, and Reiko along with her helper clamped it firmly in place. After Reiko snapped that the magic was gone, Jin burst out in a roar declaring they'd done it and nailed the job. The assistants lit up with excitement, and Reiko leaned in, asking if they could build a transport right now. Jin knew the energy still couldn't power a real airplane, so he pushed it into the prop's rotation, the same way water transport systems spin. That meant he could shrink it and strap it onto a non-motorized plane. But the moment he did, it stopped being that reliable. He said, "Getting this into action is going to take a whole long road." Jin told them to lock on to what's real before they touch those experiments again. And the very first one in this world wouldn't be an airplane at all. It would be a ship, so they had to sail straight to the sea. The guy and the girl hit the beach together, and the shoreline felt totally wrong, nothing like the familiar island of Hure they knew. If they stick to the coastline, they'll race straight to the city of Patrock, and the couple's hunting for a tiny hotel along the way. Only the guy keeps warning the girl, "Call me brother," in public. During their walk, they stumbled on a hotel run by a warm, kind owner, and inside, a guy and a girl were staying there. They slipped into their room, and the guy staring at her face shrugged like, Yeah, 300 tours a night for two? Totally normal. He pictured a hotel on a tropical island just like this, though he'd never set foot in one, so he had no real clue. Out here, the buildings stretched farther apart than they did back in Blue Land, and this island sat in the kingdom of Elias, south of Eglaria, so yeah, the heat was brutal the moment you stepped outside. If you study how Cana, Blueland, and Potrock are built, it's obvious civilization there is living in the Middle Ages. She had no clue what Middle Ages even meant. Oh, you... This wasn't the age of the masters, where anyone could pop through the gate every single day, so that's why the girl felt something was seriously off. After she spoke, the guy's curiosity snapped onto the Masters era ships, but that didn't stop him from loving the vessels of this time too, and the girl even urged him to take a stroll. They headed straight for the port to soak it all in, and the guy crouched down, eyes locked on that old wooden boat, like he couldn't get enough of it. The boat was built from sturdy wood and metal, and when the guy glanced around the port, he realized there were only tiny boats, no big ships in sight. Then the girl suddenly snapped her index finger toward the side and shouted to her father, and the guy whipped his head around to see what she'd spotted. A boat drifted across the sea, but the real shock wasn't the girl, it was the golem sitting right beside her. He looked down and realized he was paddling with his own hands while that golem powered the boat like an engine, refusing to tire no matter how long they pushed on. But the golem's arms were too flimsy, one wrong move, and it would tip out of balance fast. Then the engine power would drop too. He was already plotting how to strap the golem onto the catamaran. Then a man lurked nearby, listening in secret, hooked on every single word Jin said. Jim kept talking, and the catamaran tore through the water at insane speed, pure lightning, until the one terrifying catch, one hard turn, could flip it right over. The mystery man climbed out of his boat and blurted to Jin that he'd been eavesdropping the whole time, and the girl immediately clocked it. This guy knew about the golems and the boats too. Her wild, exotic look turned heads, taut in skin and blonde hair in perfect harmony, and the girl immediately pegged Jen as a shipbuilder. She shot the guy an apology for eavesdropping, and in this city, she knew only one person was building those ships, the girl herself. So yeah, his words immediately grabbed her attention. Jin was about to spill it straight up, admitting he was a master of magic crafting. But then he snapped back to reality, and the guy brushed it off, telling her he was just a regular magic craftsman. A curious girl grilled him with non-stop questions, desperate to dig up every scrap of info about the guy, and he just couldn't wrap his head around it. She wouldn't stop. She was beyond thrilled, because that guy wasn't serving anyone and didn't belong to the guild at all. And honestly, it felt like the sea itself handed her a blessing. Jin's companion refused to even talk to the girl, because she was trouble waiting to happen. But Jin still pressed to ask her about the ships, until a brand new acquaintance popped up and demanded they do a favor right away. 3 people barged into the cafe, and the girl dragged me here because the food was stupidly good and the prices were cheap. Jin looked wiped out, like he'd walked a mountain to get here, and that guy was completely falling apart the moment beautiful girls showed up. A girl with an exotic look marched up and introduced herself. Marcia, a shipbuilder from the next town over, and the guy fired back with his own name too, Jin, with his partner Reiko beside him. Just like that, they met. Jean couldn't stop himself from asking what Marcia wanted to say to him, and when she jabbed her finger toward the sea, she finally gave the real reason she knew them. He'd spotted a boat out on the C1 he knew well. It carried a girl, and instead of an engine or oars, a golem was bolted to it, like it was doing the rowing for her. That's what they called a golem ship. He barely started trusting the simple name when confusion hit. So he told Marcia they weren't from this country and had no idea how that name was even supposed to mean anything. Marcia stared at Reiko, and in that instant, it all clicked. That's why their clothes were so painfully boring. Elias sits in a watery ring, so the people feast on fish and every kind of seafood, and their marine tech is the best in all the lands. They even joined a bunch of ship competitions, and while they dug into the meal, The guy couldn't stop talking about how wild it was to hear the story of the kingdom of Elias. So Marcia wasted no time. She grabbed Gin and invited him to team up in the competition right away. And the poor guy was left completely stunned by how fast she moved. The girl apologized and said she'd always been sprinting non-stop for work, then told him the race kicks off in just 5 days. Gin froze, totally stunned. That's exactly why Marcy was sprinting, because the race rules demanded a golem for the engine, and a human ready to control it. Marcia promised she'd handle everything and keep the reins, then dangled half the winnings in front of him. So make me a golem for the ship. She already knew there was no point hunting around nearby, but the golem wouldn't wait, and neither could she. Jin told her that if she rushes into the right move, she just might track down the golem maker. But using a golem like that in competitions would likely cost her the win. And the gloomy girl already knew it. That was her problem until she realized she could get something back. Her store. Marcy's father had lost everything, so her shop was taken from her. So yeah, this competition was his golden shot to claw back his honor and recover that lost store. No matter how tiny the opening was, the girl was already locked in, ready to go all in. The guy demanded to know what she'd do if she lost because Marcia had already handed over the store to wipe out her debts, and deep down she had no idea what would happen to her if she was defeated. Jin was dying to ask the girl why she turned toward him, and Marcia picked him on the spot because she knew he'd understand golems and ships. Her gut screamed that she could trust Jin, and even if she might be wrong, she threw caution aside and chose him anyway. If the worst happens, Marcia's gonna lose her bed with that guy, so yeah, that's the risk. Still, the girl flashed a huge smile. The coffee guy leaned in and snapped that she'd made a huge mistake. His buddy backed him up, and the Marcias sighed in sheer, clueless confusion. Reiko felt this contest was made for her father's gift. Build a golem that can control the ship, and everyone wins. Marcia stared at them, stunned by her own words, and Jin didn't buy it, because if he'd lost, the whole situation would have been painfully awkward. So yeah, he caved and agreed to a new bet, a straight-up test of their skills. And if they pull it off, their odds of winning shoot way up. They threw down a bet on their skills and sprinted to register ASAP. Marcia's face lit up with pure happiness. 3 people hurried to the registration, and the reception desk was right there within arm's reach. If they miss today's registration, they'll be locked out of the competition for good, and Mercy keeps pushing, begging to know what the guy's next move is. Out of nowhere, someone shouted her name, and she hesitated, confused. But she finally answered, only to realize her friend had tracked down a magic craftsman. The girl nodded at his words, and then boom, she had really found him. Valentine practically lit up, knowing she finally had her own magic crafter. He weighed his chances and knew, deep down, he'd never outmatch her ship. So he turned and begged her to build his vessel, and to be his wife too. She's done again and again. He begs her to marry him like nothing ever changed. Valentine's already got 2 wives, yet he still craves more. That's just how his world runs. That's why he begged Marcia to go with him again. But she kept staring at Jin, lost in her own world. So he shoved the moment along and made sure they finished the team registration fast. After she apologized to Valentine, she marched straight to the reception desk. Then the guy clocked it instantly. She wasn't lying. He nodded, said goodbye, and waved her through. Then the moment the girl walked out, Valentine's face snapped into a hard frown again and again, because Jin's interruption burned his nerves. Marcia stepped away from Valentine and thanked the guy for saving her, but he shot back that he needed to know, was he a nobleman or one of a lord's trusted men? The girl blinked, stunned he'd clock Valentine's situation so fast, because he wasn't just anyone. He was an earl and a lord's assistant. Valentine came off like a total bully, and yeah, something about him screamed, not a good person. Jin and Reiko didn't just dislike him. They shot him down with pure bad vibes. Before long, they reached the check-in desk, and Marcia rushed in to register her team for the race. She just had to name her participants. She took charge as the shipbuilder and controller, while Jin pure magic crafted a gallium. The employee demanded Jin show a magic crafter's license, or at least prove he was in the guild, but Jin had nothing to back it up. Then the employee demanded proof examples of the guy's work, and Reiko stepped up as the shining example of Jin's efforts. But Jin shut her down mid-sentence. The employee stared at the guy, totally baffled, and Jin even told Tom, "I left my work examples at the hotel." So the employee had to throw a quick little test at the guy, and Jin nearly froze like. He was completely stunned by it. The employee slid 2 tiny pieces onto the counter, told him to shape and tweak something from them, and the guy exhaled in relief, assuming the man would finally hand him a written test on the flair of a magic craftsman. The employee grabbed the guy and ushered him into the room, but Reiko's gut dropped. She feared he'd run off, so panic made her call out after him, but he leaned in, reassured her, and promised he'd slam through the test fast. So when the employee spotted that Valentine sign, he nodded right away, proving he'd get everything done. Inside the room, the man shoved a mysterious piece of material into the guy's hands. Then Jin snatched it up and instantly knew it was blue copper. He stared at all this like it was a riddle, because he had a few wild moves he could make to turn blue copper into something new. Then he couldn't help but look at the hanger. There were the swimsuits from the last competition, and he learned they'd even held a contest to judge their designs. Jin saw his opening and finally locked in his decision. Now he had to put his plan into motion on that exact table. The guy slammed the blue copper onto the table and started working his magic, bending the material as it slowly but surely shifted under his hands. The magic circle sketched under the table blazed to life, and the guy froze when he saw that sudden glow, staring at it in pure disbelief. After a while, Jin stormed out of the room, and the girls stared at him like, "Well, how'd the test go?" Jin shot back an unclear answer, convinced he'd cleared it. Then the employee frowned at the figure with pure annoyance. Marcia's fury exploded at Jin's vague reply, but her eyes locked onto the figurine. The girl stared at whatever was in front of her, cheeks burning with embarrassment, while Jin just grinned, cool and untouchable. And Valentine instantly felt that something was off. In the employee's hands sat a tiny figurine, Jin's work, scaled down to show Marcia in a swimsuit. She snapped in shock at the face staring back at her, then demanded answers from the guy who finally confessed that it was her own figure in a swimsuit. She was mortified and furious at what that guy pulled. But Jin had no choice at the test, so he shrugged and turned it into a figurine wearing her face in a swimsuit. That guy wore a swimsuit from that collection. And honestly, turning copper into clothes was a nightmare, so he went with a swimsuit instead. Jin whirled toward the employee and demanded his test results, and the man had no choice but to notice how insanely fast and accurate he was, because both of them were clearly top tier. So Jin managed to get registered as a magic crafter, and he even stepped into the action as a participant in the 10th race on the Golem ships. When he heard the news, he jumped up and demanded they all set up a meeting right away. And Marcia still hadn't forgiven him for that swimsuit. Valentin watched everything Marcia's team went through, and rage burned in his chest, because that girl somehow managed to drag a magic crafter into her ranks. He stormed up to the employee and demanded to know what happened, only for the employee to say he used that table. The magic blocking device was hidden under the table, and the moment it fired, the crystal and the circle got completely scorched to nothing. Valentine's jaw dropped in total amazement, because if this guy could defuse the device, he had to know who he really was. Then I figured the device probably just died on its own. There was no other explanation for why it broke down, but the man didn't care about the device anymore. Valentine had already cooked up a whole new plan to master Marcia. Valentin strutted with confidence, sure he'd crush the competition and win Marcia, because for him, he'd do anything to make it happen. Then he demanded a statue of Maria's face from the employee, but the guy refused because he had to show that figure to the chief as proof. The mayor of Petroka got a fancy figurine delivered to him, and he erupted in praise for the maker. Then the same man jumped straight into a bold idea, deciding he'd design a swimsuit for a women's swimming competition. As evening rolled in, The whole company threw a celebration for the MDR team's birth, and Marshall couldn't stop smiling, joy blazing in his heart. Jin didn't get the team's name at all because it was just capital letters, Marcia, Jean, and Reiko. And that's exactly why Jin was so lost. He tried to delay the celebration because he had to figure out what they were supposed to do next, and when he asked, Marcia totally missed what he meant. Jin asked what their competition plan even was, but he hadn't caught a single rule yet then. Marcia snatched up the brochure and handed him the rules. He dove into the fine print, but the rules stayed annoyingly vague, no limits at all on how big or how heavy the boat could be. And, on top of that, there were special awards for the ship's design and the big idea behind it. Jin spotted all of it in the rules brochure. They won't have to worry about speed at all. Now the real question is whether they've got what it takes to take home those awards, and Rico is absolutely sure they do. He was fighting tooth and nail to get the chance, but he couldn't wrap his head around why only women were allowed to be controllers. Turns out it was all because of the boss's wish. The very next day, Marcia had no clue what to do with the golem. And that same guy even warned her, don't forget about the boat. The girl didn't even get his point because they already had a boat, but that still didn't make her the right pick for the competition. If they want to be the fastest, they better match the golem's balance to the boat. Because if they leave everything as is, compatibility tanks and efficiency goes with it. They had just 4 days left, so they had to slam through the basic build, then fire off a test launch and tweak the boat until it was perfect. She figured redoing the boat would eat up the time, but if they used it as a base, they could still finish it before the deadline. He only had a fuzzy sense of the plan. He still needed the materials to make gallium. And Marcia knew exactly what they'd have to grab. Jin even told the girl, I'll lock in my plan the moment I see the swim path we'll have to take in this competition. In the middle of the race, they've got to dash to a specific rock and haul back to the shore, and the final results will be shouted out on competition day. He decided they had to sprint for speed and race ahead, but the real headache was how to cut the dead turnaround time. A propeller was the best move, but building one meant hours of custom work they simply didn't have. Reiko told him to strap on a magic jet engine, but he warned one wrong move and you'd lose control instantly. All he had left was rowing, and he was determined to squeeze every drop of advantage out of that catamaran. Then, out of nowhere, a strange noise snapped his attention through the sea. Someone was leaping across the water, and each crash hit like thunder. A jaw-dropping golem of pure beauty built to look just like a mermaid, with elegant fins and a sweeping fishtail. The guy stared at it, wide-eyed with pure awe. Then the blonde guy slid over to the siren on the ring, running a full golem strength test. And just like that, he was suddenly standing right beside the sitting genie. Jin whipped his gaze to him in shock. Out of nowhere, the stranger whipped around and demanded, right there in front of everyone, why Reiko had a doll beside Jin, and the moment it hit him, the guy's mind exploded because he finally realized Reiko was a golem. The blonde guy let out a breath of relief. He'd nailed his hunch about Reiko, and now everything made sense, so he didn't waste time and went to ask. He pumped Jin for Reiko's build, said it was solid, top-notch work, and as a magic engineer, he couldn't sit still until he poked and checked every detail. Jin nearly choked on the words, because that's what they called magic artisans here. The blonde guy was Valley Reinhardt, hailing straight from the land of showmen. Jin shot his name back at the guy, and Reinhardt couldn't believe his eyes. Reiko looked like a perfect doll. Reinhardt nearly dropped everything when Reiki told her, because it wasn't just anyone who made that girl. It was Jin. And hearing that hit her like a stunning revelation. Reinhardt figured he was nothing more than the doll's owner. And Dean just stared, baffled by the guy's crazy admiration. Because the truth was, he only fixed the thing. Jin even gave that guy props, because this was the first time he'd ever seen a golem crafted from magical beast skin, and the thing was perfectly balanced in both strength and weight. Reinhardt practically burst with joy because the other guy finally understood his work. Then the blonde took forever just to set up the materials. Reinhardt and Jin kicked off a heated conversation about the one thing they both loved: golems, and they lost themselves in every word. Downcast, Reiko sat there waiting for the guys to finally spill everything, but their talk kept going, and the girl could only stand silent, stuck in place as the minutes dragged. After a bit, the guys clapped hands in a handshake, grinning like they'd just hit a winning streak, because talking to each other made them seriously happy. Reiko finally waited for them to wrap up. And Jin, yeah, he still had the words kept going because he loved talking about golems. Reinhardt refused to quit, but he still had to check the siren because she was right there, waiting for his next order. Before the golem boat competition, time was running out fast. Reinhardt wanted to slam through the test and be done with it. The blonde guy leaned in, ready to ask them about joining the race. Then Jin nodded and confirmed he was in, and the guys exchanged bright, happy looks. Reinhardt can't wait to catch up with them at the races. Meanwhile, Jin and Reiko head off from the seashore. They came back and June rushed to apologize to the girl for the delay, but Marshall's anger was already burning over something. Marcia swung open the store doors and the shelves were wiped clean, like someone snagged every last material the moment they signed up. She sprinted through all the shops, but all she could grab was bronze. Jin hit the store and found the shelves stripped clean. The materials they needed were gone. He couldn't believe it because everything was totally fine yesterday. You know what's wild? A golem boat competition is coming up, and demand could skyrocket, so the guy sat there thinking, really thinking. He soothed the girl, promised her everything was fine, and reminded her they still had bronze. So Marcia's face lit up like he just saved the day, especially since Jin also carried extra materials with him, proving he wasn't just talking, he was a real master of magic crafting. Marcia's yes to go shopping gave him the perfect opening, so he pushed forward with his plan, and they started forging a golem. And the moment it began, the girl couldn't stop smiling. He unleashed the melting spell on the material, and crackling dark stones started bursting out of the ingot. Marcia couldn't stop grinning. Jin told her the rock inside the raw material was nothing but hollow trash. He was only peeling it away from the valuable stuff. The guy orders Reiko to use the bronze and forge the golem's outer shell. Then Marcia herself becomes the template for the reference golem. Marcia was blown away. Reiko could use magic too, but he didn't even try to deny it, because at the end of the day, she was his sister. She lit up at the awesome duo brother and sister, and the guy had no choice but to nod along. Reiko was a total powerhouse of a sister. Soon it was finished, and Marcia let out a breath of relief. Then she froze when she realized their golem was built in the likeness of a humanoid. She'd heard the golem would be forged from her prototype, but she never pictured it getting built with anything, especially not hands. They found tons of ways to command the ship-like building golems with paddle-armed hands, or even forging one fitted with fins for a completely different kind of control. Marcia couldn't ignore the upside of having a humanoid golem type. But just as her mind started running, Jin cut in and demanded she name the golem. The girl practically beamed that she got to name the golem before anyone else could, because in the end, Marcia was the real master. The girl named the golem Enro, and the guy immediately agreed. The moment they finished, the golem snapped its eyes open and blasted into action, and Marcia stared at him like he was pure wonder. The golem snapped, suddenly yelling out incomprehensible words straight at Marcia, and the girl just stared, wide-eyed and frozen, like she couldn't process a thing. Jin swallowed his pride and apologized to her, because the truth was brutal. It was his fault he forgot to install the language program. Then he pushed the real reason he wanted to build the knowledge he'd need so he could get Marcia's help. He hauled the girl's hands and the golem right up together, then slammed the magic spell, information transfer, into place, pushing Marcia's hard-earned knowledge straight into the golem so Enro could steer the boat, and the golem nodded along, confirming every word. Now Enro can even help them build a boat, so he came up with that humanoid design. This was just one of the golem's perks. Then the guy shouted at Reiko, and he came barreling over with a massive wheel because everything was already set and waiting. Jin couldn't wait to wow Marcia with what only a humanoid golem could pull off, so he kicked off the build, and even the boat got pedals stitched right into it, while Reiko and Oro were busy hammering the ship together. That guy insisted on showing Marcia something because only a humanoid creature could pull off the move he had in mind. Everything was finally in place, and right at the port their boat was waiting ready to launch them into something incredible, perfect, and nothing like any ordinary boat. The girl stared at the boat with pure excitement, even while she had zero clue how it worked. Then the guy leaned in and told her it runs on legs. It uses pedals to spin the water wheel, and that wheel's rotation turns straight into the power that drives the whole thing forward. Marcia couldn't trust the boat would actually work, so the guy had to test it right there while Rocco was already sitting in the boat. The girl slammed down on the pedals and shoved every ounce of power into them, so the boat tore across the water at lightning speed. Marcia and Enro clung on as the guy's scream blasted past them from the boat's insane speed, and water dumped over both of them like a storm. Marcia only clenched her jaw and vowed they'd win. When sunset hit, Marcia and Enro rolled back in after a boat ride, and Jin zeroed in on what mattered most. He had to know how the girls felt after all that swimming. The girl lit up and praised the boat because it sliced through the water fast, stayed rock-steady, and steered like a dream. So, yeah, the Swan was truly an awesome ride. It's so rock-solid but you can't tweak it much. This boat was built to slice straight across the water. The guy told Marcia he'd tinker with the settings, but he'd never alter the system, and Marcia understood exactly what that meant. The girl demanded the guy confirm the Enro's exact traits, and the guy swore she was totally fine. No doubts, no problems. Marcia felt it was weird. How could Enro swim so slow, not even faster than Reiko, who was still just a kid? After a bit, the guy spilled the truth about Reiko, and Marcia's eyes widened, because Reiko wasn't a person at all. She was a doll, and Marcia couldn't even tell what part shocked her more. Still, Reiko beamed, knowing she'd finally managed to tell at least one person that Jin was her father. 3 people walked out of their workshop, and the next day they'd finally begin the adjustments, while strangers were already waiting in the shadows for them to make their move. Night swallowed the house, and everyone crashed in their rooms. Everyone except Reiko, who just stared at the sleeping guy with reverent awe. Suddenly, she caught the sound of footsteps coming straight from Marcia's room, and her eyes narrowed as a frown twisted her face. Reiko caught the footsteps and knew 2 strangers were at the door, so the girl leapt out of bed and bolted straight toward them. 2 bandits lunged at the lock on Marcia's room door to force it open, until Rocco's voice snapped through and stalled them on the spot. Reiko figured the uninvited guests dialed the wrong number until she spotted one of them with a gun. And suddenly her gut said, "Run." The break-in guy barked at his friend to handle Marcia's door girl, and the friend snapped into action, closing the distance toward her. Reiko snapped into action with lightning speed and bolted straight for the bandits. She wanted them silenced fast, because her father was asleep. With a single strike, she froze the man in his tracks. Then Reiko burst forward with lightning speed to the next one hit, and he was down. The bandits lay unconscious, and Reiko had no clue what to do. Until out of nowhere, I saw the sea. Reiko dragged those unconscious bandits down into the sand on the seashore, neck deep, then slammed up a warning sign telling them, in plain words, that they were done attacking sleeping women. She couldn't figure out why they did it, until out of nowhere, she spotted a fire blazing in the distance. And that's when she realized the workshop was right in that direction. Soon 3 people came sprinting toward the workshop, and Reiko hurriedly apologized for not waking them sooner. She didn't want to crush their peaceful sleep. Marcia's stomach twisted with fear that the Swan would get burned, but Jin stayed confident. He swore the boat was safe. Rage flared in the girl's chest, as she demanded to know why the boat had to be safe. Then the guy suddenly pointed right at her side. Marcia spotted a crazy pile of other people's boats, lined up just off the shore, and right in the middle, she spotted one boat with an Enro on it. Enro was an independent golem, so the second danger even hinted at trouble. She hauled everyone off the boat and got them out fast, while Marcia just let out a heavy sigh, stressed for nothing. Reinhardt suddenly charged up to them, and Jin froze, as he snapped that it was way too early to let their guard down, leaving the guy stunned by Reinhardt's abrupt appearance. If this keeps going, that fire will rip through the whole port. So a bunch of people rushed in to fight it, but things spiraled fast, and it all went terribly wrong. A terrifying sea serpent of doom burst out of the waves, swelling to an enormous size as it surged toward land, and its mouth flashed with rows of tiny, razor-sharp teeth. Sean and Marcia froze in shock when they laid eyes on him. This wasn't some stranger. It was a monster that only ever shows up out on the open sea. Right now, the siren is yanking the monster's attention. But it won't last. Because the truth is, she's not built for fights. Reinhardt was itching to drag the Serpent of Doom to the nearest marina and blast it with magic, and Jin totally got his plan, so he snapped into the spell formation right away. He used the thing to forge a spear, then ordered Arrow to draw the monster's attention away from the siren, and told Reiko to use the swan as a perfect stepping stone. Jean shot Marcia a question. Was she really against his orders? And she shook her head, saying she wasn't backing down because she wanted to take that monster down with them. Reiko snapped into action and obeyed her creator's command at once. She sprang up with lightning speed and touched down on the ship. The boat surged toward the monster and Reinhardt barked, "Blast the siren's surface!" while Marcia shouted, "Arrow, swing around it!" and kept her eyes locked on the rippling water ahead. The golems obeyed their owner's command, and the siren shot up through the water at full speed right after it. That monster came surging after. As the siren burst into the sky, the sea serpent's attack began. Rako lunged at him with her spear. The siren twisted out of the way at the last second, and as the monster reeled from that shocking hit, Reiko didn't hesitate. He swung again. Jin finally watched the Serpent of Doom get wiped out for good, and he knew the instant they'd been waiting for had arrived. Reinhardt and Reiko wasted no time, slinging their magic fire spear right away. With a blast of magic, they unleashed an attack straight at the sea serpent of perdition, and boom, the ocean rumbled. The monster got wiped out, leaving nothing but wreckage behind. Marcia stared at those remains, stunned, because they had actually beaten him. The siren blared that the snake had finally gone still, and Reinhardt shouted to the others that the monster was beaten. When the news hit, the whole city erupted. Everyone was screaming with joy at the monster's terrifying defeat. Reiko shouted to her creator, and Jin fired back his thanks to her and Oro for sealing the victory, and that made the girl's heart soar. Turns out, a bunch of boats got smashed. Marcia understood what he was saying, and she and Arrow are going to jump in and help. Reinhardt wanted to tell Serena, "Help us too," and he and Jin promised they'd join in to repair golems and the boats, while the guy didn't care at all. Reiko got the order to stamp out the last fires at the docks, and the port chief was furious. He grumbled that nobody would get any sleep, so he snapped at his employee to drag every shipbuilder and magic artisan out of their beds in the gut. Reiko fought the flames. Aro and Marcia spotted wrecked golem boats, and the port crew jumped in to help too while Reinhardt and Jin raced to patch everything up as dawn crept in. After a brutal night of chores, the worn-out crew finally clocked out of every task, and even then, they still found the strength to help other people. Jin was wiped out. But honestly, it didn't feel like a bad night at all. Those boats and birds looked brand new, and the guy was soaking up the sunrise like it was the best part of his day. Suddenly, Reinhardt got hailed by a girl Jean didn't know, Elsa, and that blonde guy immediately invited her to team up with them for a sunrise viewing. Her eyes locked onto the black-haired guy, and when she finally looked his way, she blurted out that what lay in front of her was absolutely breathtaking. The blushing girl stared forward, eyes sharp with curiosity. Was she watching Jin, or was it the sunrise burning behind him? As soon as she grabbed Reinhardt's hand, she tried to yank him away because everyone was terrified for him. But in the end, he could only turn and go. Reinhardt waved Jin off, and Elsa kept snapping the name of that black-haired guy as she questioned Lee, staring at him one last time. Jin yawned, begging to head back to the hotel and crash. But Marcia tried to talk. Then, the instant she started, he shut her down and cut off the conversation. He had 1,000 things he wanted to say, but he had to crash and rest first. Marcia only accepted that, no matter what everyone else has planned, They won't back down for a second, because Jin is dead serious, and rage is blazing after what happened. At the same time, somewhere else, a loud slam hit the table. Valentino's fury boiled over because his plan crashed, yet they still managed to wreck the boats of the other participants. His opponent said it was smarter to cut the participants, but that would have only gotten the whole competition scrapped, and this guy still wanted to squeeze every last opportunity out of it. Even though they'd hired a few bandits to handle it, somehow those guys got buried in the sand instead. And just when it happened, the Sea Serpent of Doom showed up too. But Valentino didn't stop to wonder why. All he wanted was to obliterate everyone in that competition, no matter what he had to do to make it happen. Later on, in a totally different place, Marcia showed up in a swimsuit, unsure if it was even required for the competition. But the guy insisted she still wore it, and Jin couldn't help feeling flustered by how dangerously beautiful she looked. Marcia's cheeks burned as she blushed and tried to hide her body with trembling hands, tears spilling like they were about to burst. Because she was wearing a tight, open swimsuit, the port chief just burst out laughing. Because this swimsuit was built for this year's competition, and they've been chasing this exact design for 10 straight years. Jin snapped his eyes shut in pure embarrassment. And Marcia's confidence crumbled as the swimsuit turned her feelings into a shaking, almost tears kind of panic. On a bright, sunny day, the guy hit the tournament grounds right when the preliminary stage was about to kick off. With so many people packed on the street, it felt like the whole world was waiting. And get this, kiosks popped up everywhere because this place hosts events year-round. Turns out there's another race besides the Gollum Boat Showdown. This time, the inserts in the participants steal the spotlight, and that day, they burned through an insane amount of money. Reinhardt blurted that everyone was all about number one right now. Earl, Valentino, then Jin clocked a girl standing right beside the guy. The blonde guy marched over and introduced his little sister Elsa to everyone honestly. He couldn't even picture her before all that recent chaos. While Jin gave a knowing smile, then a blonde girl suddenly sprinted up to him. Right up close, no hesitation. She stared at the guy, captivated. Jin's nerves spiked, and Reiko tiptoed forward, trying to block him from Elsa's eyes. After a while, Elsa finally pushed past her embarrassment. Then she shyly thanked the guy who'd saved Reinhardt. The girl stepped in and said, "I'm Elsa Randall." And right then Jin fired back, introduced himself, and even introduced his tiny team. Marcia clocked that Elsa was wearing a swimsuit too, and that's exactly why she jumped into the Gollum boat tournament alongside her. Marcia clocked that Elsa's swimsuit color was different, and Elsa didn't plan to lose before the final, because that's where they'd meet. But Elsa didn't just believe, she knew she could win, and Serena was right there with her as the strongest of all. Marcia tried to kick off an argument. Then a nasty negative hail cut her off mid-sentence. Valentino, standing in front of the company, flashed a confident grin and declared that the glory of the Elijah team would win. Meanwhile, Leia just sprawled relaxed in the arms of their galleom. The man sneered and laughed, then told Marcia he really hoped she wouldn't get knocked out at the prelims, while Jin was left totally baffled about why he'd even shown up. And the girls felt the same. They weren't scared of Valentino, just thrown off and uneasy. The stadium was packed to the brim, everyone holding their breath, because the 10th Golem boat race was about to start, and this time a whopping 35 groups had shown up, the most in history. The commentator threw out his name to the crowd, then locked in on the special guests. First, the mayor of Patrock, and right beside him, the magic master Bernand. The kingdom of Elias was packed with wild artifacts, and the commentator grabbed one straight up a loudspeaker. And he even had permission to use a magic eye and a scream during the race. Jin clocked how handy those artifacts were. Sure, he could have built them himself, but the dude had 0 TV shows, so Jin wasn't buying a thing. The racers hit the screen, and every single spectator in the tournament suddenly noticed the swimsuit design had changed. Right before the event kicked off, the mayor split everyone into swimsuit color squads, made 5 people share 7 different colors, and then straight away his eyes locked onto participant 35, Marcia. On the screen, the mayor of Petroka revealed Jan's little test creation, a girl. shaped exactly how she was built. And Marcia's jaw dropped when she realized he'd brought her to the tournament. Brand leaned in and studied the figure. Copper gleamed in the details. And right there, he spotted Marcia's column. That man spotted the boat's water reels and couldn't believe they were turning them into power. Marcia's crew might actually push through this trial. Then Marcia heard the Master of Magic speak, and inspiration hit her like a spark. The commentator leaned in and grilled Bernand about any other teams. Then Bernand snapped his focus to the top contender, Earl Valentino. His gallum was a beast-huge body, 2 massive paddles, simple on the surface but pure power underneath, and everyone had their hopes pinned on Earl. Then the commentator snaps to Mermaid Golem number 3 Siren and pointed out how perfectly built she was to glide through the water with power that made every turn hit like a strike. And the commentator pointed out the Winged Golem number 27, then zoomed in on the 4-armed Golem number 28. Even with the perfect boat and their trusty Golem, they still couldn't steal victory without the power to control them. And nobody had a clue who would take first place. After his speech, the Master of Magic sent everyone off with a powerful wish for great performances, and the whole stadium erupted into thunderous applause. The commentators dove into the box, hunting for something because they had to match that first group. Then the guy yanked out a dark blue ball like it was the key. The first group had every participant packed into dark blue swimsuits, and Marcia matched the sea dark shade perfectly, though nerves already fluttered in her chest. She was desperate to peek at the others before the race, but there was already a magic eye behind her, so Marcia had no choice. She thrust her hand up and declared, full of steel, that after the turn she'd snatch first place from everyone. So her rivals had to scramble to get away from her right up until that moment, and Jin and Rocco were left mortified by her bold words. Marcia's shout to the whole stadium lit up the place with pure, indescribable joy. But while the crowd went wild, some of the participants started to panic, and their worry was only growing. Soon, every swimmer in the first race lined up, faces set in grim, unshakable seriousness. Right out of nowhere, one of the racers snapped her head toward Marcia, and Marcia got a grateful nod. Then her own gallum erupted into flames on the dock. And just like that, thanks to Marcia's help, she could still jump into the race. The girl leaned in and warned Marcia that it was a true showdown, so she wouldn't fall. And Marcia, fired up by her words, vowed right back that she wouldn't lose either. The countdown roared to life, and the crowd exploded with anticipation for the next race. Meanwhile, every contestant was bracing for the whistle. Then the match hit its final score. The first race is finally here, and as the signal hits, everyone rockets forward at once, except participant 14, who gets the biggest jump right out the gate. And that girl's got an exotic look that grabs your attention instantly. A huge breakthrough happened because a gallum with iron arms surged forward. Those oars just slammed into the water with a wild splash while swimming. Participant 14 grinned like she already won, certain her victory was locked in, because even participants 35 and 28 couldn't close the gap to her boat. No matter what weird boat they crammed them into, the style didn't matter one bit, because with that 4-arm column, it was all about raw speed. They needed strength, and number 14 didn't hesitate. She pushed even harder, confidence blazing because victory was already hers. A cliff yawned ahead, and maybe she could nail the turn with a sharp swim, no one else challenging her. Jin didn't buy that the girls were wrong. In a race like this, speed is everything. Try to force that ship to turn at that speed, and you'll immediately lose your balance mid-turn, leaving you wide open. Right then, another racer slammed into girl 14's position, and in the turn, participant 28 swept past participant 14 on the inside. The girl was stunned, but then Marcia shot in from behind her and snapped, "Contestant number 14 is out of time, he can't catch up anymore." Right as the girl burst forward, she sprinted through the turn, blazing ahead like a flash. At last, Marcia and Aura are about to reel them in. So the moment the chance hits, the girl snaps her orders to Aura to push forward, and the golem starts obeying right away. Arrow cranked the pedals at full speed, and the boat's water wheels turned that power into pure, blazing water energy. The swan lunged forward, all power and speed, and right as it surged ahead, the ship ripped a bright trail across the water. With those moves and the boat's insane speed, everyone else snapped into panic. Reinhardt and Valentino couldn't believe their eyes. The blonde guy figured they'd already explored every trick for the boat until the sea serpent of tradition crashed the moment with a fight, and Reinhardt was blown away, both stunned and thrilled by Jin's flawless work. At the same time, participant 35, Marcia, erupted forward with a shocking leap and in seconds. She was sprinting ahead of everyone else. At the same time, a warm, stunning rush flooded her like Marcia was right there, seeing and feeling every single thing around her. As she gripped the steering wheel, she couldn't stop thinking how unreal this felt like she was finally meant to control the boat. The wind slapped her face, then slid right through her hair, and in that rush, she knew she could leave it all behind, riding the wave of surging emotion. The girl blurted out her love to everyone with sparkling excitement, while the boat roared forward at full speed, never slowing down, never stopping. After what felt like forever, Marcia finally burst through the finish line. The girl at number 35 tore through the competition, grabbed first place, and proved she'd fulfill her promise by overtaking everyone. Still riding the thrill of the race, the girl snapped her gaze to the Magi and declared, "With me, the Swan, Arrow, and the MDR team were charging straight for the finals." Marcia burst onto the magic screen, pulling every single viewer's eyes on her, and declared that they were taking first place. Valentino was fuming. Nothing was going to let that happen. He didn't care what it took. He clenched his hands into tight fists, rage burning through him. The preliminary race's winner is number 1 overall Liza from the Slava Ilya team. This was it, the final whistle of the preliminary round, because the very next day they'd faced the 7 finalists, and the commentator immediately whipped the crowd's attention to the screen. 7 winners from the preliminary races burst onto the magic screen, and right there were Marcia and Elsa. Everyone was already buzzing for the Mars finals. Elsa spun toward Marcia and swore she wouldn't be the one to lose. Marcia nodded right back, because she wasn't about to let that happen either. The girl spun toward the other finalists and demanded a fair fight. Every single participant nodded and agreed. Back at the hotel, Jin snapped at the girl, and Marcia hurried to apologize to the guy. Because after all, she'd just stolen the spotlight at the race. If she hadn't done that, she'd trapped herself on an escape route, locked in. Jin just couldn't wrap his head around running away. Marcia bragged that she had the best golem and the best boat, so if they ever slipped out of her control, she made sure she wouldn't flee. She'd deal with it herself. She said all that just to grip her own fragile self, and the moment Marcia admitted her weakness, her hands started to shake. For some reason, it felt like even someone as powerless as her could still fight like a normal person. Yet Marcia, after her words, only stared at her shaking hand with a sad, trembling weakness. He was about to blurt something to the girl, but Reiko cut in and beat him to it. Then she told Marcia not to worry, because Era was a golem forged by Reiko's father, and that same guy also tampered with the swan. The moment Marcia heard her own words, the sadness vanished. She felt totally fine now. But Reiko kept right on talking. Marcia was the only one on that battlefield. Arrow's orders and the boat's control all rested in her hands, and only her. And the same girl who totally mastered the best golem and the boat and still snagged the win in the qualifying matches was her too. Marcia smiled and clocked that Reiko couldn't compliment worth a dime. Jin even promised he'd teach her, but Reiko resisted hard, because to her, that compliment didn't feel like one. Marcia cupped Reiko's head and grinned as she caught every word. "Got it," she said, fully believing the girl would rise to their hopes and take the whole tournament. After all, it was for her own good. So, as evening slid over the streets, the trio marched right up to a stunning building. Marcia couldn't shake the worry this place was meant for nobility, after all, but the guy didn't mess up once. And they walked right into the right building. Reinhardt had just watched Galam and Jean's boat work its magic, so he turned to that guy and practically invited him to dinner on the spot. Reinhardt had already booked the table and shoved an invitation letter into the guy's hands. No way Tom could wriggle out of this. Jin remembered every word Reinhardt said back then, and Marcio just stared, shocked that the guy folded so easily under pressure and still couldn't say no. Out of nowhere, Reinhardt and Elsa rushed up to them, and when those people thanked them back, they insisted they all head into the building together. Jin barely managed a greeting as he and Reiko fought to hold Marcia back because she was determined to storm off to the hotel. Then the company swept into the building, and there on the table sat delicious, luxury-looking dishes, while Fragrance crew streamed in from the other side. Lady Marcia and her MDR crew sat across from the Randall family, and Marcia's daughter was freaking out begging to get out until Jin stepped in and soothed her fears. Reinhardt and Elsa's crew. The Blue Marine got the call, and Reinhardt summoned everyone to celebrate clearing the preliminary tests. But the girl stuttered through her wishes for good health, hands trembling so bad that Reinhardt instantly clocked her nerves and pressed her about what was wrong. She couldn't shake her worry as she stared at the lavish, pricey room-glittering decor, and even maids and a strict butler standing by. Marcia's voice shook as she asked the guy if he was a noble, and Reinhardt leaned in to confirm. He was the family's fourth son. You didn't even need to worry about it. After all, he's from the kingdom of Shalorso. The guy told everyone to forget his behavior when he was standing right there. Jin demanded to know what they were about to talk about, and Reinhardt instantly lit up. He was already itching to kick off a conversation about boats and golems, but then his sister shot him a reproachful look toward Reinhardt, and just like that, he shut up and stopped talking. Jin clocked it. Reinhardt wasn't done yet, and he wanted to talk about something else, because there was one more problem they had to sort out. That blonde guy pushed to talk to them about the fire that just happened, and the second he did, everyone's smiles vanished, and tension hit like a wall. Marcia's cruise dock was ignited, and from that blazing start, the fire raced to the other berths. Marcia couldn't believe it, because the dock was spotless, with zero combustible stuff left behind. Reinhardt agreed. Jin snapped to it. Someone had lit the flames, and they were going after Marcia, and the poor girl was left staring in shock. She couldn't figure out why someone had set their sights on her. So did Jin, because neither of them had a clue why the same hunter wanted that girl too. He also clocked that Randall was inviting them just to fish for whether they had someone in mind, and Reinhardt nodded right along with that idea. Marseille started naming every enemy she could think of, could be anyone she knew, and the guys just stared, blown away by how many she had. Out of every name on that list, she was sure her father's debt was the real bomb until the guy laughed and flipped it. If it was all about money, then selling her boat would pay more than burning the pier. Reiko remembered that a bunch of people were gunning to kidnap Marcia that night, then convinced herself they were only run-of-the-mill bullies. That's what made it terrifying. Someone might be hunting Marcia and her boat, aiming to stop her from stepping into the race. No matter why, stay sharp, because unlike the prelims, the final path gets revealed the moment before it starts, and Reinhardt can't shake the gut punch feeling that something's off. The guys stormed outside, and Jin couldn't wrap his head around why Reinhardt treated his team like family. Reinhardt was a diplomat, and he swore nothing would blow up between Elias and Schaller. Then it all erupted, right in front of his eyes. And now he's determined to dig out the real truth behind this case. And if this case truly ties back to the race, Elsa's about to be thrown into real danger. Reinhardt couldn't shut his eyes after everything that just happened. That didn't mean Jin felt sorry for them. He knew exactly what the guy meant, and he shot an apology right away for getting distracted. Reinhardt would be lying through his teeth if he claimed he never even considered helping them. After all, they were his friends, magic artisans. Reinhardt loved chatting with Jin, so he hauled him into the shower. Then Jin grinned and told Tom, "Let's fight with everything we've got in the final, so we don't regret a single thing." The crowd leaned forward, hearts pounding, as the race finally kicked into high gear. Through action, and the contestant who hit the biggest starting advantage was Litzet right out of the Slava Ilya team. Jean and Reinhardt locked eyes on the race, staring like their lives depended on it, while Valentino only smirked, already certain he'd take the win. The other participants got trapped in a dead end, and the commentator snapped that they were too scared to push each other. So nobody really surged forward. Marcia panicked the moment she saw it. Everyone had basically thrown in the towel, just standing there and clogging the path. Elsa barks the order into the ring, and right away the siren tried to spin and bolt toward open water. But the boat slammed into their path again, stopping them cold. Jin clocked it right away. This was a nightmare for the girls, because the boats blocking their path sat dangerously close to Marcia and Elsa. As the arrow slammed forward and sped up, Marcia could have easily blown past them, but only if there wasn't a whole line of boats blocking her way. The catamaran's huge body won't fit through the gap between the two boats, and if she tries to bolt past them from the side, that route gets shut just as easily. And get this, those boats even team up with the people who block Elsa, because these 4 vessels are working in sync to stop any chance of her overtaking them. Jin figured they'd been forced to quit right from the start of the finals, like some hidden rule trapped the participants with no escape. Marcia's blood boiled at what she'd just seen. Didn't they promise they'd race fairly? One participant jumped at the girl's scream, even though she barely caught what Marcia was saying, and another participant quickly figured out what the girl meant. If they don't, disaster is coming. So the participants had to keep slamming themselves in front of Elsa and Marcia, blocking their path at all costs. Valentino got pulled into it, while some guy lounged back, sipping his drink, boredom sinking in as he watched the race. Everything is falling into place like he planned, and it's exactly what he needs. Valentino will make Marcia his, no doubt. Rage flooded her chest, and she snapped. She refused to let them get in her way, no matter what excuse they tossed out. Everyone jump into this race for your own reason, because at the prelims, tons of people rage quit and vanished before the real competition even started. So only the people willing to throw everything at a fight would go that far, would even think to do it. And Marcia had no idea who had pulled the strings, but they didn't dare mess with the people who came to fight for real, because stepping in and interfering like that would be downright despicable. The girl snapped an order to Arrow to spin around, and the golem obeyed its controller. Then the boat lurched backward. Everyone froze in shock. Then one of them spotted Marcia throwing herself left and snapped, "Don't let her change lanes." But Marcia, dead confident and stone calm, slipped right past them and charged ahead, leaving the rest of the participants trailing behind. The crowd gasped as she surged forward and blew past everyone, not just easing up but snapping a massive lead, then acting like she was strolling away until those 2 boats got pulled in and Marcia slammed the throttle for a deadly burst of speed. That match was brutal. Arrow's instant power slammed into play, but in the end, it was the only move Marciore could think of to squeeze every last drop of power from the best golem and the boat. You had to be a master at handling them. Jin finally exhaled with relief. Marcia had clawed her way out of that mess, and then he gently stroked Reiko's head, while she beamed right along with them. Then Reiko suddenly felt waves of magic surging through the sea too fast, too intense, racing straight for Marcia. And only one nightmare fit the clues: sea snakes of doom, a whole flock, barreling toward her in a single direction. The second he heard Reiko's words, the fun drained out of him. Serious fear took over because a pack of sea snakes was moving in fast, roughly 30 strong, and that sea snakes of doom wave was barreling straight toward Marcia and everyone else. Jen snapped to it that this wasn't a joke. Things had gone terribly serious the moment they showed up. Reiko pushed to cancel the tournament, but even then the flock would still race down the participants. No way they'd slip away in time. Then the guy challenged the girl. Could she take them? Reiko could no sweat, it'd be over fast. Even with worry gnawing at her, the pack was stuck at the far end of the island, and Reiko wasn't sure she'd make it there in time. Jin thought, if I can conjure a swan, I'll reach them in time. So he bolted to the pier and grabbed Reiko's arms. The guy hauled in a tiny rocket-shaped device and planned to strap it onto the spare boat, but that boat couldn't handle the stability or the sheer force, so for now, They had to tear into the spare parts of the swan and make it work. Then they've got to do it all, no excuses, while the guy prays the ship won't fall apart. And Jin whips around to face Reiko. But the controller wasn't enough for the job, so Reiko grabbed the steering wheel with one hand too. Jin will take control of the exit, and with that device helping them, they won't burn through their magic power. Reiko noticed everything was the total opposite of a gallum boat race. But the guy still didn't get what her words meant. Jin jerked the boat into motion, slammed the Maxajet engine to life, and the craft rocketed across the water like lightning. The boat surged forward so fast that Jin's stomach flipped, and he knew deep down this situation was about to turn ugly. It was pure danger. This boat whipped across the water so fast it practically launched itself, and the moment it slammed into the waves, it shot off. The guy grilled Reiko, "Is this the right way?" And the girl grinned, because their magic said yes. This was the path. The 10th island was already looming ahead, and if they kept pushing through the waves, they'd crash straight into battle with the sea snakes. Then the guy spotted a whole flock of doom, and relief hit him hard. They were finally here. Right away, a flock of cursed sea snakes got hit with a magical barrage. Strike after strike crashed into them until every last one was wiped out. With zero hesitation, she unleashed her magic and shattered every last sea snake of doom, leaving not a single one standing. She had to fire shots into the water to lure them in, anything to rip the monster pack's focus off the island of Io. Jin had to make it happen before Marcia and the others showed up, because he ordered Reiko to smash the monsters that suddenly burst out of nowhere. Those sea snakes were raging out of their minds, snapping and charging straight through the deafening blasts. And they surged after the guy and the girl like pure fury with legs. Reiko spotted one of them slipping beneath the water, and Jin shot a question. Could she actually walk underwater? The girl answered like it was nothing at all. Then the guy dove his hand into the bag, grasping a fistful of tiny stones, and if they slipped too far down, he'd never get them back, because digging deeper would be brutal. Reiko stared down and realized his hands were gripping magic stones, so he had to yank control back fast. Then he pumped even more magic into them, even though they couldn't possibly handle it. Then the guy hucked the magic stones overboard, and the instant they hit the water, they lit up, glowing like they were alive. Later, deep in the sea, those magic stones detonated with a violent blast. Then the traditional underwater sea snakes shot up to the surface. Reiko couldn't stop grinning. This was pure distraction. Exactly the guy's favorite moment, and Jin used the acoustic detection spell. From the wild vibrations in the sea, a legendary flock of sea snakes surged and roared, trying to leap up into the sky. The spell snapped into action, and it worked. He'd been terrified the high frequencies would fade fast, barely scraping the air, but nope, he pulled it off. Reiko wasted no time. She snapped into action and conjured magic at once. Then, with a magic explosion's help, she blasted a massive, crackling, explosive ball into existence. The girl hurled the explosive ball straight at the sea snakes, and the moment it hit, a deafening blast erupted where the monsters were. He never guessed the explosion would shove up the sea like a tidal punch, so the boat pitched forward, launching Reiko straight into the air. The girl splashed into the water far from the boat, and somehow didn't freak out, while Reiko, wiped out and a little drained from the spell, sagged with exhaustion. He couldn't pull off what he wanted. He just needed to tell her to wait for him. Then, out of nowhere, she vanished from his sight. The sea serpent of doom struck Reiko in a flash, and Jin's gut dropped as it snapped down and carried the girl off in its mouth. Reiko got snagged at the back of the monster's teeth, trapped in the sea serpent of doom's jaws with no way to pry herself free. So she shoved Jin to run to a new spot and clear the monster. But the girl's plan never got to finish. Ginma stands ready with a grim, downcast stare, and the guy channels his magic power, driving the flow straight into the monster. Right as the light ray spell caught up to the sea serpent of doom, it tore through the beast and wiped it out for good. After the attack landed, the monster loosened its grip and let its jaw fall, snapping the girl free from the sea serpent's coils. With the monster's head crashing down, the girl slammed back into the water right there again beside Gin's boat. She gasped out an apology and Gen let out a tired, relieved sigh, then immediately demanded to know how she was holding up. Rika was okay, thanks to that guy, and Jin shot the girl his hand so she could scramble onto the boat. Turns out, that girl could have handled the monster on her own then. Reiko shot back immediately, denying it hard. The drowned remains of a flock of sea snakes of perdition bobbed in the waves. Reiko immediately started scanning for magic power, hunting for any lingering monsters. Then he spotted something weird. Soon he realized it wasn't the monsters he'd missed. It was the girl's strange reaction. And that's when they both understood. There were no more monsters. But the girl suddenly got hit with a fresh surge of magical power from Io's island, turning it into a living golem. And the guy freaked out, thinking someone had already made it there, only to realize they hadn't. The golem was trapped underwater, not the one the participants summoned. And Jin's stomach dropped because he finally felt how bad this was. But he still had zero clue what was happening. Before long, they're about to smash their way onto the 10th island, and things are already spiraling out of control. So the guy grabs Riko and orders her to go check the golem. But the girl fretted that she'd leave the guy stranded, until he soothed her. He was worn out, not helpless. So he promised to take a quick detour and come back. Reiko took the order without hesitation, and just like that, the girl yanked off her dress, landing in a swimsuit in one smooth move. Then she grinned. "I'll be there in a minute." The guy told her, "If that golem turns dangerous, deal with it now." And then he pushed for the core, no matter what. Reiko dropped into the water and went straight to work. If that column was a death trap, then the arrival of a pack of monsters was a setup too. The Marcia in their sights. The guys still couldn't see what they were really hunting for. Meanwhile, Reiko tore across the sea toward the island like a bullet, smooth, unstoppable, and fast enough to feel unreal. Soon the girl spotted two golems creeping nearby, already poised to smash someone, and their sights were locked on Marcia's ship, because that single boat was the target they'd come to destroy. Dark blue golems surged toward the boat as the catamaran drifted through the water. Right now was the exact moment to strike. The golem jabbed its razor-tipped limb at the swan boat, then Reiko snapped into action and cut her opponents down before it could go any farther. Aro could feel it. Marcia clocked it too. Then Marcia's golem suddenly reported that Reiko was right there. She didn't even bat an eye. Maybe Jin is cheering them on right this second. Marcia pressed the golem for what was wrong, and Aro said he was fine, until that one awful incident came back to haunt him. Marcia spotted that the boat's water wheel was busted, and Jin snapped at her that it wouldn't hold the load for a second. Marcia has to slam the ship forward at full power only when it truly matters, because the moment she pushes too much, the ship won't survive. The girl figured the boat's hull would snap since it was her father's boat, but the guy shot back that it was the wheel that would break. He figured it out the moment he and Reiko went to check the boat, and even when he tried to reinforce it, the belt and blades connection still might not survive full power. Because their rare materials were running out, Jin strapped those few treasures to the hull, and that meant he couldn't beef up the water wheel at all. Even if he made a belt out of rare stuff, the pressure would still crush it eventually. She could swap the belt in seconds, but one wrong move and the water wheel would betray her. Marcia just realized how fragile her boat really was. Even when Jin threw in some of his own materials, they still scraped together only bronze, and Marcia couldn't believe the final race would drag on like this. Marcia seethed because Elsa caught up to her, but once they circled Isle Island, they'd hit a brutal long straightaway. She hated that the girls were sprinting right past her, and fury spilled out as she started cursing at her golem, because no matter what she did, it wouldn't help. Even after she cut someone off to win the competition, it all crumbled to nothing then. Just like that, the girl snapped back to calm right away. Let's break down what I'm really trying to show you. The way her abilities shape the golems the rivals throw at her. Because make no mistake, she carries the pride of a sailor like a blade. Without wasting a second, the girl snapped orders to her golem, push the boat to maximum power and make it surge forward. Let's crank it up even more faster than before. And the girl bursts out of the shadows of Io Island, flying out at full speed. Elsa barked at her golem to keep pushing forward, She refused to let Lisa swallow the gap they'd just carved through the reef. The golem obeyed Master Elsa's command, and Elsa's voice broke as she apologized. She never wanted to overload her golem, but in the end, that's exactly what the siren's creator craved, and Elsa could only swallow it and nod along. The commentator clocked Elsa's sudden burst of speed, and he knew deep down Lisa probably wouldn't let her slice through that gap. The guy clocked Marcia too, and the girl realized the last two participants were charging straight into danger with every move they made. The girl slammed the gas, boosting her speed to win, then Marcia struck too. The victory is going to be decided in a clash between 3 teams, and out of them all, Lizzo is the one burning with nerves. Only the Long Island of Io was left to reach the venue, and it turned into a pure sprint fight between the teams. Valentino's frown deepened as he stared daggers of the race, while Reinhardt leaned in like every detail fascinated him. Then Jean shot Marcia a hopeful look and prayed she'd win. The girl pushed herself to the limit as Elsa and Marcia's boats raced toward Lisa. Then, out of nowhere, Elsa surged past her and stole the lead, stunning her completely. Then Marcia sprinted right past her, yanking Lisa's attention away just for a heartbeat. Pure rage surged through her, and she didn't even realize she'd stopped. The girl snapped back to her golem the moment it clicked what had happened. And the thing was wrecked from pushing maximum power. It hits him. Those golem's hands are trembling like crazy. He's begging to keep rowing, but his body won't let him anymore. She pressed her ballam to the water and killed the momentum, so there they stayed, drifting at sea behind those 2 private ships. At the same time, Marcia and Elsa were tearing past each other, sprinting for the lead while the siren kept gliding beside the boat at full blast, and Arrow matched that speed every single second. Elsa and Marcia got fired up. They couldn't lose this competition, and their boats slammed toward the finish line at breakneck speed. Then, crack. A crackling blast tore through the water wheel on Marcia's boat, and she snapped to it at once. But Oro wouldn't let the golem win. He shoved the boat harder and harder, refusing to stop, while the swan kept gliding across the water. Marcia was still allowed to keep fighting in the competition, and that swan tore through the water with sheer, unstoppable speed. Marcia and Elsa squared off turns out the girl could actually get to her opponent, so Elsa clocked it and spun into action, hitting the siren. But the siren couldn't keep it up. She'd been pushed too hard, and with max power blasting, the girl was quietly steaming from the strain beneath the water. The golem could only shuffle along at a crawl, and Elsa had to swallow the bad news with a small ache in her chest because victory was right around the corner. She shot a thank you to the siren, and they drifted onward at a slow, steady pace toward the goal, because Elsa was determined to fix that goal right after. Marcia didn't even slow. She heard the commentator blurt out that Elsa had just throttled back the boat's speed, right at the last minute. Everything still felt fun from start to finish, but nobody could swallow one thing: they'd never forgive. And Marcia knew it. The girls surged past the first team and left the third in the dust. Then Team 35 blasted through to the finish, and Marcia crossed first and won. The MDR team burst out as winners, and the win hit straight in the feels. Then the commentator rushed up to the gloomy girl, desperate to know how she was doing. She went silent in an instant, shot the guy a sharp frown, and the commentator's face lit up with shock at her clearly angry expression. Marcia snatched the microphone out of the commentator's hands, then whipped around to glare at her secretive rival right in the middle of the race, messing with her every step. He wouldn't stay out of her business. He kept butting in, and even dragged himself into her troubles with joining those glum boat competitions. Marcia refused to forgive him, no matter what it took. They pay for everything, even though she had zero proof right now, and the audience just couldn't figure out what she meant. Valentino shot a harsh frown at her words then. Out of nowhere, a stately woman spun toward him and demanded answers about what Marcia had said. The Marquis, Dominic Deferenziano, froze. His heart skipped at her sudden appearance. Then he realized he never even made it out to his own team. Valentino snapped in alarm. Someone with a high title like that shouldn't be showing up here, But she shot back that this race is one of the biggest events in the country, so she had to see everything with her own eyes. And if her subordinate was cheating, then yeah, she had to come here. Valentino froze when the Marquis said it, and right away, the wreckage of golems still tucked away beneath Io Marcia got dumped on the pier, and the race organizers froze in shock. Reiko burst out of the water and slammed onto the dock, gripping one of the golems in her hands. Then the girl rushed in to congratulate Marcia on the win. Reiko handed Marcia the part. Then Marcia reported that the golems were lurking in the rocky stretch of Io Island, and Reiko's mind immediately raced. Who built them? And why? Marquise de Manic snapped her focus straight onto Valentino, lifted a close-up of the golem in her hands, and demanded an answer. Yet he brushed her off, claiming he knew nothing about that detail. But Jin caught him off guard with that excuse. Jin and Reinhardt would use the reading magic to find out whose part it was, and the moment the man saw them, his face crumpled into grim dread while Valentino snarled at the guys with a gloomy scowl. He clocked it Reinhardt and Jin were the ones who caused all this mess, and the gloomy man just stared at them as they stayed unnervingly calm. The blonde guy was ready to squeeze every truth out of Valentino, because his sister was tied to this mess, then watched as Valentino's title started slipping the moment the confession hit. Reinhardt pushed to take him down and force the confession, calling him the former count. Yet the man only stared at them, utterly speechless. Brennan seized control of the golem control core, and the man was determined to dig into the mystery of what was really inside the golem's core. So Brand hit him with the magic of reading, and once it took hold, the man gawked at the core's contents with eyes bulging wide. Right then, a voice thundered from the heart of the stadium and announced that every boat would be detained except number 1. The Marcia's boat was destroyed, leaving the entire crowd staring in shock. Count Valentino barked the order, and the moment Marcia heard some man was tangled in the case, fury flared hot in her chest. Valentino stayed stone calm while everyone learned the truth. He had threatened the race participants and even shoved Marcia and Elsa off their paths. Marquis Stamanik was done hearing the guy's excuses, but Valentino had other plans. He reached up and touched his ring. With a sickening slam, the golem smashed into the wall and blasted a hole right through it, while that man cursed everybody in sight. Then the golem burst out of the wall and swallowed the man whole right down to the last inch. Jen realized it was the same kind that had attacked the boats, and Valentino had a whole stack of them. The brooding man finally snapped to it and activated the magic stone on his ring. Right then, a massive wall of columns erupted in front of everyone, springing up from every angle and even bursting out of the ocean depths like the sea itself had a weapon. Marquise Dominic froze at the sheer size of the golems, because, yeah, his Hudson family's own brutes built this arena in the first place. And then he snapped, ordering them to wipe the whole place clean. The golems snapped to the man's command and slammed into everything, and a terrified crowd scrambled to flee straight toward them. Dominic raged at the man's actions. Then he crushed those who stood in his way, because in the end, all that guilt came back to bite him. Valentino scrambled onto the golem, ready to bolt the kingdom of Elias, while the Marquis stayed way off in the distance, watching him with helpless, desperate eyes. Rage boiled in Jean's chest when Valentino didn't own up. He bolted from the scene like a criminal in panic, and the Marquis snapped the order to keep him under constant guard. Now it was time to evacuate the civilians, and Reinhardt ripped into the golems with magic to keep everyone safe, while Jin jumped in too, guarding the people as the laser magic guy lined up his shot and blasted the golems down. Reiko didn't hang back either. She snapped into action, cleared the area fast, and cut through the golems' crowd. The contestants unleashed their golems to guard the people, and those monsters crashed into their opponents. Then the fight roared on and on. Meanwhile, Lisa fretted over her golem, then it snapped out of action and shut down cold, right on the spot. But the very next second, he shot up. Then the girl rushed to soothe the golem, and they nearly sprinted into the finish line, until the golem just stared at her blankly. And when she finally touched him, he jolted up hard, freaking Lisa out. The girl had no idea what he was doing, and irritation burned in her chest, because every sudden jerk from that golem had the boat teetering on the edge of flipping. The golem snapped to his feet and headed straight for the sea. And when Litz yelled that he couldn't swim, he didn't even slow down. The golem crashed into the water and vanished, leaving the girl stranded alone out at sea, and the shock hits like a punch. Meanwhile, Reiko went toe-to-toe with the golem Valentino's final soldier, and when she crushed it, Jin couldn't help but praise her. But Reiko's panic surged. She feared she'd missed those golems by accident. Jin stepped in and soothed her. No way could they ever spot the deactivated golem's magic. And Jin nodded along as Reinhardt said it. It was a total misread from management. No one expected the construction golems to still be here, and Dominic even hauled Reinhardt over, so she immediately apologized to the guy. But the woman couldn't figure out why Valentino was throwing everything at the when Marcia was just as clueless. One day, he swept in and demanded she marry him, or else he'd build ships for her too. Yet Marcia didn't buy it, because something about his eyes screamed trouble. Mars convinced herself that every bad turn happened because she refused, so guilt crushed her from the inside. But Jin shoved the panic down and steadied her, because if he'd gone that far, it wasn't for nothing. He didn't do it without malice, not when all he wanted was revenge on Marcia. And yeah, Valentino was definitely plotting something huge. Suddenly, Litzai cut in toward them, because that girl was done straining, paddling by hand to the finish line. They couldn't even process it. Litz showed up here, and everyone else was convinced she ditched them with Valentino. Litza had zero intention of tagging along with Valentino, because that would have blown up her plans. Marcia watched the girl like a hawk. Then Letza turned to her and pressed, asking straight up about the swan's condition. She swore Valentino never stopped staring at either Marcia's pier or the girl's boat. And now he's itching to get something back, or just burn the whole thing down. We were totally lost about what he was hunting. If I'd known sooner, I'd have shouted the exact name to everyone from the start, because she never even heard that specific name for it. Marcia snapped to it. Valentino was behind the fire at her pier. Jin couldn't shake the weird feeling that there was no way anything could have been stashed on the dock or inside a boat. And Arrow kept watch like a loaded arrow, guarding every inch. Renault clocked it instantly. Valentino had stuffed the item in the boat, even before Jin changed a thing. But that meant Jin should have already known, and Reiko tore through the whole setup, leaving Renault scrambling. So where the hell can we hide it now? He grilled them about some out-of-the-way spot on the boat. Then Jin instantly snapped back to the glove compartment. And there it was, a rope stuffed inside a tiny case. That guy yanked out a knife case like it mattered, like it was something priceless. And then, boom, he just left it there. Marshall froze, completely stunned. She swore this knife had been forged by some guy. And Elsa snatched it up right away. She clocked a detail that made her stop dead. The stone set into that knife's handle was an L-Raterite, and Elsa told Dominic. He nodded right away, backing her hunch. Reinhardt grabbed the case, itching to rip it apart. There had to be a double bottom. And sure enough, the guy uncovered it fast. A sale contract for L-Raterite was drafted, and Valentino de Hudson put his signature right on it. Dominic snapped with rage again. That man was humiliating the kingdom of Elias, and when the Marquis turned his eyes toward the group, Marcia and Lisa's hearts both sank. The girl blurted out her excuse. She just wanted to win the competition at least once, and everyone already got it. But Jin was still confused about what was really going on with Elradorate, so he turned to everyone there and demanded answers. Damini told him that Elrudariate was a rare gemstone that could supercharge magical power, but its scarcity made it impossible to churn out in bulk. The price all boiled down to size, so even the smallest stone still snags you at least 10 million Torah, because it's worth 10 times what they'd get for winning their award. The state kept Elradarite's turnover under a tight fist, and any illegal trade meant getting wiped out, so Litza immediately went cold with fear. Still, Valentino should have been locked up already, so come on, guards, grab him. Right away, the knights thundered toward Marquis Dominic, and the woman spun around to address the men who were about to call out to her. They bowed and apologized to her for losing sight of the criminal. Valentino, then Dominic, brow furrowed, snapped, and sent the guards away. The girl finally steadied her breath, swung back to the guys, and thanked them for stepping in and helping sort everything out. She had to rush to the king and spill every single thing that happened, while Reinhardt demanded an official search for Valentino and begged to go with Dominic because as a diplomat of the Schaller Kingdom, he simply couldn't stay away. Reinhardt told Jean and Marcia to hand the case to him. Then he admitted he'd be heading back to his homeland soon and invited Jin to come with him. Jin, still with that black-haired calm, asked Reinhardt for a little time to think it over, and Reinhardt nodded, accepting his request. That's how the mess in the gut finally ended. Then boom, bags packed with gold coins spilled into view, and Marcia stared at them, joy lighting up her face. Chaos exploded everywhere. But they didn't back down, because Marcia and John finally hauled in their prize, 1 million taras. John and Marcia soaked up the thrill of being rich, grinning at every shiny coin like it was proof they'd finally made it. Even with her father's debts still hanging over her head, Marcia had to scrape together rent, food, and every other bill just to keep a roof over her life. And that crushing weight left her utterly depressed. But now she didn't have to stress about her store anymore, because the guy said it was a good deal. And Marcia nodded along like she'd just fallen into the best dream of her life. The girl dangled the job as store manager in front of the guy, forcing him to run the whole shop with her, and the payoff was massive. On top of that, he was the same craftsman who built the boat that actually won the competition. She was convinced his name would blow up fast. Then the girl went quiet. Martian clocked that the guy wasn't replying, and he just stared off into the distance. So she played it off like it was all a joke and, with a light tap on his back, snapped him out of it. 10 days later, he was set to head to Reinhardt and Elsa's country, and that's when Marcia tried to jolt Jen out of his gloom, because he was looking downright heartbroken. The Randalls were nobility, so the girl snapped at the guy to stay sharp, don't get comfortable because serious trouble is coming. Jin remembered Marcia's hatred for the nobles, yet he still kept his guard up. Jean also warned Marcia to steer clear of debts and shady crooks, but she already knew she'd been watching her back too. So Martian and Jean finally said goodbye, then slammed their hands together like a promise before they turned and walked in opposite directions. Everyone scattered in every direction. Marcia stayed glued to Oro and Jean still trailed Rico while the golems marched off hauling their master's stuff. The guy urged Reiko to head home first, because they were headed for the Scholler Kingdom, and Reiko nodded and agreed right away. Late that evening, Valentino was out in the forest, fuming. Everlio the golem had shattered way too easily, and the man was still paying out a fortune for it. Out of nowhere, a stranger in a raincoat closed in, soaked and silent, then asked who he really was, and Valentino was already waiting for this moment. The moment commoners got in his way, he finally figured it out. Then the stranger in the raincoat leaned in and told Tom, "I'll handle them." And Valentino started to giggle with pure menace, thrilled that his enemies were finally going to get dealt with. And the man felt nothing but relief. In the shadow of the man, the rebellious column Everilio returned to the ranks, and now everyone's about to learn just how insanely strong Valentino really is. While he was stuck inside that house, he blurted out to everyone that he wanted to build an airplane, and the whole room went silent, shocked, because he didn't want to make a boat at all. Reiko couldn't wrap his head around why he couldn't just start building an airplane. Then Jin suddenly faltered, and rage sparked in the air because he could have done it. There's only about a week left until the meeting with Reinhardt, because they already promised to meet in 10 days. So Jin almost certainly won't be able to wrap everything up before the deadline, especially since they barely had any free time to work with. Still, it was a lifeline for that guy to get back to the island, his home, just for a little while. Because with the farm gone, they couldn't even hunt down food. Jean, of course, is desperate to find out where his island even is, and he's also praying he had a weapon, anything, to safeguard everything they've built here. Reiko was hungry for a weapon too, but her magic had a hard limit. Sometimes the power just won't even let you cast. She figured trouble could pop up out of nowhere on their trip, and the guy agreed with Reiko better to get ready for any curveball now than regret it later. So Jin was inspired to dive into making a few different things. And the whole time he was grinning because getting his hands on a case made him genuinely happy. He decided it was time to start crafting for their trip, because they needed weapons and armor to keep them safe out there on the journey. Jin built a firearm, but it was so dangerous he had to shelve it, because in this world, nobody even knew weapons like that existed, so he couldn't use it to threaten a single soul. Reiko questioned Bina's weapon, and the guy snapped back, remembering it clearly. One of those paralyzing guns. He even managed to build a barrier generator. Sure, it wasn't the strongest or the most portable, but it still came in clutch. On top of everything else, Jin's gonna have to survive monsters and cutthroat bandits, real troublemakers, and that's why he needs a plan in case he runs into them. If that sea serpent ever struck, he wouldn't risk blasting lasers or slicing with water blades while other people were anywhere nearby. To pull this off, Jin has to stack a whole bunch of moves starting when he begins crafting gear for protection, then goes all in and builds a defense made just for himself, a mana-powered magic walkie-talkie, a shock baton, protective magic rings, and even a katana for Rocco. The baton was built for self-defense, and it beat the staff for convenience every single time. That protective ring was a fortress shielding the wearer from every physical hit and every magical strike, even Reiko's scorching fiery spear. Those attacking rings are packed with every element's magic so Jin can finally sling spells just like everyone else. And the deadliest weapon of the bunch was the katana Jin forged just for Reik one clean swing could slice right through adamantite like it was nothing. Everyone cheered for Jin's work. Those defensive weapons look absolutely insane. Every golem Jin forged snapped to a goal steal a weapon from that guy so. Jin grinned and gladly handed them exactly what they wanted. After a bit, the guy was already pounding back a drink, and then he clocked it. Every time he started creating things, the whole crowd would erupt like crazy. Reiko realized his energy was running on fumes, but Jin was on a mission to build an airplane. And that obsession lit a spark in him, instantly lifting his spirits. In the lab, the guy dove straight to what he really wanted to build, while Reiko clutched a box packed with supplies. He strapped the world's magic engine to the plane like it was the heart of the machine, and Jin figured the wing was better kept straight than twisted into a sweep. For the fuselage, they're going all in with the same tech as the Golem glider, and since it's built with adamantite and mithril, durability is locked in with zero worries. And in that seat, Jin plans to install a parachute rescue system. Reiko had no clue about it, so the guy quickly broke it down for her. But the girl just told him to swap to another engine for her own escape flight once they got out of the plane. And that snapped a brilliant idea into the guy's head. After what felt like forever, Jin finally built a real airplane. And right then, one rolled up in front of him with legs that moved and wheels that clung to the ground. He got so obsessed with his creation that he built a whole hangar for the plane itself, because the golems couldn't match his frantic pace and collapsed flat on the floor from sheer exhaustion.